Smoking now, I'm pulling stunts. I won't stop, so don't confront too much. A boss to be a grunt. Watch my back and also front. You drop it off, I pick it up. Pockets a mean one. Heavy like machine guns. Talking like they heard about me, they ain't never seen one. You ain't really bout it, I can see it through the screen, son. Taking lemon lane, busters never trust they jump. Like you want it, my opponent's never on it. I ain't thinking about tomorrow, only thinking about the moment. Feel the rush from the buck jump. 20s in my loaded trunk. Watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping off that funk jump. Like you want it, my opponent's never on it. I ain't thinking about tomorrow, only thinking about the moment. Feel the rush from the buck jump. 20s in my loaded trunk. Watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Let me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Let me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping. Demons in my head again. Let me grip my lyric pen. Fire burning from my chunt. Smoking now, I'm pulling stunts. I won't stop, so don't confront too much. A boss to be a grunt. Watch my back and also front. You drop it off, I pick it up. Pockets a mean one. Heavy like machine guns. Talking like they heard about me, they ain't never seen one. You ain't really bout it, I can see it through the screen, son. Taking lemon lane, busters never trust they jump. Like you want it, my opponent's never on it. I ain't thinking about tomorrow, only thinking about the moment. Feel the rush from the buck jump. 20s in my loaded trunk. Watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping off that funk jump. Like you want it, my opponent's never on it. I ain't thinking about tomorrow, only thinking about the moment. Feel the rush from the buck jump. 20s in my loaded trunk. Watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping, tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Let me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Let me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping.
Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Ha. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean woes. It's flatbeds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime.
Demons in my head again, let me grip my lyric pen. Fire burning from my junk, smoking now I'm pulling sons. I won't stop, so don't confront too much. The boss to be a grunt. Watch my back and also front. You drop it off, I pick it up. Big pockets a mean one, heavy like machine guns. Talking like they heard about me, they ain't never seen one. You ain't really bout it, I can see it through the screen, son. Thinking lemon lane, busters never trust they jump. Like you want it, my opponent's never on it. I ain't thinking about tomorrow, only thinking about the moment. Feel the rush from the buck jump. 20s in my loaded trunk, watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping off that funk jump. Like you want it, my opponent's never on it. I ain't thinking about tomorrow, only thinking about the moment. Feel the rush from the buck jump. 20s in my loaded trunk, watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping, yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Let me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Let me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping. Demons in my head again, let me grip my lyric pen. Fire burning from my junk, smoking now I'm pulling sons. I won't stop, so don't confront too much. The boss to be a grunt. Watch my back and also front. You drop it off, I pick it up. Big pockets a mean one, heavy like machine guns. Talking like they heard about me, they ain't never seen one. You ain't really bout it, I can see it through the screen, son. Thinking lemon lane, busters never trust they jump. Like you want it, my opponent's never on it. I ain't thinking about tomorrow, only thinking about the moment. Feel the rush from the buck jump. 20s in my loaded trunk, watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping off that funk jump. Like you want it, my opponent's never on it. I ain't thinking about tomorrow, only thinking about the moment. Feel the rush from the buck jump. 20s in my loaded trunk, watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping, tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Let me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Let me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping.
Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Let me tell them one time, said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean woes. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. And my eyes wanna rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Let me tell them one time, said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime.
Demons in my head again, let me grip my lyric pen. Fire burning from my junk, choking now I pull his us. I won't sound so dumb, confront too much, a boss to be a grunt. Watch my back and also front, you drop it off, I pick it up. Tupac is a mean one, heavy like machine guns. Talking like they heard about me, they ain't never seen one. You ain't really bout it, I can see it through the screen, son. Taking limit lane, busters never trust they jump. Like you want it, my opponent's never on it. I ain't thinking about tomorrow, only thinking about the moment. Feel the rush from the buck jump. 20s in my loaded trunk, watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping off that funk jump. Like you want it, my opponent's never on it. I ain't thinking about tomorrow, only thinking about the moment. Feel the rush from the buck jump. 20s in my loaded trunk, watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping, yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping.
Welcome to BMPS 2026, where I'm going to be a host of Cast Necro. John alongside with me on the panel is going to be Super Johnny. With the overall standings now looking still pretty uncertain and still pretty volatile, it seems like the survival stage are coming in with a lot of astonishing moments. And anyone can still make a comeback even from the 32nd spot.
Exactly. I think the differences are not as big as we expected, although a few big names have showed up quite well on the opening day. Now the only question is, can they keep the momentum going? Can they keep the ball rolling and survive inside of the top 8 bracket? And as you mentioned, one big game can still propel the team that is sitting dead last right now into that top 8 spot. And luckily for the teams in Group C and D, they still have that Rondo remaining.
Yesterday, we saw a crazy performance coming through from True Rippers. 2 chicken dinners in one single day. And True Rippers is right now sitting on the first spot in the overall standings. A remarkable performance. But if we move on to the second spot as well, we've got a lot of formidable names. And even TAG is doing pretty good for themselves.
Yeah, TAG is doing decent. AX, they have a nice turn of momentum compared to how things were going for them during the opening qualifiers. Now AX are looking pretty solid, pretty stable. But again, going back to how we began, right? Anything can go wrong. Even if you drop the ball consistently, you could find yourself on that 9th position at the end of the journey in the survival stages. So the job is not yet done. It's not over yet. You still have to keep going. And I think we were having this discussion about where the cutoff could be at the start of the day off camera. Most of us are of the same mind, somewhere around 100, 105 points.
105 points. That seems like a lot of points, man. I'm not going to lie. But considering there's 32 teams around the block as well, that also makes a lot of sense. There's definitely a chance they might just cross 100 points. But I personally think it might just be under 100 points. Maybe somewhere around 96, 97. That's what I think.
I mean, I think it's going to be 100 because of Rondo still being there in play. And I think Santa Esports, 23 points on that 8th spot, just times 4. That's already crossing over 90. Over 92. So I think, again, opportunity is there for the teams. If the teams in the second half of the leaderboard start to catch up, then the cutoff can definitely drop. But then again, we'll have to see how matches today are going to go for them. And as you were talking about True Rippers, 2 chicken dinners, last game of the day, they were able to secure a nice little win. 52 points sitting on the first, followed by AX, Learn From Past, TAG, VXT. We have Rapid Chaos. Dhruv is still on fire, but for how long can one man keep his team in this tournament? I think that will be the story for Rapid Chaos.
The question's going to be about the consistency. You've still got 9 more games to prove yourself. And as I mentioned, even a team on the 32nd spot can actually make a bounce back directly inside of the top 8, which also means someone from the top 8 needs to be kicked out in order for that to happen. Which is going to be that team that slips out? That's going to be the main focus. If you move on towards the latter half of the board, there's still big names like MADKINGS, Esports, Esports Social themselves. Even NoNx was not able to play that well. And if you look at the last page, Rising Esports, Thunder Gods, H4K, personally speaking, I really thought that H4K could do a lot better inside of the survival stages since we saw the performance pretty decent in the qualifier weeks. But now that transition isn't looking that great.
Yeah, I mean, the survival stage is not really working out too well for H4K. Team Doxy as well. Doxy had a good start to their journey. I mean, that opening week might have been a slip-up, but week 2 onwards, we did see a little bit of consistency from the players of Team Doxy. That faded away in that 4th week of qualifier stages, and now once we make it to the survival stages, it turns out Team Doxy, they're still moving on with the struggles that were there in the 4th week of qualifiers. But as we had a look at the overall leaderboard, Rapid Chaos still inside of that top 8 bracket. They are kind of safe, but as I said, I mean, how long can just a single player keep his team inside of BMPS? It will be incredible to see, but I don't think Rapid Chaos will be able to make it to the finals.
Struggles are definitely going to be there, but still nothing can be said, right? Maybe you never know. Rapid Chaos Esports can get a lot luckier, and the circle might just start favoring them. We have seen that happen a lot of times in the past as well. Teams getting so lucky that the circle is just constantly popping up on top of them, and they somehow end up doing really good for themselves.
True Rippers on Rondo, game 1 yesterday.
Yeah,
the circle was constantly on top of them.
Yeah, that might just happen to a lot of these teams, and that's what I'm saying. There's always going to be that X factor that a lot of these teams need to be prepared for. But if you look at the elimination leader, there's 2 players from the side of VXT in this board, which is kind of insane if you think about it. Smoker with 53 frags. You've also got Rex64 with 49. These lads are just completely jumping the gun.
Yeah, and again, I think VXT definitely needed this form or this performance from their players as well, considering the opening week of the tournament of the qualifier stages was just a nightmare for VXT. I think the first 2 weeks, they just got a better understanding of how the competition around them was faring up. And now in the survival stage, in fact, week 3, week 4 of the qualifiers as well, VXT, there was a spike in their performance. Can they keep this going? It's a big question. Still, I think inside of the top 8, they are in a decent position. Yesterday's average was fine as well, considering they only played 3 games.
True. I mean, at the end of the day, look, it's just the first 3 games we're speaking of.
Exactly.
They've still got so many more games to go, and they can easily adapt on the fly as well. Since they've got so many games to go, as I mentioned, anyone from the latter half of the board can easily make a bounce back. Even if H4K right now is struggling, tomorrow we might just see H4K around the top 3. That's how volatile the overall standings still are. That's what I believe. And the possibilities are still going to be there for more names like HADX, for even Likitha Esports, since Group C and D are going to be the one to kick things off. Imagine if Likitha ends up getting a massive chicken dinner with 25 points. They're easily going to be there inside of the top 5.
Exactly. It can happen. And considering, I think, Rondo is what we are waiting for right now from Group C and D, there will be hope for HADX Ross and Likitha. Likitha yesterday felt a little bit lost, if you're going to talk about them. I mean, there were matches where we saw them playing for survival, and they were doing quite well, but just the timing of the fight from the side of Likitha was completely off, resulting in us not seeing that spike that we wanted in terms of the points. But we have the schedule for the day on our screens, and as we have been talking about it, Group C and Group D kicking the day off on Rondo. This is the big opportunity that you were waiting for if you are in one of these 2 groups.
Exactly. As I mentioned, Group C and D are going to be the one to kick things off of the map of Rondo. Then later on, we're also going to have Group A and D to duke it out once again. At the start of the day, we all locked in our predictions. I personally do believe MADKINGS are going to be the one to pull off a major comeback. If you look at the roster, it's completely stacked. There's no possible reason that MADKINGS is not going to make a comeback. I mean, come on, they've got stacked players in that one. We're speaking of Clutch God, one of the most experienced players out there, and he is supposed to do something. He cannot just let MADKINGS sit on the latter half of the board. I don't believe it.
Hey, man, you never know. I think it's not just them. Everyone else is also trying to do the same, right? Everyone else is just trying to get their team outside of that last page of the leaderboard into the top 8 and still stay alive in BMPS. MADKINGS, I think, yeah, we can keep some hope alive for MADKINGS. We can be hopeful from their end that, yep, it is a stacked roster. It's a lot of experience and a decent amount of firepower as well. So there is potential in them making it to the top 8. But then again, I think it's the team above them that have me concerned. It's teams like NoNx Esports who will also look to make that bounce and are not too far away from the top 8 bracket right now.
I'm telling you, man, Somraz is an IGL. He's a brilliant IGL. Nothing taken away from that. But considering now the meta is evolving, I really do feel like it's time to update strategies. Somraj is someone that relies way too heavily on his assaulters, and right now Somraj is relying way too heavily on Taurus. If Taurus is not able to perform, the entirety of NoNx Esports is collapsing, and that's not how it's supposed to be. You cannot just rely on one player to do it all.
Yeah, you need to rely on the other 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. I think
he himself, by the way.
He himself included, and the other 2 lads as well, because as you said, relying on assaulters is fine, but relying on one assaulter can be a problem.
Yeah.
Because we saw that during the qualifier stages, second week when K9 got promoted, Taurus wasn't able to perform and they got relegated again.
Even in the BGS, right? Remember when Somraj won, he clearly mentioned that he relies a lot on S-Power. The moment S-Power left the roster, we saw a major downfall of Somraj, and even in the interview that man mentioned, we relied so much on S-Power that now we're struggling to adapt to the meta, and that's why since S-Power is not a part of the lineup, we're struggling a bit too much, and that's been the main concern. When you rely too much on just one player, him making the plays, you set him up for success, it's understandable, but you cannot just rely on one player. Everyone needs to have their own role to do something.
It's kind of the anti-Wildfang strat, wherein 3 players are performing, 1 player is like, you don't see a lot of stats from Sensei, but for the side of K9 Esports, it's the exact opposite. Taurus has amazing numbers on the board, while the other 3 lads, I think, they've been providing a lot of support, but 100% agree with you. The entire roster needs to step up expectations just off of that banner.
Yeah.
The legacy that was left behind with the previous roster and the legacy Somraj walks in with have raised expectations, and they need to be lived up to.
He's really good at setting players for success, setting individual players for success, but now the meta is evolving. It's about getting all the 4 assaulters on the way. It's about getting as many elimination net points as you can, and with that, even Somraj needs to evolve with his strategies. Is that going to happen? Well, we'll find out in the first game itself, since the plane's going to be in the skies now, starting all the way from the top side, all the way towards Huntswan. Now, this plane flat path, once again, dividing the map into 2 equal halves. If the teams want to move on towards left, it's going to be an easy stretch. If the teams want to move on towards NoNx Factory, where the big cluster is going to be, it's also not going to be a problem.
Well, it definitely won't be a problem. I think we haven't had this balanced flight path on Rondo like ever. Stadium, Test Track, Yulin, Dancheng, Hongshan, all the big drop spots with those recall towers nearby still available to every single team. And right off the bat, I think it is the stadium apartments that usually become the first point of cluster for a lot of these rosters. But for this map, NoNx Factory and Test Track also being there might just split that big crowd from either stadium or from the city of Yulin into bits and pieces. And we do see a nice little cluster of teams moving towards stadium and an even bigger one heading towards the NoNx Factory. But what is going on with Wanted from Aura Esports? It turns out he has found one finish inside of this match as soon as the game begins.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. And that, too, is going to be the backup plan, by the way, for any team whose player got eliminated. Keep that thing in mind. The man was heading towards the recall tower to give those recalls. And if the man who's giving the recalls is not alive, there's a chance we might see an early elimination from the game. And Krafton Esports, they already do start to face the brunt, but an instant trade as well is on the board. That's going to be the man from Learn from Past as well, instantly traded out. On the opposite side of the spectrum towards Test Track, we've got a few names duking it out as well. NoNx FM taking a fight, and NoNx FM as well, getting a little bit of that entire salt back.
Ghost only good for one over there. Dragonclaw Esports, they had him surrounded. Should have been an easy revive for the players of Dragonclaw, but Words, Test Track and NoNx Factory, NoNx FM. One man still on the roof. Krafton Esports is the wait on the lower floor of the taxi area. They have to be a little bit cautious of Thunder Gods closing in, as Closey has closed in a lot of distance. And the nades as they go flying. The opening knock is going to be found, and Thunder Gods, they just make that bounce, pushing forward. Shots through the gap, failed to connect as the game plan of Thunder God just backfires upon them.
Man, oh man, it's way too easy for Godsent. Godsent also needs to go for the revival on the fallen player. It's not going to be a concern at all, but there's a man of NoNx FM right above you. And that's where things start to get a little bit more trickier. Dragonclaw Esports as well now marching up close and personal. Thunder Gods Esports, they keep on losing out a man number inside of this battle. And what's going on inside of NoNx Factory? Such a chaotic start. Another man dropped down from the side of Krafton Esports. It's not going to be an easy conversion for them this time around. Dragonclaw Esports really making it count, getting those elimination points secured too. Krafton Esports is trying to fight back, and there we go. The first man is already cut off. Hunter up close and personal with the S12K. Should find some success, but can he come out on top actually? That's the question, and he gets denied.
What a nice little jump shot connection coming through from Harshu. But as we see, the fight, it's not over. One man waiting around the corner, Junaid, and it's going to be a third party from TAG from the distance, finding that knock. Awkward angle, but they still make it work. And Dragonclaw, they have to be grateful for Junaid getting shut down like that. Could have been stuck in a corner, but now more breathing room available for the players of Dragonclaw Esports. But here they are, the boys from Apex Gaming closing in. And before they reach their marker, there's the opening found. Jonathan knocked out as H4K are still hungry for those frags.
The big man taken out. Now TAG's down to a two-man squad. What do you expect crossing out in the open like that? It was going to happen no matter what. And TAG, the moment they try to make that pounce, two players already lost out. Such a confusing strategy. You're supposed to expect this to happen. And now Hydra is the only person up close and personal to try and shut down any players nearby and squeeze in as many points as he can. Hydro knows there's H4K constantly watching him. They've got him locked in the sights. And Dragonclaw Esports up close and personal, taking them down is not going to be easy. Especially given with the Hydro's form. This is going to be a tough conversion. But a man actually walks out in the open pretty clueless, and he might just get knocked out.
Yeah, I think that has to be a knock-and finish. And it is Hydro with an easy point secured for his team.
Oh no, but he instantly gets traded out.
I don't think it matters. Jelly was there towards the western edge of the map. Should be an easy recall for Apex Gaming, but Dragonclaw, I think they are going to have to deal with a little bit more pressure. A pin in that thought for the next few moments as learned from past. An awkward little interaction as Rio has found an opening against the players of T7 Orion. He knows where the next man is. A preemptive nade goes out. It's not cooked to perfection, but it still gets the job done. Second knock, second finish in the back for Rio in this game. Third, in fact.
I just love this SMG. So good. The hipfire as well, the accuracy is insane. And now NoNx Esports as well, utilizing the same weapon, melting down the players of Myth Official. That's going to be Detrox hitting the deck. For Myth Official as well, 20 points in the span of 3 games. That's not too bad, but considering we're speaking of Myth Official, the standards are way too high. Grand finals to BGS 2026. You expect a lot more. H4K Cooking up an aid. This one has to be on the mark, at least find some sort of success. But instead, he deals damage on his own teammate. Not sure what was going on there.
H4K, it seems like today they have decided that they are going to be the ones making that comeback on the overall leaderboard. Just moving towards the players of Phoenix. And those are the shots that they needed. Information now given to the players of H4K, but as not, he turns around the corner. He still falls. Wizard following up H4K. Well, this is turning out to be a disaster for them. Getting burned alive by the players of Phoenix. Not even a single finish secured in that fight. And Phoenix Esports, they don't even want to reset. Dragonclaw with a quick third party. And Phoenix, they are still able to get both those breaks in the bag. What a fumble from TabGod over there. Stood at the stairs and stared right into the eyes of the players of Phoenix Esports.
Crazy stuff. 6 eliminations already on the board. Phoenix Esports refusing to give up. And now NoNx Ball, what was the man doing? Had no idea that he's getting pushed from the back, and he easily just gets taken down. For Krafton Esports, that's going to be a free piece of candy, and they're way too happy to get it. Looking at the right side of the map, right now there's still a few names like NoNx FM who might just want to go against Phoenix Esports if they want. I highly doubt that's going to be the case.
But opportunity is there for them to actually pull it off. Depends on whether Phoenix moves down south or not. And NoNx FM, they have a nice little spread going as well. So if the players are in the line of fire of each other, they can try and catch potentially maybe 1 or 2 individuals from the side of Phoenix off guard. And I think that's all they need to do. Phoenix Esports is still split. Frenzy, he's still there towards Test Track and NoNx Factory, while the other 3 players were forced to reset. And they are playing the northeastern edge of the play zone.
Myth official on the move. And for Myth, once again, the start wasn't as great. But then Phoenix Esports in this entire start they've had, man, just mowing down the lawns. The opposition was not even standing a chance. The S12Ks, the overall SMGs just replying pretty well. And as of now, Phoenix Esports, they're already off to a fantastic start. Speaking of a comeback, there's a chance Phoenix Esports can mount a great one.
That's what we were hoping to see.
Oh no.
Not have a great day yesterday, the players of Phoenix, but today, at least they feel a little bit more confident with the kind of plays they are making. Frenzy, aggressively looking for a fight. He has his teammate right behind him, but it is going to be a 2 versus 3 situation against Thunder Gods. Oh, 2 versus 4, in fact. The first man is right up front.
Oh my god!
What a dodge.
So lucky. At the nick of time, the man just directly vaulted out. There we go. Thunder Gods Esports now with a quick third party from the back. Realizing that there is someone taking a fight against TAG and Thunder Gods Esports. They found themselves in a weird scuffle.
That could have been awkward. At least it blows up in the air, not a big chunk of the HP bar taken away from the players of Thunder Gods. Still lying in wait and watching the players of T7 Orion just circling around. There is no incentive to force this fight for either of these teams, Phoenix or Thunder Gods. Both of them still have a decent spot inside the edge of the circle. I think Phoenix might just look to regroup as Vengeance was recalled towards the northeast and Frenzy stuck towards the northwest.
I don't think that's going to be the case. Yeah, Frenzy just wanted to die there since there was a recall available. So Frenzy's job was to squeeze as many points as he can and then get recalled back towards his teammates, which is going to happen right now. While lost out of Esports, the man stuck out in the open. Unfortunate stance, he cannot even do anything. Right now it's taken down to barely any sort of HP. Surviving on a pixel. The EMP zone is so tough to deal with. No sights. And that's why for NoNx to be as precise is now going to be even tougher. Then you've also got to learn from past, making that pounce, and eventually skilled. What a trace that was! Ejects the man outside of the vehicle. That's going to be the first man taken out from Learn from Past. That's got to sting.
Yeah, but now the EMP is gone. So your crosshairs are going to be up and running again, those reticles. NoNx Esports, they have to try and find a better spot to work with. 2 players is done and dusted. A vehicle spot by Owen in the distance. Can't really take those shots though. Picking up a fight against the players of Last Ade. It could go bad for the players of NoNx at any time. But Last Ade, we spoke about them a few moments ago. A decent outing yesterday, still in the mid-20s. But considering the roster that this team has, we expect them to just be frag heavy. I mean, you keep talking about Genesis and their run during the BGIS 26. We spoke about Troy Million and Myth as well. Last Ade, they were playing under the banner of Ewoks, and up until the semi-finals were one of the most aggressive teams in the entire tournament.
Yeah, but when it mattered the most, that's where they crumbled. And that's why Last Ade right now, it seems like they're just out of form. But I mean, we're still speaking of Colin. We're still speaking of Spy Shadow. And it does not seem like the same Last Ade or the same Evox that we've seen in the past. Or maybe Los Hermanos that we've seen in the past. Struggles are too much. Circle shifting on the left side of the map. There's Troy Million Esports as well. Pride Nations around the southern side. Even H4K's right around the block. TAG and Godsend next to each other.
I don't think there's intention from Godsend to try and pick this fight, or maybe even stop to check on the players of TAG. Levi still on the move along the shorelines, but finding a decent spot, decent position for cover. It might just be a big challenge for the players of NoNx Esports. From the distance though, it's Sujal. That rifle just taking shots on the players of Apex Gaming. Has the 8x to make it work, but doesn't really seem to find a connection over there. And Apex Gaming, now their next move inside the circle, find some cover to work with. On the other side, we saw Godsend just make that mad dash for the center of the circle. It seems like Last Ade were the ones who found the opening knock, but there is no possibility to charge forward for the finish.
Johnny, look at Godsend. Just one man getting 4 finishes. And that's going to be Junaid. Godsend Esports, they haven't been in the same performing form as they were in the qualifiers. But at least they're not doing too bad in the overall standings.
I think they're doing better, in fact.
33 points, 4 points off of this game as well. Or maybe, if I'd like to rephrase what I just said, they're not as aggressive as they were. Right now, they're showcasing much more tactical, much more passive game. But hey, as long as it's working out, that's all that matters.
Yeah, I think that was their learning from the qualifier stages. Opening week, they weren't really in a tougher group. They had a comparatively easy group. And they had the luxury to be as aggressive as they wanted. They did exactly that, got promoted. And after that promotion was when that struggle sort of became clear. That, yes, you need to be a little bit more controlled once you start stepping into lobbies where no one is actively pushing you. No one is actively trying to pressure you outside of cover, and people just wait for the fights to head towards them. A little bit of an awkward interaction between Aura and Thunder Gods. They could have actually gone for that finish if they had utility, but Aura Esports is completely backing off over here.
Maybe just wanted to buy some time to actually make that rotation inside of the circle and then gatekeep him.
It wasn't too far though. It was just like, I think 20-30 meters.
Yeah, I think they just want to gatekeep him. That's it. They're probably going to be setting up a major field trap around this area. And what is this nade?
They're going back into the to pick that fight now.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. What is Oryx even doing? Things not coordinated well enough. If you want, you can at least stay over here and try and guard the edge lines.
I think they realized a little too late that they had the knock in that fight. And then wanted to re-engage, but by then, Thunder Gods, they have gotten reset, and Aura Esports now cannot do anything. Now they just play for the circle. And this is such a brilliant, this is such amazing luck that they have working for them. That they mess up a fight, they go back, waste an extra few seconds, try to re-engage into Thunder Gods. Circle takes a shift, but it's not too far away from them.
Yeah.
Again, it's like 20 meters and they're again in the zone.
Actually finding themselves around the lucky block, and they can still hold off Thunder Gods Esports if they want. Oryx is right now just trying to spread themselves, but they're also going to be running into the open arms of Learn From Past and NoNx Esports, maybe. I'm not a big fan of the way they're positioning themselves inside of the circle. They're pretty much prone to a lot of threat. And right now, NoNx Esports locked in against the entirety of Last Ade Esports. Speaking of Last Ade, still around the edge of the circle, do not exactly know what sort of game plan they want to execute. And for NoNx Esports, they need to cross the open grounds, and that's where Last Ade might just have the advantage. Phoenix Esports, there we go, the man in the back spotting out the player. He's still not taking any shots. That's going to be the first headshot, and even the knock squeezes in. This is the exact opening Phoenix wanted.
Yeah, but now can they make that bounce against the players of Lost Arday is going to be the real question as Fade closing a lot of distance, and from the backlines, Evil, he fails to find the knock. This could be a big blunder. The man ejects, and Evil a little bit confused, but here's the backup, a timely one from the players of Lost Arday. Fade also was taken out of the equation, and Lost Arday on the verge of just making sure that Phoenix Esports, they will be forced to rise from the ashes, but in the next match, Eclipse, last man left alive, tries to run for his life, circling around that bush, has lost half his HP already, and I don't think Lost Arday are going to let him slip away. Could be the end, an early end for the players of Phoenix Esports, but hey, TAG with a quick third party as well.
Yeah, but TAG do not really have a lot of points secured off of this game. Only 2 finishes so far. And the vaults burned through every single recall they've got, but it doesn't even matter now. It's stage 4. Recalls are already disabled. Lost Arday Esports tossing utilities into oblivion. There's no one there. For Phoenix Esports, Eclipse is the only person with some ray of hope. And for TAG, probably the game plan's going to be to ram their vehicles against the foes, but first they need to be back up all the 4 players. But right now, H4K, they get absolutely blown. 2 players wiped out within that one single nade. Troy Timberland Esports, the defense, it's played to perfection. And H4K, they walk into a wall.
What a brilliant move from Troy Timberland Esports. As you mentioned, that nade just absolutely perfect. And no room left for H4K to recover. On the other side, Phoenix Esports, finally the last man, Eclipse, he gets confirmed. And I think in the next few moments we might just see Lost Arday going up against TAG as well. But Troy Timberland Esports, what an incredible start to their day. 9 eliminations secured from this opening match, and I think now they are just hoping for a big game on this map of Rondo.
Even Riot Nations is low-key doing a good job holding their spot down. Yes, not a lot of finishes, but they're constantly getting those knocks in the elimination feed. It's still not going to count to a lot. Lost Arday Esports, they messed things up big time. TAG, they found a big opener in this fight this time. Evil, he's the only person standing for Lost Arday. At least needs to get the first knock to try and get things under control. But even that's going to be denied. Evil is now taking too much damage, and eventually that one single well-placed nade from Jonathan, it's going to be the deal sealer.
Somehow Apex Gaming, they do manage to get a little bit of terrain to work with in this fight. And I was actually worried with how this fight began. Jelly instantly getting knocked out. Harsh and Hydro just forced on the flank. On towards the cliff side. In fact, there was no angle to engage into Lost Arday, but good execution from Apex Gaming, bringing Jelly back and re-engaging into Lost Arday, getting that squad wipe. Now the next rotation, it can get tricky. It's out into the open, so they do have to be cautious, but Riot Nations on our screens again, stuck in an awkward spot. Similar to what's happening to the players of Dragonclaw as this fight against the players of T7, it hasn't really worked out too well for them. 2 players from the side of Dragonclaw Esports, done and dusted, finished early inside of the smash, and TapGod as well makes a big mistake.
Oh, the Blues on the move. Johnny, the Blues on the move. And this is a big problem now. T7 Orion as well, they need to run away, but here's the main issue. There's a man knocked out, and the Blues not going to be having any mercy. Instead of putting him inside of the car, he puts him down. Oh no, he just fat fingers that, and he's probably going to just get taken out to the zone. Major blunders from T7 Orion.
Well, mistakes made, and they are going to be punished for it in the next few moments. I think that late rotation, late breach from the northeast, it's not going to work out too well. And there you have it, TAG already managing to catch them off guard. The opening has been found. There's the run over Hydro. First finish claimed, the second also gets shut down as Harsh from the backlines gets that frag, but what a shutdown coming through from Mudit. He has clutched out a fight earlier in this week, and now he's looking to do the same thing again. Jelly is on the flank, can cause a big pain for Mudit, but Mudit, he refused to go down, finally gets shut down from the backlines. Harsh finding that last frag, but Mudit, this is the second time he has almost clutched out a 1 versus 4. Last time as well, he got 3 knocks, got finished off by the last man. This time against TAG, takes down 3. I don't know how he got that finish onto Jelly, or the knock onto Jelly. Oh no, Jelly got on the knock onto Jelly, by the way. Ejected out of the car too quick.
Jelly got knock onto Jelly. It's kind of funny. But yeah, I guess it was just a major panic scenario that happened.
For TAG, not for
Yeah.
Mudit, apparently.
But right now for Gen X FM, it's also going to be a big panicky situation. Gen X FM, they haven't taken any sort of damage upon themselves, but the opposition, they're already taking too much damage. Gen X FM on the verge of wiping out the entirety of Signature, got set, and they do not even break a sweat. Do it in a pretty calm, cool, collected manner. Gen X FM, smooth gliding. That's like the hot knife through butter.
Pretty much, man.
But yeah, once again, speaking of that fight between TAG and their foes, I'm not gonna lie, these fights that TAG are winning, they're getting way too close for comfort.
Yeah, they are. First against Lostade, now against T7 Orion. And TAG, by the way,
All the 4 players alive.
yeah, all 4 still alive, but stuck towards the northeastern edge of the circle, and the circle shifts away. But it's still working out, man. They have 9 eliminations on the board, and as we saw, all 4 players still intact. So there is still a decent possibility of TAG actually securing this first chicken dinner of the day.
No, they're way too far back, man. The moment they try to make it inside of the circle, there's going to be Myth Official taking those shots. Gen X FM as well. They're going to try to find a breaching opportunity. There's going to be a lot of that chaos unfolding pretty soon. Gen X FM, Myth, and TAG are definitely going to have a fight. And whoever third party stat with the perfect timing is going to be the one to win. And as of now, it's such a peaceful stance. The dust starting to settle once again. The battlegrounds once again looking pretty quiet. But now TAG, they've realized it's time to break a lot of sweat as you need to try and advance inside of the circle. But since you've got all the 4 players standing, you can still wreak a lot of chaos.
Thunder Gods, I think their journey in this game might just come to an early end. Both the players spotted out by TAG in the back, but a few shots from Learn From Pause do deter that pressure away. And I think that is something that Thunder Gods are going to be grateful for, considering they are also in the same situation as TAG, but Gen X FM closing in on the players of Red Ross. Aman looking to kick things off, and they have found enough. The players of Red X Ross, they find the second as well. Ghost on the flank goes down, and now it's down to a 1v1 in which a third party from the side of NoNx actually secures the squad wipe.
Oh my god. Gen X FM, what a blunderous push that was.
I won't call it a blunder. I don't think even Red Ross expected NoNx to chime in like that.
But Gen X FM is supposed to calculate all of this beforehand. They should have known that there should be a third party. I mean, come on, it's open ground, of course. You're going to get shot at from the sidelines. The call should have been to directly slam on those cover flares. But instead, they were just flying around, and right now it's going to be Myth trying to take the opportunity since they know Red X Ross is already really hurt. Another man gets knocked out from Red X. That's going to be superb, taken care of. Last man, Zeref, all the way in the back lines, and I highly doubt it's going to be the difference maker. Zeref's job is going to be to survive for as long as possible. Red X, they probably just want to squeeze in placement points now.
Yeah, considering this is the fourth game for a lot of these, third game for a lot of these, no, fourth game actually, for a lot of these teams, my apologies. I think the goal should be for the teams that are outside of the 20-point marker to try and get into the late 20s, or maybe if they can hit that 30-point marker. And for the teams already in the 40s like TAG and LEFP, I think they would still like to just keep this average going, get as much of a bonus from this map of Rondo as you can. And TAG, yeah, this is going to be the end of Thunder Gods. There is no escape. You're just out into the open, that deployable cover. It's not enough space for you to move around with. And Apex Gaming, they will just nade Thunder Gods out of existence.
Yeah, too many nades. It's like an artillery strike. And they cannot even withstand all the damage that was there on top of them.
It wasn't a good spot to work from, to be honest.
Unfortunate stuff. But for TAG, that's just going to be more map control established. Moving in tandem, TAG somehow still alive with all the 4 players. That is just unacceptable. For some reason, the lobby's just ending up eliminating themselves, and TAG, they're getting a free go at everything. I personally thought we might see a fight between Myth, Gen X FM, but Gen X FM, for some reason, they decided to go down south and take a fight against Red X Ross, which completely does not work out.
Well, then, Gen X FM, they also got taken out a few moments ago, so there's still, I think, a potential bounce back happening from the players of Myth. I mean, they still have all 4 players up and running, and they're present towards the southeastern edge of their play zone. So, if they can avoid engaging into either Learn From Past, well, they don't have to engage into Learn From Past, they're outside the play zone. If they can avoid getting taken out by TAG or NoNx Esports, then Myth can just keep their heads down till the late stages of the game and just play for a chicken dinner from here on out. That would give them 15 points and get their total tally close to 40.
Hands down. Apex Gaming with 11 eliminations on the board. This has been a crazy game for TAG. Probably do want to secure every single piece of point that lies out in the open right now. And learn from past, there's no possible way they can survive this. The man's just out in the open trying to bob and weave, but you're not Neo from Matrix, my friend. You will collapse, and that's what happens. For TAG, Jonathan in the back is still trying to scout out some grounds. He knows there's someone still back there. And learn from past, there's Honey standing. Just one elimination point, creeping and crawling on the floor. The question is, for how long can he actually keep himself alive? And NoNx Esports as well, within the blink of an eye, they get completely extinguished from the game.
Quite unfortunate for the players of NoNx Esports, but hey, Myth, they're still alive, and it seems like now they are starting to make mistakes. One of the players did get knocked out over there, but Myth should be an easy recovery for them. On the other side, Apex Gaming hoping for a chicken dinner, hoping to see if they can dominate the overall leaderboard once more. But learn from Pastani, last man left alive. I think not a lot of hope for him. Just heal for as long as possible and then just eventually succumb to the damage from the blue.
TAG. The fact that the man's going for a heal strat, that too in this meta, that's just unbelievable. But eventually he does get cut off from the game. So he's done for. TAG, 14 eliminations on the board so far. It's been an insane game.
I have a question, Necro. I mean, if you were Honey and you know that the moment you cross that ridge, you are giving your point to someone, wouldn't it just be better to just stay in the blue and go down to the blue? Deny points?
Or maybe, you know, just try and grief TAG. That's what I would have done.
How?
Just try and find a knock.
That, yeah, for sure. I mean, you can try, but like, I think it's 4v1. It might be difficult. I would have griefed Naksh.
Even if he finds one knock there, that's still going to be a potential opening.
Yeah,
but it's a different thing that all these teams won't really capitalize on.
You and I both are on the same page that griefing is better than going for a heal battle, right?
Hands down.
Yeah.
Hands down.
Just take out someone.
Heal battle before when Sanok was a part of the meta? Yes, that's the best thing you can do.
Vikendi, man. That was the heal battle era.
I mean, even Vikendi, but even before, right? Even when Sanok was in the meta, you could actually heal all the way up to stage 8.
Yeah, Vikendi, you could just like heal battle in the blue.
Through the entire game.
That was such a slow map.
I mean, back then, even if you do not have a strategy, you could just heal battle and directly qualify to the grand finals.
Hey.
That's how much potential Medstrats had.
That is why we love Rondo, the chaos, the fact that you need to fight. And in case of Naksh, you just don't need to fight the opponents, you need to fight your own teammates as well. Because Skillful just took out one of his own teammate, and now NoNx Esports are just wiped out from this game. He naded his own teammate over there in that fight.
Hey, but TAG, as of now, 16 eliminations on the board, and the game is still not done yet. But what if Myth is going to be the one to come out on top and steal this game away from them?
Necro, 16 elimination versus 16 nades right now on the players of Myth.
Yeah, if they want, they can literally just toss every single piece of nade on top of TAG, and TAG will not have any sort of answer.
I think that is what they need to do. That is what they should be doing right now. Just throw every single nade, turn this area into a minefield.
Oh, the only reason why they're tossing nades like that out in the open
is
to create those dips.
Yeah.
They're making those dips to hide. And that's going to give Myth a little bit more of that advanced positioning inside of the game. While for TAG, Hirsch is going to be the man they're banking everything upon. If Hirsch is able to find the first opener against Myth from his off angle, then everything is going to just fall into the place. But if his position gets compromised, and if Hirsch gets taken down right here, right now, TAG's game is done. They cannot win it anymore.
Pretty much. They just need an opening. As soon as they have numbers working in their favor, TAG, it will be go time for them. Just make that bounce on the players of Myth. And as you were talking about Harsh, one thing I noticed, no utility on him. Had he had a nade or a Molotov, maybe he could have tried and flushed the players off. Myth out of cover, but now finally going for the battle. And Harsh somehow, what was that? That spray right on his head finds the opening. Although the trade is there for the players of Myth as well.
That was such a great reflex. Shutting down that man from the side of Myth. Herschel, I'm pretty sure he was sent back to his childhood with that one. But now even the blue's going to be on the move, and TAG doing anything with this blue, it's going to be impossible. They're going to be forced to move outside of their comfort zone. They're being forced by the wall. And now these nades as well, they're just going to find a lot of success. It's done. It's going to be Myth who steals away that chicken dinner in the end.
What a game coming through for the players of Myth. And what an ending as well, man. 9 nades, not 9, my apologies. 9 was the amount of nades that they had left once they were done with TAG. They started off with 16 frag grenades remaining in that final fight. And I think TAG, the game plan was brilliant. Harsh on the flag, finds an opening, but that instantaneous trade and no follow-up for the other players. I think that is where Apex Gaming lost this chicken dinner. But do they care? They had like 16 eliminations.
Yeah, it doesn't even matter. Apex Gaming, I think they're still going to be on the first spot of the match rankings, even though they did not really win that entire scuffle in the end. But you know what? Speaking of the final few moments, and speaking of that entire final moment, TAG just could not win that battle on paper. TAG backs against the wall. They were going to be forced by the blue any moment. The only possible way TAG could have won that battle was if Hirsch was able to find 2 knocks. That's where it would have been a game-changing moment.
So, look at this. Harsh, he gets 1. And then from the flank, there was damage dished out on the players of Myth as well, because that is how situation became easy for Harsh. I think at that time, when that distraction on the flank does its job, the other lads were supposed to figure out a way, as you mentioned, to find that second, to keep the pressure of the numbers up on the players of Myth. You can find that second with lining up a nade on the opponents. If you get that sound cue, you know where the player is. And TAG was also in the range of flobbing that utility.
Yeah.
Or just straight up get up on your feet and start taking those shots. But I think they, as you mentioned, he needed that second, and TAG waited for that second knock. Harsh got traded out, and then it just became a 3v3.
Yeah, but I'm still a little bit confused on the entire moment that Gen X FM tried to execute. I still don't understand that. Push on top of Red X, it was so exposed. Everyone knows that if you're going to take a fight against the surroundings, and Gen X FM, even if you wanted to take a fight against Red X, the call should have been to directly slam your vehicles against those cover flares. But instead, they were just moving around, jumping around the vehicles, and that's why they were also getting shot at from the side of Nux in the backlines.
Yeah, pretty much, man. Jumping around in vehicles. I think that has to be Jelly's iconic line with how he got knocked out earlier. But anyways, jokes apart, we have the top players from this match on our screen. Stroy the Millions, Maxi Oso becomes the MVP of the game with 7 eliminations, followed by Harsh from Apex Gaming with 6. We have Lucifer from Myth with 5. Jonathan from TAG also makes it to the list with 5. And Vengeance from the side of NoNx Esports. I think Vengeance was just getting vengeance for himself, because start of the game for Phoenix was not that great. We saw the team getting wiped out early in those early fights, but after the recalls, they did do quite well and got a decent number of eliminations.
Yeah, I mean, for NoNx Esports overall, if you look at it, it's still going to be an activator. They've activated a major comeback in the overall standings, and the fact that they've also got double digits on the board right now, it's a pretty good start for them. NoNx Esports can use this as a leeway and catapult themselves even higher in the overall standings. Looking at the moments at the start of the game, I mean, for Godsend Esports, it was a decent start, but still getting trapped between so many teams, it was crazy. But NoNx Esports breaking through this deadlock was insane, and making the opposition look like absolute bots, it was crazy.
Yeah, and I think had they not done that, maybe Dragonclaw could have done better in this game, because Dragonclaw was starting to build up momentum in that in those fights in NoNx Factory. And from there, after that wipeout, after that shutdown at the hands of Phoenix, they weren't really able to recover. But as we move towards the end of the game, this is what we were talking about. Harsh in a brilliant off angle, tried his level best to put pressure on the players of Myth, wasn't really able to, and Myth did walk away with a nice, juicy chicken dinner.
That was actually an insane knock from Hirsch. The fact that he was almost on the verge of being taken out from the game, it was an inevitable fact. But he still gets away with 1. Now that is an absolute criminal move.
I want to practice enough to have aim like that, if I'm being honest about it. That crosshair opened right on his face.
Yeah.
And that was such a tight peek that was given by the player of Myth.
When you play games so much, at that point, it's just straight up instincts. That's it. And those instincts kicked in for the man, and he was able to find a straight up knock on towards one of the players of Myth. And speaking of Myth, 22 points on the board as well, even from their side. That's going to be chicken dinner backed up. Even for TAG, 22 points. It's a pretty solid game. Troy Timberland Esports as well getting 7 points. Nux as well getting 10 points. Redix getting 9 points for themselves. Good games from them. But where is NoNx Esports?
Oh, they are on the second page. I don't think they got double digits. I think it was just the early fights in NoNx Factory that they were able to dominate.
Which means they've only got 5 or 6 points.
Yeah, I think so. I think 5 or 6 points.
Oh no, that's bad. We thought NoNx Esports is almost starting to mount a comeback.
It could be the start of a comeback. Rondo slips out. You just lock in for the next 2 maps. And then you never know, if you are able to secure about 15 points per game, Phoenix could still find themselves in a decent spot. But it's not just them that we have to worry about. Last Star Day, H4K, Godsend, all of these teams, I mean, they were aggressive. They were looking solid. Gen X FM as well, just 5 points from this game. But this is the map of Rondo. you need to make sure that you're getting to those double digits. We have the overall rankings on our screens. TAG, they just keep moving onward and upward, still sticking around on the first spot. Taking it away, in fact, from the players of True Rippers. Myth, although have taken a massive leap. Look at that, moving up 8 positions and finding themselves on the 5th spot right now.
Yeah, great leap. But even Tractable Esports, look at that. 12 positions jump in the overall standings. Now, that's what you call a massive catapult. And this is what I was saying, right? Even a team on the 32nd spot can still easily make that catapult. And Tractable Esports, I think they've only had, what, like 10 points off of that game?
Yeah.
And even though they only got 10 points, there's still a 12 position leap.
But this is such a brilliant time to execute it, right? Because if you have that 12 position leap right now, if you get those 10 points now you're just 4 points away from the top 8.
Yeah, that's quite easy for Tractable Esports, to be honest. They can easily get those points. If you move on towards the latter half of the board, there's still going to be teams like MADKINGS, H4K, Ares, RIX still on the latter half. And now we're still waiting for MADKINGS to make that comeback. Since MADKINGS was not playing that previous game, they're going to be back in the next game, which is quite exciting. Esports Social as well is going to be making a comeback. For Phoenix Esports, expected a lot more in that game, but they only managed to secure 6 points off of that. You can look at it as a positive thing. Since yesterday in 3 games, they only had 4 points. Now in the first game, they've got 6 points. It's a good thing.
Exactly, man. The graph is going in the right direction, and now hopefully in the next game they can get 7 points or 8 points and just slowly and steadily move up that average. But elimination leaders, Jonathan moving up the list, and he's closing in on Dhruv now.
Oh my god, he's about to dethrone Dhruv. There's no way. Lord Dhruv, you cannot be dethroned. I mean, in my world of reality, Dhruv is supposed to be on top. And if Dhruv gets dethroned, my world is shattered.
Well, I think your world deserved to be shattered then. I mean, it's just the start of the tournament, Necro. And Jonathan finally making that list, man. I think a lot of fans now are going to start to root against you.
Well,
including me. Let's
know
go.
What? I still believe in Lord Dhruv's supremacy. I believe he's going to be on first.
TAG on top, Necro. We're going to find out what happens after this very short break, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
You know what? The last game kind of suggested that it's not just the young guns who are coming in inside of the Pro Series and making their mark. We're also getting the Apex Predators, I see, who are coming in and, of course, just absolutely destroying the battlegrounds. Ladies and gentlemen, of course, welcome to BMPS 2026, the English broadcast. My name is Salty, and joining alongside is going to be IC Baby, of course, to discuss the next 2 matches of Erangel. And, of course, Group A have a significant advantage right now. They're going to play the next 2 back-to-back games. I see. What are your thoughts about the last one, though?
Well, the last one was a little bit surprised as well. Like, I think a lot of the teams that really needed those points needed to step up big in Rondo. In particular, I think MIF and also TAG did that exact thing here to kind of sneak up. TAG obviously now on top. But again, the chase is still on, right? Like, if this was a battle between 16 other teams, sure, they're pretty much safe. But this is a battle between 32. So that means there are some matches they are going to be set out. And the chase is going to be a little bit more difficult as well. Because if you were to put it on simple terms, right? On average, 4 groups, 8 slots. That means realistically, the top 2 from each group should sneak in the top 8 here. So doing good now is great, but every single game needs to be a top 2 performance at least.
100%. And just like you mentioned, I think every team out there is going to get 2 rondos for themselves to try and cover that gap. And I think Myth and TAG both kind of did justice to that opportunity. The first rondo absolutely blind of a performance. But next up, we have 2 games of Erangel. And Group A is playing back-to-back. One against Group D, one against Group C. If you talk about who's there in Group A, you're getting teams like VXT, Rapid Chaos. Somebody who's still there inside the top 8. I think for these teams out there, 2 great games would mean securing your slot, at least putting 1 foot inside of the semi-finals.
Agreed. And in this case as well, for MIF and TEG, they definitely need to do a little bit more in this scenario as well. And I think we did talk a little bit more towards Troy Diamond Esports being one of those teams that kind of surprised us with a 12 position jump. But again, 12 position jump, not in the top 8 yet. They're already one game ahead of everybody else. It's a good signs of track, but they need to be a little bit more consistent.
100%. And I think this is what Rondo gives you as well. It does give you those big jumps on the overall standing, and you have to utilize those Rondos as well. One match of Erangel kind of not really going your way, still understandable. You can still readjust in the coming games. But I think Rondo is something every player has to be really locked in. But, coming into the games of Erangel, TAG is not going to be playing in. Group D has a couple of names. Myth Official, yet one more good advantage for them. They're going to be playing the next game. Do you think they are back in maybe the semi-finals of BGI's form once again? Do you see the players in the zone already?
I think they definitely are as of yet. But again, consistency has always been a big ask, right? We've known Detrox to be a very, very strong IGL for quite some time. Performance in the past few weeks, not exactly great. It's a do or die now, right now.
It certainly is do or die, ladies and gentlemen. Just like we mentioned, it is going to be the lands of Erangel that get activated up soon. We're heading straight to the lands of Erangel and find out who is going to be the next winner of this match.
Well, we shall see, because this new group shuffle is going to be coming in play here. It's going to be Group A and D. And things are going to be expecting a little bit of a switch up here, especially coming from Group A. In particular, a team that really, really needs to buck up here is going to be MADKINGS, who had a very, very interesting journey during qualifiers here. Started from Group B, got kicked out of Group C, and stood no chance to actually fight for a semi-final slot. And yesterday's performance from them hasn't been great. Things hasn't been looking good for them. Hopefully, in this few games, they are able to pick up some serious points, especially after the split with Cyrex leaving towards AX, who arguably during the qualifiers as well, we felt like maybe it wasn't a good idea for AX, but yesterday AX actually popped off.
Yeah, and Cyrex himself is popping off as well. I think he's somewhere around the 3rd or the 4th spot on the elimination leaders. And, I still believe that there's a lot of people who are criticizing the eliminator standoff, but I kind of feel like, if there's a player who can give you like 60 frags during the course of a tournament, that player is an asset inside your team.
Well, fair enough. That's going to be a Drew for now, but they haven't exactly started their journey yet. Rapid Chaos is going to be playing later on as well.
They are playing this one.
Oh, wait, sorry. They are playing this game. So this is a beautiful time to actually pull the lead as well, because Jonathan is slowly catching up as of yet. But speaking of matches here, seems like AX is going to be hitting this Novo, Rapid Chaos hitting this military base, nothing super out of the ordinary. Circle is going to shift all the way to the west side here. We've seen a lot of circles like this. I don't think this is going to shift into those Everest now. We've seen a couple ones, but this one feels like to be a Gatka circle potentially.
I mean, can be potentially, like you said, MADKINGS in that compound right next to the Georgia Pool Bridge. That has been the usual drop spot for a while now. They're going to be the first teams to actually make it inside of the circle. The same can be said for VXT, who in my opinion I see is going to be one of the strongest teams to take this match away. They certainly have had that run of momentum, especially in the qualifiers as well. And now, inside of the survival stage, I'm pretty sure that momentum is still going to be there. I mean, you've got Smoker, who's still fragging up heavy. You've got Rex as an IGL as well. This man is popping off. And if we speak about Likitha Esports as well, I think the only phrase that comes to my mind when it comes to their performance is this team turns on and off.
Yeah, I agree. Like, Likitha Esports last year was a phenomenal run. Earlier BGIS, we saw signs of life here and there. But this entire BMPS, things hasn't been looking great for them. But it has been okay for now. Like, I think they were doing a little bit shaky performance, but yesterday's performance, they did get 25. So I think they're on the right track, but they definitely need to score some serious points. And for VXT, coming online on week 4 itself was phenomenal as well, considering that none of us actually expected VXT to pop off, but on the week 4 itself, they started fragging heavy. We thought it might be a fluke, it may be a one-hit wonder, but now, 32 points. Pretty decent, I would say.
Pretty decent, and also on the overall standings, look at their rankings as well, right? 7th position for VXT. Rapid Chaos is still sitting at 9, so we've got teams around the 30-point mark. Both teams on 32, it doesn't really matter, but ladies and gentlemen, it seems like there's a small word in our ear which does say that this match needs to be restarted again. Technical issues do happen, and I feel like for all the players and for their fair competition, it is important for us to restart once again. I see we're going to wait it out. It's completely fine. But for all the teams out there, I think they're going to be pretty happy as well. That circle was too far away
Yeah.
from the flight path.
I think that's one as well. Number two, it's like we also want to ensure fair play for everybody as well. Like if the server is lagging, you know, that there was bugs involved as well. Obviously, rehosting is going to be the wise decision here. Fortunately for them, nothing super crazy actually happened here.
No team got
because
eliminated.
We've had issues like that before in the past where it was just really uncanny and unfortunate as well. Let's talk about the past here. I know a specific team that should have done well, but that was just a sad day.
Should I give you a hint? Are they playing in the survival stage? I don't think so.
No. They're in the semi-finals now. They're in the semi-finals now.
Well, reminds me of that journey. But never mind. I think still, overall, the performance of the teams, especially the ones who just landed on this particular matchup, I think they're in a very important juncture right now. We just saw Rapid Chaos VXT in the 7th and the 9th spot.
Yep.
Imagine the amount of pressure on these lads as well. Imagine the amount of pressure on Dhruv on his shoulders, because he's been leading the elimination leaderboard for a while. His teammates have been looking at him as the man who gets the frags, and I hope he gets the frags as well, lads. But it seems like for now, there is going to be a little bit of a delay. It's not going to be a lot. We are going to be back with the matches of Erangel. 2 back-to-back matches will come your way, but after a short break. Don't go anywhere.
Please do not get in my way. You cannot drop in my lane. Tires is burning the pain. You don't have nothing to say. This is how legends are made. I know I got what it takes. And I'm not popping the brakes. And I'm not popping the brakes. I'm too competitive. I like the narrative. That on no place in the league. Who you comparing with? That is definitive. Top of the throne, it is me. How you moving so when it's me? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the fire. Bringing the fire. I just been bringing the. And they can't stop me. They know that I'm bringing the. I got the fuel in my veins. Trust me, I'm making a name. We are not one and the same. I am on top of the game. I cut out the line on my brakes, and that's why the drive is insane. Heart of a champ, adrenaline rushes is numbing the pain. I'm too competitive. I like the narrative. I don't know best in the league. Who you comparing with? That is definitive. Top of the throne, it is me. How you moving so when it's me? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the fire. Been bringing the fire. I just been bringing the fire. And they can't stop me. They know that I'm bringing the.
I remember the golden fields,
Some amazing commercials right there, I see. I mean, which one did you like the most? Like the Spartan King or the one with the Ford?
I like the one with the Monster Energy, man. Why?
Makes a lot of sense.
Why?
I mean,
I like it hype, man. It's boom. You know, it goes super pumped. You know.
Lads, we just have unleashed a beast here tonight. Let's just not go there very soon. But we're going to go to the technical side of things.
Okay.
I like technical IC much better than the beast IC so far. Let's have a look at the overall rankings and find out which are the teams who should be in a little bit of a danger situation for them. I mean, we still have TAG on top, 55 points, quite comfortably. True Rippers, 52 points. And learn from past AX Smith officials still around that 40s. You've got Gotsen, Naksh and VXT around the lower 30s as well, and Rapid Chaos slowly following up. I see any other team, especially from the first 16, who you think can maybe make a bounce back?
I think as of yet, K9 definitely needs to make a little bit of bounce back, even for Cornwall Spark as well, because as of yet, when we talk about sneaking the top 8 here, TAG, Learn from Past, Myth, Godsend, Nash, they're already one game behind everybody else, so the competition is going to be tight, right? Like, if this was like a head-to-head between 16 teams, yeah, it's pretty straightforward. You're not going to be expecting any kind of chases, but the chase gets tighter because this is a competition between 32 teams in all the separate groups, and that means for you to score some serious points in the top 8, you need to be a table topper in your respective groups in order to qualify. So the cutthroat is very, very hard. It is one of the most difficult format actually to survive as well. You cannot afford to lose games because one bad game can be the decider between you being on 9th place or 8th position.
Pretty much. And as we can see as well from the number of matches played, the majority of the teams have played 3 matches. There are some teams who have played their 4 matches as well. And I feel like I see for us to get the final picture, or rather let's just say the first draft of the overall standings, at least 6 matches needs to be played. Once halfway down the survival stage is done and dusted, I feel like that is when teams are going to start feeling the heat, especially the ones who are going to be in the bottom 16. How do you manage that climb up? How do you arrange your games for yourself? Is it going to be the big match of Rondo? Is it going to be consistent performance on Erangel? We'll all find out, I guess.
Yeah, it has to be averaged out as well here. So by the end of the day, we will have a little bit halfway point here on who the potential top 8 is going to be in. But of course, the race must continue before we actually continue in towards finding out after the end of the day here, because now we are back into game number 2 here for the map of Erangel. This is going to be a little bit of rehost, but fortunately, it wasn't a major factor. It was a major issue. Everything is sorted now.
Everything is going to be sorted. And I think even MADKINGS teams like VXT, they're going to be very happy because they were potentially the first teams inside of the playing zone. And now even they are quite close to their drop location. For MADKINGS, for VXT, they're going to find Puchinki, they're going to find Georgopol as well. Shouldn't really be a big issue, but the issue, of course, is going to be where does the circle drop? It does determine whether or not your team is going to be the first ones to enter the playing zone, potentially finding good fighting spots inside of the zone area. But as of yet, we do get to see these players eject out of the flight path. Nothing out of the extraordinary, I think. I was looking out for those early drop collisions. There seems to be absolutely no one in close contention.
Well, fair enough. I think we didn't really see too much about it in the previous round as well. But based on the rankings as of yet, VXT does have the best record into the Erangel. But majority of the ports came down towards week 4 itself when they are run during Group C, where the matches wasn't exactly at stake. There wasn't really much at stake as well. VXT was able to fix their their problems. You know, they were able to isolate the issues that they were overcoming in as well during week 4 as well. It was a very nice practice coming into the survivals. They do have that momentum. So this is a good track for VXT at least, who's currently also part of the top 8 as of now. So this game is going to be extremely crucial for them. But we might see a little bit of drop clash here between VXT and Riot Nations inside for Chinky. We've seen this happen multiple times, and Riot Nations seems to be disengaging from this fight again. So again, Riot Nations hasn't been able to find a lot of good spots here, and they do have a track record of heading towards Pachiki. It seems like they haven't exactly found their comfort home yet.
I mean, since you're talking about track records, I think Riot Nations, they haven't really fared well, especially when it comes to these early fights. More often than not, you see Riot Nations getting picked off early, but this time they've done something which is extremely clever in my opinion. I think they've taken all the exit route options from VXT. Every single vehicle that was in that territory, Riot Nations drop around. They don't really go in for loot. They just pick up the vehicles and get the heck out of there. VXT is going to be extremely pissed about this. The garage is empty right now, and this is what we call stealing from your best mates.
Yeah, fair enough. But at the same time, they will have a little bit of a longer duration to look for those vehicles for sure. I think VXT, Riot Nations, K9 always had this issue in towards Pochinki. But interesting enough, after this season in general, we got like also in the mix. It has been a four-way showdown. And this past 4 weeks, we've seen that except for God, like everybody else was struggling in Pochinki. And even for K9, which again, hopefully when they start playing, they should be able to get a Pochinki for themselves, which is their home ground. But for MADKINGS, now, their home grounds are a little bit interesting as well. They've swapped between South George, North George, and also Hospital for a majority of the times. And seems like they are going to be expecting company this time here with Troy Temen Esports hovering around North George. So they do have a rough idea that they are somewhat getting contested. Hopefully they do not get picked off. And as for AX, well, this is also going to be a little bit of a switch as well coming from AX. I was expecting AX to hit towards Boatyard, maybe even towards Rozok as well. But seems like they've abandoned those two spots and actually head towards Novo. So Rozok and Boatyard pretty much empty now.
Yeah, I mean, very surprisingly so as well. We do see a lot of teams dropping down on that Rozok and that school compound region, especially when the Group A matches are around. We typically know those spots to be home grounds for Orangutan, for teams like Team Seoul as well. And more often than not, they do tend to collide. But this time, like you mentioned, it is completely empty. Teams like AX, teams like Rapid Chaos will have to cross on over which bridge they want to pick off. Is also going to be a point of conversation, I see, because imagine this, AX rotating in from the Nova Upnoi bridge. There's a high possibility, knowing Myth and what they do, usually the shenanigans end up around the bridge itself. They try and go for bridge blocks to try and get those early eliminations, and AX might just fall into the trap. So it has to be very careful on how do they scout information and how do they proceed the game plan further.
I think what's really impressive about playing in BMPS is that considering that there's what 100 over teams, let's just be real. You know, well, not really 100 over teams, more like 100 over players with different kind of habits. But with so many teams in the picture, everybody has a very unique drop spots and also play style to work with to actually decipher each and every single team. That's a skill that a lot of analysts needs to put in the homework here to actually pull this off. So why it's a little bit passive from this game is because whoever made the call to drop in specific spots has done their research and homework. So a majority of the time is not about training for gunfire, training for team play. It's majority of the time figuring out who drops where. That's the one that takes the most amount of time before a match happens.
And I think this is what the Pro Series also separates you from the India Series as well, right? I mean, imagine this. You've got so many open teams inside of BGIS. And I'm assuming majority of them just play BGMI as a casual game. They just love this game and they play it and they're typically good at it. When it comes to the Pro Series, this is where the analysts come into the picture. This is where the support staff get into the picture as well. This is highly competitive. The best of the best survive and make it to BMPS. And of course, only few can make it to the grand finals of this extravaganza. And still feel like the impact of support staff, like you mentioned, having an analyst, having a coach, somebody who is able to guide the boys as well, especially in their rough patch, becomes extremely important. I think you yourself have done something like this with a much larger team and in a different scene altogether.
Yeah, I did, but you know, pros of being a caster, right? You are going to be watching anyways to be focusing
Yeah.
majority of time. But I think now it comes down to a situation where, based on this rotation right from stage 1, where nothing really happened and a lot of sniping has been included here, I feel like this is going to be a very, very sweaty lobby. And I think teams who can adapt on the fly and make quick decisions on the spot is going to be extremely crucial. And for MADKINGS, looks like they are going to get a little bit aggressive here. They've got control on towards Everest. They've got control to the south side as well. They're hoping that if the circle actually shifts up north, great for them. But if it shifts down south, they've already got a backup plan. So this widespread for MADKINGS is extremely risky. But if anybody decides to go in for the push, they have to be prepared as well.
You talked about going in for a push. NoNx Esports this time come in and pick off a Blair from T7 Orion. Firo, once again, I mean, more often than not, I think I've seen this player kind of hanging out in the open terrains, and this time again, suffering from the consequences. NoNx Esports, quite easy pickings for them, but T7 Orion, this is a team I see that has got a lot of quality. I think especially when it came to Week 4 qualifiers, we saw what T7 Ryan were made up of, and I don't really want to count out this team. They are sitting at the 17th position. Right now they've got decent gunpowder as well. All just comes down to whether or not these players can do minute fixes, right? Not going out in the open, it's just about changing slide habits, not really peeking out when it's not necessary, not really making a lot of noise, and of course it does come down to a lot of intricacies, but for now T7 Ryan, they will play with a 3-man lineup.
Well, this is a little bit unfortunate for them, I'd say. Like, again, 3-man, it's still doable. You're losing a scout rider early on. As long as the core members are able to find a good spot to actually hold down, it's great. But seems like Aries Esports, they're just going for a very aggressive strategy here to try and hit the edges here. They're shooting anything that moves. They found another pick here. It's going to be on Phoenix. It seems like they are going to try and take this fight on the edges here, not risk pushing inside yet, considering the lobby may be a little bit centered onto the front as well. But Eric goes in for the push, finds the second one. Looking for the third. Phoenix might just crumble right here.
Phoenix Esports, I mean, they were not even ready for a fight. They were trying to go in for a revive, imagining that maybe Aries Esports, all that they could find was a knock themselves, but now Aries Esports wipe the floor with Phoenix. There's a very early elimination coming through, I see.
Oh my goodness, Phoenix wasn't expecting that as well, but Aries definitely the wild card in this lobby. Just push anything that moves, and considering how passive the lobby is, well, it makes a lot of sense as well that Phoenix just wasn't prepared. But speaking of a little bit of clash here, they are clashing here. It's going to be NoNx and HADX fighting for this compound. HADX already losing one.
I mean, the utility was flushed out for sure, but then HADX quickly came up in front of Aman Shotgun. Couldn't really survive. One man has been knocked out to NoNx as well, and now they're doubling up. Beautiful nade coming in from Jax, which does give them yet another man down. This is an advantage for HADX Esports, but only if Caesar can manage to push inside as those needs still come in. Jax in a very good position, but Cypher needs to come in and support him as well.
Oh boy, they are attracting a lot of attention here between HADX and NoNx. They do need to wrap things up a little bit quickly as well, but NoNx, they're still focused on trying to tumble him down onto his HADX as well. The push comes through from Haxi, misses every single shot, out of ammunition, gets run down, and Jax takes him out. But the refrag here coming from Oman with the nades is going to get the re-knock here. But guess what? We are going to be expecting a third party right now.
This is bad news. One team, H4K, is here to try and hit all of them. Not just the ones who are still standing on their feet, but the ones who are also on their knees as well. Couple of nades to flush out the interiors before H4K move inside finally. NoNx still have a player knocked down. They have a player who is still standing. Aman is going to be the only man to try and put up a fight, but H4K just to walk past him. Just one finish point for them is all that they could find, but HADX is still in the territory, by the way, and they can still put up a fight.
Yeah, they got a little bit of reset as well. MADKINGS is looking for the fifth party, gets scouted out by Nodi. That's going to be a knock on clutch card, so no fifth party for the next 10 seconds. The team H4K is going to focus to clean out this compound and secure it for themselves. So good little spot here coming from H4K. Now they have the time against their clocks here. They have to push in, they have to wrap things up before MADKINGS come through.
That was a good nade, but unfortunately it did not connect. Caesar does have the DPS to try and counter this. Just one man left alive for HADX, and a lot of hopes and dreams on this man. Hasn't really been the greatest of starts inside of the survival stage for HADX Esports, but this game, they kind of thought that they could withstand the fight against NoNx, but now H4K and MADKINGS makes things so much more difficult. Caesar will still be looking to actually walk away with a couple of elimination points. H4K, these two lads, in my opinion, they are being a little impatient now, I see.
Oh boy. Seems like they are, but seems like the job is done. They will wipe them out, and H4K will secure the entire compound for themselves. And guess what? No third parties for themselves. So this is a huge win here for H4K. And as of yet, it is in the center of the zone. So this is arguably a god spot here for H4K. And unfortunately for MADKINGS, they could not capitalize on this at all. What a shot from Nodi as well. And now with the smokes in play, H4K is going to reposition those vehicles to kind of decide how they want to take this approach in the zone, with the zone actually shifting outside of Pochinki. MADKINGS actually shift in towards the center, ignoring H4K altogether.
And I think they will be forced to ignore them as well. Like you mentioned, the shot from Nodi, the knock against MADKINGS, that just kind of discouraged them from going in from their third party. Rapid Chaos on the other side. It's Dhruv on top of the roof. I'm not really sure if this place... It's quite exposed from all angles, I guess. Shots coming in from any side. Dhruv is going to get knocked out instantly, but Rapid Chaos is still taking in those risks in order to find those knocks. Right Nations for them, not really a lot of cover. They found themselves a little bit of a ridge, but that's about it. All they want to try and do is maybe push back through from this rooftop.
Yeah, and as of yet, Riot Nations has pretty much walked into the trap as well. Rapid Chaos Esports came in from the south side. They took this compound. They checked all the surroundings. And now Riot Nations being pinned out and open like this, they are trapped. Like, as soon as Riot Nations make a move, Rapid Chaos is going to take them all out. So the only way Riot Nations survives this is that potential third party distracts Rapid Chaos and they get out to safety. But for now, they're pretty much stuck out in the open. Very, very troublesome spot to be in here, at least for Riot Nations. But for AX, they finally stuck in. They haven't exactly kept tabs here. I think they were able to scout a couple of glimmer shimmers coming in from NoNx Esports and decides, you know what, that compound was pretty difficult to attack here. So AX, they are going to hug the edges and abide their time for now.
You know, I see, it is my humble opinion, of course, but I think in lobbies like these, you better play in from the edges. Because pushing in like Riot Nations out in the open, trying to fight for the center is a fight which might just be out of syllabus for you. Never really know who's going to come in from which direction. Meanwhile, if you still try and stick to the edges, maybe you can isolate these fights. You can try and protect you going from cover to cover. It's still not as high traffic as those regions at the center. The cluster is still a little easier to handle, but this time Likitha Esports and Rapid Chaos, they might just go head-to-head in the PIP. Of course, we do have the replay of things, and NoNx Esports, they were the first ones to actually come in and try and take this fight against HADX, who defended this compound brilliantly. But unfortunately, H4K, just like I usually say, came out of syllabus.
Yeah, and H4K just third party in perfect timing as well. But this crucial knock from Nodi was brilliant because the moment they got the knock, MADKINGS immediately shows them that, oh, they're not exactly weak. And then the moment they got the knock, MADKINGS had no chance but to reset.
Yeah.
And that 15-second window is all they need to reposition and take this entire compound for themselves.
I think that also suggested that H4K is ready for yet another fight. The moment you, I think, switch from the target that is right in front of you to the targets who are beyond you, who might just be potential third parties, I feel like teams know that they are ready, but I'm not really sure if the team in front of our screens right now is going to be ready. One man goes down, Esports. They're still duking it out as one man gets knocked out. Shots coming in from Riot Nations across the terrain. That is a very long-range spray that Esports is still dealing with. It's not the only one, though. Man has been finished off. The nade did come through. Esports right now trying to go in for more picks. Last HADX Esports is a man who is still on his knees out in the open. Can't really say the last HADX position is very favorable, I see.
Yeah, they're pretty much all called out in the open as well. That's the reason why Rapid Chaos picked those compounds. Because the moment you're stuck out in open like this, you have lost all the advantage. Riot Nation repositions into Likitha Esports, and Starboy was able to find a few picks, but Riot Nation somehow hanging on with only Punk remaining. Needs to get the reset, and they go in for the shack. But Likitha Esports, they still have Daniel. They're going in for the swing. He is going to be the solo warrior here for Likitha Esports. Goes for the pump, takes him out, and that is going to be Likitha Esports that wipes out Riot Nations. But it was all set up by Rapid Chaos.
100%, but I think this move coming in from Daniel, this can actually be the differentiator for Likitha Esports right now, because that is a great shack to try and hold, and since he's the only player who is still standing tall, I think might just be able to survive till the end of it all. This time Detrox strikes from under the shadows, does find a knock for himself. The hovercraft almost in threatening zone this time, but Aura X will be forced to move back mid. What are they going to do? Are they going to push up front? Are they going to hold this ridge for themselves? I'm not really sure what the answer is going to be, but for sure the nades are going to come through right now, I see.
Yeah, great stop there. Coming in from Aura, though, to actually use the hovercraft to try and stop Mift here. But seems like all this attention has attracted AX, with Raiden looking to try and chime in from third party. So Mift caught wind of it and immediately backed out from that fight. So AX not going to be able to get an easy entry here, as they're still looking for a spot to push inside the zone and realize, look at this, AX, they don't really have a lot of spot to work with. It's just open grounds after open grounds. They need a free entry point, and they haven't exactly found the timings yet.
You know, I still feel like that was a great fallback coming in from Myth Official. They would not have been able to deal with both Aura X in the front lines and Team AX coming in to backstab them as well. Brilliant angeling coming in for G-Trox, but he still is yet to find the opening inside of the circle. Needs to move inside. Meanwhile, on the south side, Rapid Chaos Esports, Toxic has visibility for miles now. You can see the blue zone from the other side. That means all the players, they're exposed, and that little bit of elevation might just be able to provide him with a lot of elimination. This time, BXT almost able to land a 2-1 against Myth Official. This time, Detrox finds a couple of knocks for himself as Lucifer is still holding strong. Detrox moving around, being extremely mobile. BXT kind of being pushed back, forced to actually take this fight. Smoker, he does find a knock that can be the saving grace for Versatile, but now there's 3 monsters of VXT. Pardon me for that, for Myth, who is sitting in front of him right now.
Oh my goodness, what an unfortunate timing here, but Smoker doesn't have time to reset as well. Myth Official collides on towards them and takes them out. They lose Detrox, but they somehow find space in the north side. Meanwhile, AX forced to engage against Aura. Cyrex actually makes a mad dash through the cracks here. MADKINGS is gonna pin the ball off. And this is gonna be a battle between ex-compadres here. MADKINGS versus AX. And Cyrex almost getting dropped down low. Shadow OG's got them pinned in this small little shack. And fortunately for AX and MADKINGS, they're inside the zone, so they do have a lot of time to reset as well. So that is a good sign. Meanwhile, Aura backing away from that fight from AX, a forced to collide against Myth, and again Myth has been forced out of position not once but the second time now.
But I think now they have got a little bit of control from the north part of the circle as well, and like you mentioned, Aura X coming in. It's like facing familiar foes once again. I thought that the fight against Myth Official might just be able to resume. But Aura X now, they have a little bit of elevation. Shooting down at AX shouldn't really be that tough job. Meanwhile, on the other side, Team AX, I think they are kind of gate-kept by MADKINGS. Like you mentioned, a small shack is the only cover that AX is going to have, and MADKINGS has been constantly trying to take those tap shots away.
This is such a risky strat here coming from Myth, going for a 2-1 here. They're just intentionally trying to block Aura from rotating for free and forcing Aura to make a mistake without even doing too much. Just being around there is causing paranoia for Aura Esports, and they haven't exactly decided what they want to do. That is just so disgusting here coming from Myth. Meanwhile, Rapid Chaos Esports finally has to descend from those compounds from the south side. Finally makes their entry into the zone. It seems like they are expecting a lot of loose stragglers around them as well. There's not a lot of space. They are pinned now between Lastari and Troy Diamond Esports. These are the few teams that initially was forced by Rapid Chaos Esports to take those positions. So now they might just feel the brunt here because they haven't exactly found an opener here. So they're waiting for potential big clashes before they actually collide.
But I still feel like Rapid Chaos IC isn't really going to be as comfortable as we might have thought. They've got the lateral Troy Diamond Esports right in front of them who are looking to gatekeep them for sure. They have that little bit of mobility in the south, but Rapid Chaos, they've been struggling to try and push further deeper inside of the circle. And this play zone, like you can see already, this is too exposed. Daniel this time facing shots, and nade comes through as well. The splash damage is going to be enough in Ares Esports. Rack up yet another finish for them. 6th elimination for this team out there. Meanwhile, Rapid Chaos and Team Troy Thermalian Esports, they're duking it out, and a couple of smokes has been deployed, I see, but I don't really think that's going to be enough.
Yeah, Troy Diamond Esports, there's nothing much they can do. The only thing they can do is just put the smoke to try and hike the window cracks here. And Rapid Chaos decide, you know what, let's not push that, let's swing on different plays. And Lastade, a firing squad awaits them, so no entry here for Rapid Chaos Esports as the zone is about to hit them as well. Fragger finds an off angle, Spy not looking in the right direction here, goes in for the shots, gets the knock, and Fragger gets taken down, and just like that, Rapid Chaos gets shut down, gets pinned, and gets annihilated.
Unfortunate stuff coming in from Rapid Chaos, but the same can't really be said for Lastade. The backup fire was brilliant, but as soon as we talk about that, have a look at this. It is H4K who is charging down upon Myth Official. 2 men has been finished off. 1 man is still on his knees. Meanwhile, Daddy, you're going to deal with so much pressure around him. H4K is looking to hunt him back. They know exactly where this man is going to come from. Sujal, they tried those pre-fires around the corner, but Myth Official, look at that cloud of smoke. This is brilliant stuff. You try everything in your power to try and get the fallen man back up, and Harshil seems to have been getting revived. If that is a possibility, H4K needs to get pushed back at 2v4. Can be possible, honestly.
Like, you can see the decisions coming from H4K, right? Like, they want to commit, but they can't because there are teams looking through.
Yeah.
And I like that they actually had the trigger discipline to actually back off from this fight. So nicely done for them. Meanwhile, AX forced the push in towards MADKINGS, and a firing squad comes through. Smokes has been deployed, but Arya now pretty much prodding his way through, about to get picked off, and just like that, MADKINGS just might be able to shut down AX's defense without barely needing to do anything about this.
Not really the greatest of fights coming in from AX, but meanwhile on the other side, LastStardy Esports is slamming against H4K. They've been ruthless in this compound, but now their defenses are being broken. It's just a Wizard in the backlines. Not a lot of HP on this man, as LastStardy seem to wipe the floor with this team and snatch their compound away from them as well. On the flip side, we're talking about this fight against Team AX, and it's kind of an unforgettable effort from this team. AX has been dismantled completely. Meanwhile, on the other side, MADKINGS, 3 eliminations, a little bit of resurrection on the overall standings, but still a very long way for this team to go.
And now the third party comes through. Aura comes in for the slam. Nobi, Shadow OG on the front lines, but they do find the pick. Shadow OG finds one. Now the third player almost getting dropped down here. Push continues on, but he somehow jukes him, and Shadow OG will prevail, and Aura, they get completely shut down from this push.
This is a disaster of a push coming in from Aura X. One man still left behind, and he must have been thinking, what were my 3 teammates doing? The same can be said for him as well. Man was waiting inside of the shack. MADKINGS knew exactly where he was and landed the nade in the bullseye. Beautiful stuff coming in from MADKINGS. But now they've got almost out of control of the last circle as well. This is the 6th stage, and you only have 5 teams alive, I see.
What a hold. What a defense here coming from MADKINGS. They've had the compound for the longest of time. Shadow OG winning the fights, but Sim, the openers, the picks was just phenomenal. And now Clutch God is also popping off as well. Finished the fights inside, now taking those long range picks, trying to pick off all those snakes on the ground. And Troy Diamond Esports losing one just like that. MADKINGS is absolutely on a rampage as of yet. And let's see if the circle actually favors them as well. They should be able to clutch a chicken off this, considering how healthy they are. They've got so much meds, they've got so much vehicles. And NoNx Esports, well, at the mercy of MADKINGS now with Bater. Oh no, not a lot of spot to work with. He's pretty much proned up.
As long as he can keep his life intact, as long as he can be one with the nation, I'm pretty sure there's not going to be a lot of threat coming in for Data from NoNx Esports. Finally, he is spot out and he gets shut down as well. How did Clutch God spot this man out in the open? That is brilliant stuff, but as soon as I say that, Noni gets knocked out. MADKINGS Esports now under fire. As Troy Diamond Esports from the distance, just lining them up with shots. A little bit of cavalry coming in and trying to support Clutch God, but that might just be problems escalated for MADKINGS. Elsewhere, Myth Official, somebody who had to go in for the reset, get back in the fight and get shut down yet again. LastStardy Esports don't break a sweat. And Spy once again comes and lands double for his team.
Well, what a clutch there coming from LastStardy, taking the home from H4K and now cleaning out the last players. But they're not exactly out in the clear yet. They need to push out those compounds. It is going to be an open field. But fortunately for them, Kalan does have a very cheeky off angle to scout things out here. So MADKINGS is going to be the line of sight for them. But they haven't exactly had the line of sight for Troy Diamond Esports yet. Troy Diamond Esports is the reason why MADKINGS is forced to be out back in towards the south side instead of the high ground here. But Sim finds a very awkward angle here. They will be able to scout out the members from Troy. But MADKINGS, as of yet, the biggest threat is going to be Troy Diamond Esports. But LastStardy, they might just try and creep up behind MADKINGS to try and take advantage of the situation. So this might be not a favorable position just because Troy Diamond Esports is keeping MADKINGS in check as of now.
100%. But as of yet, I think MADKINGS do have the highest chances to bag the chicken dinner right now. They've got a brilliant coverage of the playing zone, at least. You can see it from the formation. You've got a 2-1-1 split coming in from MADKINGS Esports. Simp and Shadow in those front lines. Meanwhile, Clutch God and Nodi from the back lines providing cover fire. And that's a brilliant split as well. We've seen Nodi, especially in those long-range battles. He knows how to bring down men from a distance. But on the flip side, Troy Diamond Esports and LastStardy can't really say the same for them because they don't have any cover right now. And now even the circle has kind of betrayed these two teams.
Yeah, MADKINGS already inching in, taking a majority of it as well. So this is a great flank here from Clutch God. But he cannot afford to be knocked, because the moment he gets knocked, the entire formation of MADKINGS will crumble. Simp, one of the forefronts here, taking the main aggression. You can see Lastadi, Troy Esports is pummeling the way through, trying to drop him. They are going to burn out a lot of utilities, but as of yet, MADKINGS, all they have to do is just wait. Everyone needs to sneak their way through, and it seems like action is still on the Lastadi and Troy Esports, and none of these two teams has made a move, because we all know whoever moves first was most likely going to get jumped on by the rest of the pack.
You potentially can't even move inside as well. Look at that. You don't have a lot of smokes. On Lastadi, they had 2 smokes. They had utilized them already. Troy Esports have absolutely none. And as soon as you stand out, just like you said, you stand up, you are almost done and dusted. Esperos has been figured out. Maxioso is there as well. Lens, can he try and hold his position? But on the other side, it seems like Evil has found an opening. One man from MADKINGS has been knocked out. Lastadi used this opportunity to try and send their players in. They do find a little bit of cover from the haystack. But I see, is it going to be enough?
Yeah, it's going to be tough. Kalan with the opener finds space, but MADKINGS already got the reset. Troy Esports, they decided not to move a muscle, and just like that, Lastadi, they lose one. But it is still not in the clear. But MADKINGS now, they do have nade range here. Sim goes in for the nade, gets knocked off. And KlutchGod, with the support fire, is able to trade a couple of players. But Troy Esports, they haven't strike yet. They have been very, very quiet. And Lance is going to snatch away some of those points.
But he also gets knocked out. Maxioso seems to be the only one. And Troy get destroyed. Absolutely. MADKINGS and Lastadi in that one final standoff. And Karlan standing between them and MADKINGS. Seems like a chicken dinner is almost inevitable. This time, a drive-by is going to be enough to give MADKINGS the chicken dinner. Maybe the merchants of inconsistency, but this team, when they strike, they do make sure that the hammer strikes hard. And this time, it did land hard as well. 13 elimination shared between these 4 lads. And once again, MADKINGS, they jump up on the overall standings, I see.
Exactly. What a sick clutch here coming from KlutchGod himself as well. His flank was phenomenal. His timings was impeccable. And MADKINGS just completely shut down this competition here. Absolutely mad performance coming from them. And the rest just still no chance. But you also have to give credit here towards Lastadi, because that was a very valiant effort as well. It was no easy task making the zone, and they still, MADKINGS, sweat for it. They still made them sweat.
Absolutely. I think there were 2 worlds. One was MADKINGS, one was Mate, the H4K, and all of these teams who had those covers for themselves to work with. Meanwhile, teams coming out of the open, they didn't really have a lot of choice. I'm talking about Lastadi Esports, I'm talking about Troy Esports as well. The circle kind of betrayed them. I think Troy did try and sneak up inside of the circle, taking advantage of the fight between the other two, but that kind of derailed quite quickly.
Yeah, it's a little unfortunate as well. But at the same time as well, that could have been in favor of Lastadi and Troy Esports if Lastadi kept Troy Esports alive. But the moment he started shooting in Troy Esports, Troy Esports was just too afraid to peek out at all.
I mean, if I was in their position, fair play to them. I would be scared to actually peek out as well. And MADKINGS is a team like that, I see. I think we have to discuss on this topic that when this team does not seem to find a start, the entire day is going to get washed off. But when MADKINGS do find the opening, do find their frags, I think it's going to be very simple for them to get such performances. 13 eliminations, 14, 15. I think that is something which is very easy for them.
Yeah, fair enough. But at the same time, KlutchGod, I have no idea how the heck he spot that one guy in Troy Esports here. Oh, we got a knock. I think he was just spamming his way through, or maybe a live ping coming from Sim or something. But wow, that was a sick pick here. Because the moment Troy Esports got picked out, taking out Lastadi was so much easier here for MADKINGS. And undeniably, he is the MVP. 6 finishes in the bag with 1,051 damage. MADKINGS, well, they did really, really well in this game here. This might be the rise and comeback here for MADKINGS if they are able to get more games just like this.
They have yet another Erangel right after this, and this is the best case scenario for NoNx Esports, because if they do manage to maybe double down on the performance like this, the journey to the top of the leaderboard maybe is not too far, I see.
Yeah, it could be. But again, one good game is still not enough. It is going to be a long grind. Again, we are looking for the top 8 out of all 4 groups in general. And Lastadi also making a little bit of bounce back here. There is going to be tight competition for the top 8 as of yet. H4K also a consistent performance somewhat here. We do have Nodi with 3 finishes. We've got Sim also, you know, Mr. Reliable of 2025.
You
finally
really
back
had
in
to
action.
bring that up, huh?
Yeah,
You
Mr.
really had
Okay,
to bring that.
sorry. Mr. Reliable 2024.
Yeah.
Corrected. My correction.
He's had a lot of titles. He's had the Mr. Reliable title. He had the title of being the savior of Godlike as well. Now it seems like he's taken up a role of being the entry fragger for MADKINGS, and he hasn't really done a bad job at it as well, barring the fact that MADKINGS has been a little inconsistent in their performances. But apart from that, I think this was a great fight initially. H4K, NoNx and HADX going at it at each other, 3 teams beautifully, and denying MADKINGS the opportunity of coming in for a third party. That was really crazy coming in from Nodi and the rest of the boys.
Yeah, Myth did their best towards the northeast corner as well, but at the start of the phase here, we saw how Riot Nations got taken out as well. It's all set up by Rapid Chaos, but the moment the circle did not favor Rapid Chaos, they just could not push into the zone. And of course, MADKINGS' fantastic defense against 2 teams at the same time was Aura and AX pushing simultaneously, and they take them all out. And after they were able to wrap up this fight, compared, I would say, a little bit faster than last Saturday at NoNx Esports, that's where they were able to call dibs on getting zone control and then taking this chicken dinner away from the rest of the pack.
But you know what I say, I still feel like what we are seeing right now from the games of Erangel, it's still repetitive circles. And this is where I think analysts can give a lot of data to the teams out there. And speaking of data, lads, we do have the match rankings in front of our screens. MADKINGS with 23 points are coursing on the overall standings. That's a great performance. And they also have the matchup next. So momentum is going to be with them. Last Saturday Esports, the same can be said. 15 points, good performance. Myth official, I see back-to-back decent games coming in from them on the map of Rondo. They were brilliant. This time as well, 12 points, not too bad.
Yeah, very consistent stuff as well. Like Myth, they had one of the most difficult rotations as well, but their decision makings while rotating as well, backing off when it's needed, trying to apply pressure when pressure is needed as well, on towards Aura and AX was brilliant because both those teams completely struggled. And Myth, their mind games are spot on, and I'm really liking what I'm seeing from Myth, but I would like to see a little bit more of an aggressive nature coming from them.
I think they were never really aggressive. Inside of the BGIs, I just feel they were more confident in taking their firefights. You could see the composure, you could see the level of calmness with which they took their fights. But lads, we do have the overall rankings, and Myth is back up. They are on the top 3, 52 points, tied up with True Rippers and Team Apex Gaming at the top as well, 55 points. You've got AX at 44, and Last Day and MADKINGS, they rise up as well, 6 and 16 positions respectively. I see that is a big jump coming in from MADKINGS.
Yeah, this is a huge jump here for MADKINGS in particular because number one, they played 4 matches in total, so this is a good sign for them. So one more great game for them, they should be able to stick themselves into the top 8.
Yeah.
But for Myth, it's still a little bit iffy. Same can be said for Last Day as well. They do have a 2-game advantage over the rest of the packs here, so 2-1, okay? But at the same time, it's on the right track. Okay, it's not too shabby, it's great, but sad to say for teams at the bottom here, for Aura, for T7 Orion, for Riot Nations, for Phoenix, that is not a good sign for them. 5 games in the back, they've only got 10 points, 7 points, 18 points for T7 Orion, 19 points for Aura. That is still a long climb for them.
A lot of numbers on my screen, I see, but I'm just trying to find a pattern maybe. And all I could figure out maybe was that if you average like around 8 to 10 points per game, maybe if you have the good side of the luck, you're averaging 10 points per game, I think you are going to be in the top 8 because Myth played 5 matches. They have 52 points. It's still an average around 10 points per game. And I think that's a decent average if you want to be inside of the top 8 right now.
See, realistically, usually we'd expect like 7 to 8 points, but because the group was designed in a way where 4 groups are separated as well and everybody is voting for one leaderboard, it's no longer 7, it's going to be 10 or maybe 11 points per game.
Yeah, and that extra bit of effort, ladies and gentlemen, will need a lot of energy. For that, we do have the black and the white Monster energy drinks. Make sure if you get stuck in your games as well, sip on one of these and maybe you're going to unleash the beast inside of you. But lads, it is time to go on to a short break. We'll be back after this.
I like the narrative, that I'm the best in the league. Who you comparing with, that isn't fed at the top of the throne in his league. How you moving so on his feet? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the fire.
You know, lads, the games are still going and the overall standings is finally starting to take shape. And to discuss about all of this, I've brought the nerdy iSuper Johnny back on the panel. Somebody who can crunch numbers with absolute precision. And I think you suit that trend as well. I think your outfit
Really?
kind of gives a little bit of a mad scientist vibe.
Mad scientist vibe. I mean, I should be wearing like a lab coat or something with my hair just absolutely frizzy, big glasses, right? That's the ideal look for a mad scientist.
I think it would suit you. I don't really doubt that's going to look bad on you.
Yeah, people have called me mad before, but not a scientist following it up.
I think we're going to bring the scientist from Ocean, we're going to bring the Mad from you, and we're going to make Mad Kings together because who had a fantastic game in the last one itself. Mad Kings have been inconsistent throughout the tournament, but finally in the time when it actually mattered the most, I think that was a brilliant performance, 23 points.
Exactly. I mean, fingers crossed they keep this going because that was a good build-up of momentum after the fiasco that happened in game number 1 of today. I was hoping to see a big recovery from Mad Scientist when they opened things up on that map of Rondo, but that wasn't the case. They made us wait till Erangel. But overall, it was a very good outing on this map as well. And as we've been talking about it, I think today should be a target set for every single one of these teams. And of course, if you achieve that target, things are going to be easier tomorrow, and you can start taking things a little bit lightly today itself. But as soon as you reach that 50-point marker, I think you can take a chill pill, relax a little bit, and then play with a little bit of freedom in the last game if you have that match remaining. Otherwise, if it's going down to the wire, then you have to make sure that you're getting at least 50 or 55 points by the end of your 6th game if you want to still remain in the fight for top 8.
I think that still remains on line with the conversation that me and IC were having. I think we were discussing maybe the average that you need to find in every single game, and we are thinking that maybe a 10-point average in every game is going to still keep you safe inside of the top 8.
Pretty much, yeah.
Myth is doing a very good job, by the way. I think that was a great climb coming in from Rondo. They had a decent outing in the map of Erangel as well. They had 12 matches, 12 points from that game itself. But as of yet, lads, it seems like there's a little bit of a switch up happening. We need to take a very short break. I understand the delay, but don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Do not get in my way. You cannot drop in my lane. Tires is burning the pain. You don't have nothing to say. This is how legends are made. I know I got what it takes. And I'm not popping the brakes. And I'm not popping the brakes. I'm too competitive. I like the narrative. That I'm no best in the league. Who you comparing with? That is competitive. Top of the throne, it is me. How you moving so on the speed? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the fire. And they can't stop me. They know that I'm bringing the I got the fuel in my veins. Trust me, I'm making a name. We are not one and the same. I am on top of the game. I cut out the line on my brakes, and that's why the drive is insane. Heart of a camp, adrenaline rushes is numbing the pain. Too competitive, I like the narrative. I don't know best in the league. Who you comparing with? That is definitive. Top of the throne, it is me. How you moving slow on the speed? I've just been bringing the fire. Been bringing the fire. I've just been bringing the fire. And they can't stop me. They know that I'm bringing the
Groups have been shuffled, matches are getting readied, and we are back once again. My name is Solte, and joining alongside is going to be not the mad scientist anymore. This man is supposed to crunch numbers with me. I, Super Johnny, back on the panel. And this time, we've spoken already about MADKINGS, we've spoken about Myth Official, we've spoken about a lot of teams out there. But then, you know what? There are still a few names that haven't really risen up to the occasion. I'm talking about K9, maybe. I'm talking about a few big names like NoNx Esports in the wait. Do you see any signs of life from banners like these?
I mean, from Phoenix, maybe there were signs in that opening match of Rondo, especially the earlier fights that were taken inside of NoNx Factory, but that was just from one man, Vengeance. And after that, Phoenix, I think in terms of tacticality, just fell apart running into a 4v4. So that is something that needs to be worked upon. And as you spoke about K9, I think we are still hoping to see that one big momentum, morale booster performance from the players of K9 Esports that puts them back into the right mindset. Because I think that is where this team is failing right now. The pressure that they are under, the pressure of meeting expectations, the pressure of finding themselves inside of the top 8 already, which hasn't really worked out too well for them, but hopefully in the next Erangel they can catch up. Let's see.
Absolutely. I mean, we do have the schedule in front of us. It is going to be, of course, the game of Erangel. But, Johnny, this is where things do get very interesting. We have a round-robin format where groups are getting shuffled with every game. And I feel like that does hamper a little bit of the momentum of the teams as well. Like, imagine this. Group A playing 2 simultaneous matches is going to land up in a little bit of hot fingers momentum for them. Meanwhile, Group C, for them, it is going to be a little difficult to jump in straight into the battlegrounds and adapt on the fly. Don't you think so, maybe?
I mean, it can be, but teams from Group C overall have been doing quite well. You talk about TAG, you talk about LEFP, Red Ross, their struggles continue, though. Same goes for GenX FM. Godsend as well today, off to a decent start at least. So Group C, they've started putting in that groundwork, laying the foundation of that comeback. When we move on to Group A, though, things look a little bit different. Likitha Esports, one of the biggest struggling stories of the survival stages. But there has to be a big leap that needs to be taken right now. And when I say right now, I mean right now on this map of Erangel. Otherwise, they are going to be left too far behind to try and climb back for the top 8 bracket.
You know, this is one of the reasons why we say maybe the 2 matches of Rondo that you're going to find in the 12 matches that you play becomes so important, because Rondo kind of gives you the opportunity to try and go for frags. But now it's going to be time for Erangel, and we are back in the skies, ladies and gentlemen. And this time, we're flying with the inmates of Groups A and C. This is match number 9 on the map of Erangel, Johnny.
Yeah, and it is going to be an intense one for sure, as we have a very awkward flight path starting from the west of Hospital and ending just south of that military base. So it leans heavily towards the southern and the western half of the map. And anywhere Rozok School, Mansion Shelter, Prison, Milta are going to be a little bit trickier to reach, but that makes the game more entertaining for us. We are going to have those early fights for those vehicle spawns. In fact, right off the bat, you see that big cluster heading towards northern Georgia Pole. There is NoNx Esports and another team right alongside with them, with MADKINGS taking control of the Georgia Pole City. That's been their home for the longest of times. And Dragonclaw also looking to head towards the northern half of the map. But I think seeing those parachutes might have just forced them to move down south of that Everest position.
Absolutely. And you know what, Johnny? If I was Dragonclaw while gliding down, I would actually use the I button to try and scout out the regions that are right around me, right next to me, and I'd wait for the parachutes to pop off as well. If you are Dragonclaw Esports, if you don't really have those points on the overall standings, I would just try and get as many fights as I can in the initial phases. Which something these teams aren't really deploying, that strategy to try and go for those early eliminations. What do you think? So are they scared of the pressure?
Yeah, the pressure, of course. I mean, if you are anywhere under 60 points, then you are going to be feeling that pressure, and you would not want to lose out on any single opportunity super early inside of this game. But as we were talking about NoNx dropping towards northern Georgia Pole, well, they have Likitha Esports right next to them. Few shots taken by the players of NoNx, but no contact onto Likitha Esports as they start to fall back towards the main city. And it shall remain under their control. Also, by the way, we have a circle towards the northwest of the map as we see. And the northern side of shooting range, those shorelines still completely empty. NoNx, if they do manage to gain control of either shooting range, Saverny or Zaki, then it should be a relatively easier matchup for them, unless the circle ends up moving back towards ruins.
Absolutely. I mean, for it to actually come down to ruins, it will take a significant hardship, by the way. But I'm still looking for teams like Rapid Chaos and TAG who have landed on the military base. For them, the journey is going to be very long, but it's going to be longer for NoNx FM. This time, getting shut down in an early collision against HADX. Quite an early, easy pick coming in from Rishi as well. The man was just trying to get away from that fight, but Rishi was like, nope, I've got you. I'm going to try and get a piece of you as well.
A good catch on the part of HADX, to be honest. That early pick. NoNx FM, that vehicle, not really the ideal one for them. And we did expect this as well. I mean, most of the teams, even Dragonclaw, went for a 4-man widespread drop all around Gatka. NoNx FM moving towards the south, looking to rush towards Peripier. Yeah, on the map, there's something awkward happening. This is what I want to talk about. NoNx FM, they had almost made it to Peripier, but a quick turnaround backfires, and now all of a sudden, Ares just wiped NoNx FM from the game. All 3 players spotted in the same vehicle and just gunned down in that drive-by from NoNx Esports.
That is just lack of map awareness, in my opinion. 1 man getting picked off by HADX, 3 men getting picked off by NoNx Esports. The entirety of NoNx FM just did not have any presence whatsoever inside of the game.
Yeah, why would you turn back? I mean, your teammate is gone, he got knocked, he got instantly finished off. Why would you just turn back and choose to charge like that?
Maybe he had the Spartan King outfit for himself. You know, it does turn heads.
Yeah, but I think that's supposed to work for the opponents, not your own team.
Yeah, man. I mean, there are intricacies we'll find out, of course. But, lads, I mean, if you do want to actually turn heads inside of the game, then the Spartan King spin is actually the one for you, man. I love the commercial. I also love the set inside of the game.
Exactly. I mean, we've been playing together for the longest of times, and it gets awkward when one of your teammates has like a very flashy outfit on.
Yes.
And then, yeah.
The rest of the team just playing in casuals.
Yeah, casuals. I don't even have any outfits, man.
Well. Speaking of outfits, this time I think Red X Ross need a lot of outfits. I'm talking about level 2 or level 3 kit. Because shots were coming in from the distance. At least for now, Red X Ross, they are going to be a little safe as Riot Nations. No, not Riot Nations, it is NoNx Esports who kind of fly past them. No threat to be found as of yet. There was a small period of time when a couple of those teams, including Dragonclaw, including teams like HADX, they had a massive split deployed, Johnny, and I kind of felt like they were trying to go after teams, trying to scout out where the teams are present. But now even they have kind of regrouped once again, and all of those teams, they're clustering around the bridge area. Maybe there's an idea that we have to cross on over. The circle is going to land in the northern hemisphere.
Yeah, it's a good position to actually gatekeep the teams moving in from the south, as you mentioned. I think if that northern shift does occur and you're playing the north of the Rozhok Bridge or the Georgopol Bridge, there are these ridges, these hills that can provide you cover from the southern side rotating teams, and it sets you up for a brilliant flank position. As the teams try to cross that bridge, you can pick them off. But look at this, the wipeout that we witnessed a few moments ago. NoNx FM destroyed in seconds. It was a brilliant rundown from the players of Ares.
Somebody give props to production for showing a slow-mo on the fly. How often do you see slow-mos, man? I'd love if somebody catches my clips and, you know, slows them down, adds a nice beat in the background, maybe a montage music, especially when I'm...
It's supposed to be your job, aren't you, the content creator? So why are you asking other people to do it for you?
I mean, I'm the content creator, but also I'm the savior of a team which has you in the lineup as well. I mean, I'm tired of clutching out in situations.
Hey, man, I mean, let's not forget the first match yesterday, just 2 finishes on you, so... I got 9 in that game, by the way.
Well, you do 1,000 good things and you make 1 mistake, and the world always remembers that one thing.
Yeah, for sure. Aren't we talking about NoNx FM and their move till now?
It's unfair, but I understand what NoNx FM are going through. I've been there, done that, and I'm hoping that they bounce back for sure.
That has to be what you just said. Is it's a cautionary tale for everyone, right? Because All right, the greatest story of Indian esports in terms of the greatest story of success is 2024 Team XPark winning it all that year, right?
Yep.
Whenever we talk about XPark, we mention that 2024 they won everything. They won both the officials. But we
Yep.
also mentioned that 2025 they failed to qualify for a single finals.
Yeah. Understandably so. And you have to state facts.
Legacies are legacies. Could be a good one or could be a bad one as well. I think that is what it comes down to. And at this point in the Pro Series, everyone's trying to write that good piece of their legacy with this tournament.
Currently, VXT is writing their own as well. I mean, their performance so far has been quite brilliant. I've been very appreciative of this team as well. Imagine this, Rex as an IGL as well is still in top 5 elimination leaders, by the way. You've got Smoker who is still contending for the top. Meanwhile, the rest of the squad as well in totality has been a great unit to play together, but this time they are coming against familiar foes in the form of Learn From Past. I can see flanks getting deployed, Johnny, and that can be a little detrimental to VXT.
I mean, it can be, but it seems they've fallen into the line of fire of Learn From Past. And also, by the way, if you looked at the radar, there are more teams present in the nearby vicinity. We saw a glimpse of MADKINGS, and there's one more team. Can't really make it out who it is, but there's a squad present towards the northeastern section of this fight. And you see that shift of the circle, it moves back towards the northern Georgia Pool City. MADKINGS are forced to fall back. With how they're moving, it seems like they want to take control of the small little houses just across the Georgia Pool Bridge.
That is a significant hardship, by the way. That is madness. All of the teams coming in from the south will have to go and bear the brunt of the cluster that there is around the Georgia Pool area. And mind you, the containers region, it's so exposed, especially if you want to try and cross that bridge over. I'm pretty sure that's going to be an absolute death trap for all the teams. Speaking of death traps, Red X Ross, they might just be walking onto a trap. They did spot Naksh in the backline. Shots getting fired. One man knocked out. Is it? Not really. Lucifer gets traded from the backlines. Naksh is still holding on. Aman out in the open. Taking it short. Shots can connect. Finds a knock. Is the only man who is still standing tall. But how many does Naksh have alive? Just one. And he finds all of them.
Yeah, but no time to celebrate for Aman. He might have secured a 3-frag trifecta in that fight, but instant third party coming through. Likitha Esports looking to chime in. Aman still has a shotgun to work with. And he finds the first and the second. This man is not slowing down. He is not looking to stop anytime soon. And there's a distraction with VST also looking to be a part of this fight. Aman still alive. He needs to find those finish points. Has gotten 4. The first aid, it's being utilized and the HP should be recovered. But finally at the last second gets denied from the distance. VXT with the shutdown. Red Ross, that was incredible to witness, but they only get 5 points from this match.
We feel you, Aman. We absolutely feel you. This man was on a rampage right there, living up to his name. He was our man. He was one man, shutting down almost 2 teams at once. We had the second one in his pocket as well, finding those 2 knocks at the stairway, but VXT arrived just in time to spoil everything for this lad. Still yet another fight growing up at the distance. NoNx have been looking to knock on their doors. You also have Team Apex Gaming in the background. And all of these teams combined kind of make up a big cluster in this area, Johnny.
Yeah, there's a lot of teams north of the Georgia Pool Hills, but we'll have to see who makes it through alive. Ares, they were the last ones to breach the play zone with Learn From Past now right behind them. He does scout out the threat up ahead, but Learn From Past can't really start picking a fight in the middle of nowhere. And as you were talking about, a TAG spotted on the top of that hill by the players of VXT. It felt like they were itching to be a part of that fight as well. But look at this, the zone centering up upon the players of Gods and Esports. Thunder Gods in a decent position in this match as well, with MADKINGS having some cover present towards the south, and AX forced to move, forced to rotate and take control of that western edge.
Speak of the western edge, you look at the eastern flank as well. There are multiple teams trying to make their way in. You've got Rapid Chaos, who did actually cover a lot of ground inside of the blue zone. Took a lot of damage along the way, now trying to make their way in. There is NoNx Esports going to gatekeep them. There can be TAG and learn from past on their south sides. This is going to be a massive cluster. And then we go and revisit this fight once again.
Watch this. Goes on a reload. Has a shotgun fully stocked up. And just like, I don't know why he just ignored to switch his weapon.
I don't really care about that part, but I do care about what happened with Aman here. The shotgun, he has a pump action as well. It doesn't even have an S12K or a DBS to continue spamming at the opposition. He had to choose his timing, choose the right moment as well to peek out and take those shots out. And man was efficient with those shots.
HADX on our screens now. After that initial pick onto GenX FM, completely faded away from the match. Dragonclaw visible on the radar, and I believe have been spotted out by the players of HADX as well.
Yeah, as of yet, they still are on their merry way. I'm talking about Dragonclaw. A couple of their players inside the blue.
Learn from past on the radar. Could be difficult for Dragonclaw to just find their way through and make that bounce, but godsend. They find themselves up against the players of AX now. Rapid Chaos, my apologies. Not a fight that I was expecting. AX, for some reason, very adamant on making a bounce close to the center, and it might just not work out for them, as they have one of them in. Cyrex knocked out. Arin, he's fighting for his life. Point blank range, the shotgun. A simple shell making a contact over there would have helped them secure a knock. Now Raiden finds one more, and Rapid Chaos, they are falling apart in this chaotic situation, with Flash being the last man left alive.
Yeah, they are crumbling down once again. Flash is the only man who is still holding strong, but I don't really think he's going to hold on for long. 1v3 in a moment, and he misses all his shots. Does have the S12K once again. The Molotov might just deal with the push for a little while longer. Is that going to be enough? Flash once again this time. Get shut down by AX. Rapid Chaos get dismantled, and AX rise up to the 4th spot on the overall standings.
That has to be a legendary whiff over there.
Yeah.
That shots from the balcony, could have attempted a jump shot as well. And he was lucky for so long that two players right behind that man did not choose to peek and just shoot him down right then and there. But we'll wait for a replay to analyze that fight even further. But as of now, MADKINGS, it seems like there is an attempt from their side to try and gatekeep the players of HADX. It's not really worked out too well for MADKINGS. They have been forced to tank a lot of damage. But it might just force HADX to step out from the blue with that extra damage taken already and make the lives of MADKINGS easy as they finally kick things off. And it's Nobi with the opening knock.
Yeah, they do find it. MADKINGS simply is doing a step back. Shots coming in. A lot of damage being dished out as well. NoNx from the third party angle has actually done quite a significant job, as Hex this time brings him down to 20 HP. Still needs to fall back. Still needs to find a good cover for MADKINGS, but elsewhere learn from past. They're in shambles. Dragonclaw from the blue. They're coming out of nowhere. Potentially from the blind side. I've learned from past and shoot them down. Just two players left alive, Johnny.
Not really looking good over there. But Apex Gaming still playing that Eastern edge. And LEFP. Shots finally taken by Jonathan, but not enough damage dished out to find an opening. And now Apex might just be forced to reset. Learn from past, by the way. Players down, but they find a decent spot inside of the play zone to work with.
I'm kind of rooting for Jonathan to actually find one frag. That would make him the eliminator, by the way, inside of BMPS 2026. And Dhruv has had that title for 27 days straight. It'll be interesting to find out if there is going to be any changes. TAG this time have a little bit of an opponent. Dragonclaw come in and jump into this fight as Jonathan has been found out. Knocks through the smoke as Harsh keeps Team Dragonclaw at bay. Just one man kept alive. Lobbed in a smoke. Tab God still trying to find a little bit of opening. Jonathan is still knocked out in the back line, but 3 men of Apex Gaming is still a formidable opponent. Dragonclaw runs away to safety, and Team Apex Gaming find themselves 4 eliminations from this fight.
Pretty much what they were hoping for, to be honest, considering Apex Gaming is just at the top of the leaderboard. But yeah, that's just brutal to watch. 3 players from the side of Ares just piling up on that last survivor from Learn From Past, and he gets destroyed. 6 eliminations on LEFP. Not LEFP, my apologies. Ares Esports as they try to make this climb. 29 points on the leaderboard so far. And I think a good position to be at the end of this game has to be around 35 to 40 points. That is what Aries should be pushing for.
Yeah. 100%. I think 10 more points for Aries Esports, that would just mean the world for them. But as of yet, Team AX, who's had the momentum since the start of the game right now, might just be contesting against GOTS and Esports. Now, these two teams, Johnny, in my opinion, have the best spot in the house, the best seat in the house, at least for now. They do control the northern terrain, but there is going to be a contest between these two teams to try and find out who remains to be the lone survivor here.
For sure. I mean, the terrain does not allow both of them to just stay in the same spot and stay alive, keep on fighting the other teams as well. Both of them are covered from the southern side, but the slope of the hill is going to force them to clear the backlines, and that would involve just wiping out the other team.
Yeah.
And with how Aryan was moving, I wonder if he has scouted the fact that the players from Godsend are just hiding in that bunker and could potentially just be pinned down inside of that bunker itself if Fraggy falls on that flank.
I mean, if it does fall, still that will isolate the 3 players who are inside of that bunker. But look at the nade. Beautiful strike comes in. Apex Gaming now finally taking a little bit of damage on them. NoNx, that was a good nade coming in from their side, the second finish of the day. And they have been constantly looking to trouble the rest of the teams inside of the lobby. Coming in from the southeast, of course, they do find themselves a little bit of space. Can still push on further, Johnny. That is where they're going to find EXP right at the smack center of the circle. Meanwhile, Team Apex Gaming, they're still trying to fight it out this time. On the low ground, they do have Aries Esports, and this should be easy pickings for them, isn't it?
Yeah, it definitely should be, but we'll have to see if they get even one pick from that fight. In the meanwhile, NoNx Esports getting hyper-aggressive against the players of AX, and they are forced to pay a price for that. Huntroy has been shut down. AX now have the numbers to work with, but there's a different trouble brewing up nearby. Thunder Gods closing in, and AX are going to be forced to take a different 4v4.
NoNx Esports kind of disengaging from this fight, knowing that there might just be a third-party probability. They were quite sure. They were quite right as well. And all of these 3 teams, they're kind of still outside of the circle. Meanwhile, Team Thunder Gods Esports, right from underneath their noses, push inside of the circle. Can't really stay safe for longer because MADKINGS with 1 nade is going to find the pick. Thunder Gods Esports resorted to a 2-man lineup right now, trying to get away as MADKINGS keep on shooting them down, pummeling them, bring them down to just 1. Close is going to be the last man left alive. TTG were in shambles in their rotation path, going to 3 different teams, and now they are left with just 1 man.
Now this is not looking good. AX forced towards the edge. Just forced to fight their way into the late stages of the game. 5 finishes on the board. Yeah, that's just unfortunate. His car just rolls into the blue. Kind of funny to look at, and Devotee running just behind it. But my goodness, what was that? We're just discussing a little bit of humor, and well, it seems like the biggest laugh is going to be there for the players of Aries and TAG as both of them combine their firepower and eliminate the side of Godsend Esports.
Godsend is just complicating the game as much as they possibly can, and it is detrimental to their success as well. Initially, in the rounds where we saw Godsend Esports kind of spread their wings, they were playing fearlessly. Now they are caught in between one rotation and the other. They are caught between which is going to be a good pit stop for them, and it was a really forgettable effort. They had so much ground on the northern turf, but yet overthought their process, and now they have been sent back in the lobby. It's just 6 teams left alive, Johnny, and we are just in the 5th stage. It's a considerably open circle, by the way, as well, and Team AX are doing a very good job in trying to hold different positions. Their trade potential is brilliant, but they have a big threat on their right-hand flank. It is the team of MADKINGS.
Yeah, but they have a big vehicle to work with as well in the form of this hovercraft that Raiden has been using just to track the position of MADKINGS. By the way, that elevation gave him vision of the other side of the ridge. And AX, they're still trying to position themselves to deny any early pressure to MADKINGS, but Clutch caught with that nade. All he's hoping for is an opening. As soon as they have the numbers advantage to work with, MADKINGS will also have an opportunity to just go for the rundown and see if they can take out AX with a swift blow.
I mean, honestly, I don't really think MADKINGS should do that. They have had a good game in the last one. They have 5 eliminations already in this one as well. They're constantly moving up on the overall standings. If they do take a fight, there is going to be a chance that AX can shut them down because it is again a 4v4. And MADKINGS shouldn't really take that risk, at least for now. Try and survive maybe a little while longer, especially with that 4-man lineup. I'm pretty sure they will be able to get a little bit of position points for themselves.
Yeah, that could be the case, but I think a complete shutdown of momentum across the board for a lot of these teams with how slow the stage is turning out to be. We just saw on that finish feed a little bit of an interaction. MADKINGS lost a man to the side of AX. And that was just a knock, though. The finish confirmation still hasn't come through. In fact, it's the revive that comes through. MADKINGS back again with the 4-man roster, but both the teams are forced outside the circle. And same is happening here. TAG and NoNx fighting outside the play zone itself towards the southeast.
And while all of this was happening, I loved what Team AX did as well. They did find a knock, and as soon as they found a knock, they send it inside of the circle. They disengaged from the fight, they fell back, and now they are contesting for the play zone. MADKINGS still is going to come in from the back lines. There always is going to be that threat. But at least for now, the blue zone, they're going to be safe from that. MADKINGS, we were speaking of, even they have kind of closed in inside of the play zone as well. Couple of smokes is all at the cover that they are going to find as Cyrax finds yet another knock with the nade. Clutch God goes down. MADKINGS look to move away from this fight as they are now on the lower turf. Johnny, AX is going to have a significant advantage in this fight.
Yeah, they should. They technically should have an advantage in this fight, but that bridge just blocks the angle. On the other side now, TAG are the ones that have AX's attention. Constant shot being taken towards Jelly. Have made sure that his HP bar is going to be significantly lower than he would have anticipated, and even Harsh and Jonathan are spotted out. But still no opening. VXT in the meanwhile, as they sit at the back center of the zone, not a lot of effort needed from their side to survive. What a spray from Cyrax actually takes away HP bars from 2 players from MADKINGS, and now only if he lobs a nade at the right spot, this should be AX's fight.
That is a good trajectory, but it does not reach the target. Cyrax is still safe behind you. And MADKINGS, they are aware of the sharpshooter that is lying in wait. Cyrax did find a lot of damage on that course of the spray, like you mentioned, but the knock was still not there. On the flip side, NoNx trying to battle the blue, and they are coming face to face, head to head against Likitha Esports. Those shots coming in from them. They do have the wreckage of the vehicle in front, but it's not protecting them as of yet. Damage dished out, almost about to get knocked out as well. And it is going to be the same case on the flip side. Teams having the higher ground is having so much advantage in this final circle, Johnny. It doesn't even seem like there's a chance for the teams lying on the lower ground.
By the way, TAG now find themselves in an advantageous spot. It's an exposed position, but it's the center of the circle. So with VXT forced out, with AX forced out, MADKINGS forced out, and NoNx forced out, TAG should be able to rack up a decent chunk of eliminations from this match. And on the other front, I think NoNx are the ones who are just lagging very far behind in points in terms of elimination. So this is a team that really needs to step up, but unfortunately for them, we've been seeing VXT just keeping NoNx pinned down for at least the last 2 to 3 minutes.
If you are going to be on the back foot, if you're playing the chasing game against the rest of the lobby, you will get dished out. I think that is the confidence that Versatile do have for themselves. 43 points, they don't really have anything to fear for. Especially when you find players out in the open just like that. Rex is going to shut you down every day of the week. Versatile still going to be a prominent threat inside of the circle. MADKINGS send it in straight at the center. And Simp and Noddy is going to be the last 2 survivors from MADKINGS as they try and continue their run of momentum. Up next is going to be the team of Apex Gaming as Harsh steps out. This is too risky for him, but he still finds a knock. Gets back to safety for a little while. But can he go and find the finishing blow is going to be the question. Look at Noddy will. Uses the smoke to his advantage, tries and finds the position. The nades, the return ones come through as well, and he gets shut down. MADKINGS have been dug 6 feet under.
Yeah, the idea over there from MADKINGS was, especially from Noddy, was quite decent in fact, but we'll come back to that in a bit. A spray down from Jelly, and the opening against AX is going to be there. AX, they've managed to close in a lot of distance, but they don't have the bodies to make this play work. But luckily for the players of AX, from the back lines, all this distraction is being utilized by the players of VXT. That bounce, it's just brilliant. The timing of it is perfect, and VXT have hit double digits with those elimination points.
And why not? You've got Smoker on 6 eliminations. This is a mad lad chasing down the Eliminators title for a while now. And VXT, they're just shooting down. They are exploding, imploding any opposition that they find.
But 4v4 against Aries now, and while VXT is already in a safer spot, Aries, this is a big match. This is the game where they need to secure the chicken dinner and close in on the top 8.
And you mention it, VXT now seem unstoppable. Smoker finds a knock yet again, but this time out the open spot and gets knocked out as well. This is going to be brutal, and this is going to be massive for NoNx Esports as they bring down one man. But can this nade find the right end of it?
And it's not just the thick chicken dinner that they're fighting for right now. Smoker also will look to gain an edge on that eliminator leaderboard as the tag has just shifted over his name. And Aries, the entire team is lined up with how these nades are being lobbed. It seems like their positions are completely compromised, and Aries and Rex with the utility have caused a lot of damage. There it is, the support they needed from the backlines. Keshu finds the second. It is going to be a 3-piece now. Last man left alive from the side of Aries. VXT know exactly where everyone is. The gods of war are not the gods of hiding, it seems.
Yeah, they absolutely are not. And VXT just destroy every single team out there, snatch away the golden chicken. But what a performance it was. I mean, coming in from Rex and Smoker, 11 finishes shared between these two lads, especially that fight against AX, that fight against MADKINGS. They also fought against a little bit of TAG as well. They definitely are relatively lesser known players inside of the lobby, Johnny, but they are playing like an absolute machine. We saw those nades pop off against TAG, all 4 players in tandem, and that is the kind of teamwork you want to find and witness inside of the Pro Series.
Yeah, brilliant win for the team, and an even bigger win for the man with the 6 eliminations. Now has made his way and has can confidently call himself the Eliminator. He has replaced Dhruv out of what, 27 days?
After 27 days.
26 and a half.
26 and a half. I think that kind of does justice. We'll have to find out if Dhruv can actually catch up. Maybe at the end of the day, Dhruv will be able to bounce back again.
You know what's the best part about all of this? Though? That Eliminator title just shifting mid-match. That both these two lads are in the same group.
Yeah, they certainly are in the same group. And I think Jonathan from Group C is going to be watching. Jonathan was trailing Dhruv by just 1 frag. Now he's going to be in a close third. So Smoker, Dhruv and Johnny, they are in a league of their own right now. And you can also mix HADX in there somewhere, I think, on a close fourth.
He's in the top 5. Yeah. Also, I think Dhruv might have dropped to the 3rd because if I remember it correctly, I think Jonathan was able to secure a few extra eliminations in this game.
I'm not really sure about that. We'll have to go down.
We'll see. We'll find it out.
We'll find it out. I think in this game, it was mostly Jelly and Harsh who was finding those frags. We still, like I said, need confirmation on that. But just like you mentioned, Smoker is now the Eliminator. That is a big win, not just for him as an individual, but I think for VXT as a lineup as well.
True.
They are peaking Johnny right in the nick of time.
When they need to. Exactly when they need to, as you mentioned. And VXT, I think this is what we expected from them in the qualifier rounds. Now it's okay. It didn't happen. They're playing the survival stages very beautifully. 6 eliminations on the board for Smoker, and he's followed up by his own IGL, Rex. I wonder if Rex is going to be second on the list of eliminators, by the way.
I don't really think he's actually far behind. Rex has been absolutely phenomenal. I mean, honestly, he looks scary as well.
Are you sure he's the IGL, though, with how he's playing?
Because his name had that tag when we did find the list, right, initially. But still, man, I mean, nonetheless, I think VXT doesn't really matter who's the IGL, who's not. As long as they're finding chicken dinners plus so many eliminations, I think this is going to be a brilliant run from this team. They might even have snatched away the #1 position away from MADKINGS or TAG, maybe.
Yeah, could be the case, actually, now that you say that, because big match for the players of VXT. But we have the highlights of this game on our screens, and of course, Aries, I think a phenomenal run from the players of NoNx Esports. We can't discount them from this performance. They started the game off with that 3-piece coming through as they wiped out GenXFM and then went on to finish in the top 2. Of course, they could have secured the chicken dinner as well had they had things gone differently for them, but it doesn't matter. I think with this, Aries now will have enough momentum to find a breach inside of the top 8.
Potentially, but they need to stitch performances together, just like MADKINGS did, kinda. Back-to-back great games coming through this one as well. They did find those 5 elimination points. They were inside the top 5 as well, but could not really land the end of the game itself. But as of yet, we did see a little bit of TAG as well, and TAG finally are finding a little bit of rhythm, Johnny. Something that we were complaining since the start of the tournament, that, you know, it's just Jonathan who is playing in the forward role.
Yeah.
The rest of the team is not just playing around him. I still feel there are going to be errors in judgment, errors in miscoms as well, but it's at least going on the right direction.
Yeah, I think the team is looking quite solid in the survival stages so far. It's just that I think even in the qualifier stages, they started off on a great note. That first opening qualifier round was actually quite decent from their side. And I think that might have happened, that it kind of pushed the entire team into a little bit of overconfidence mentally. And then they dropped the ball completely in the second week.
That is a high probability.
Then they were forced to recover. So, yeah, I mean, with these players, with the lads with a lot of experience, it does happen that they get a little too overconfident and then they need a wake-up call.
I think the word for that is complacent. But we'll just go ahead with it. Match rankings in front of our screens, and VXD 25 Bomba. There's a great performance coming in from them, and Aries with 18 points, much needed for them to resurrect back on the overall standings. We did get to see the rest of the lobby as well. TAG did find double digits, but nothing major over there. But here on the second page, I think Learn From Past is going to be very unhappy. They were contending for that #1 slot, and they did have an opportunity in this game, but they only found a nail.
Yeah, I think in this game, they started off on a great note, that fight initiation, but then they just fell apart. But we have the overall leaderboard on our screens. TAG still hold on to that first position, but a big leap from the players of VXT, AXT moving up a spot. I think the big entry over here inside of the top 8 has to be Aries, jumping up 7 positions, 41 points on the board. And now with the upcoming matches, I think the goal is pretty simple. Just protect your lead. But the most incredible name, and they will start playing their matches now, is True Rippers. Just 3 matches done, and they're still on the 4th with 52 points, just 16 shy of where the players of TAG are right now.
I mean, this is a fabulous stat. Just goes to show how far ahead True Rippers are inside of the competition. Yes, they can bomb their next 2 matches. That is, of course, a possibility. But if you look at averages, I think they do have their stuff sorted. The same can't really be said for K9 Esports. So they're moving ahead with an average of 6, Johnny. 3 matches played, just 19 points. They do have the game advantage for themselves. In the next 2 matches, they do find like around maybe 20 plus points. K9 Esports is also going to be in competition. But the question still remains, do you want to keep yourself in the top 16 at the end of the day? Or do you want to try and maybe punch above your weight and try and shoot inside the top 8?
I think they should. I think with elimination on the line, and especially with 3/4 of the entire lobby of the teams that are participating in the survival stages getting eliminated, I think it is time to start punching above your weight class and see if you can even land a hit. If you do, good for you, you get a point.
Yeah, and you know what? It can be very daunting, especially when you are punching above your weight. And for that, you need a lot of energy, lads. This is the Monster Energy drink, black and white. Make sure you try and get yourself a sip. Unleash the monster before we take a short break and come back right after this.
I like the narrative, that I'm the best in the league. Who you comparing with? That isn't fed them, top of the throne in his league. How you moving so on his feet? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the fire.
Welcome back after that break, ladies and gents. And of course, the journey through the survival stages, it is still on. We've had some incredible bounce backs in that previous game of Erangel, but next up, it's going to be one more Erangel. Joining me, it's going to be none other than ICBB12. And I see a lot of awkward interactions in that previous game. A few big names falling apart early. Learn From Past in particular kind of puts them in a position on the overall leaderboard from where they can get kicked out if things keep happening the same way they did on that previous map.
Hey, for all things considered, consistency is going to be the key as well. And I think when we talk about big names like Learn from Past, who had a great day yesterday, today is a little bit sloppy here, it's not that shabby for them because in the end of the day, they still have somewhat of a safety net. But speaking of safety nets, I think VXT being very consistent today is one of the biggest surprises here because they did not really do too well for the past 3 weeks. Week 4 during the qualifications round when they were doing Group C where the stakes did not even matter. They were playing absolutely out of their mind when we were doubting them as well. Can they replicate the same? And it seems like the trend kind of pulled through into its, I would say, into the survival stage, and they're doing pretty okay.
Yeah, pretty much. I agree with you on that. I think a big reason for that is the mental peace that they've gotten. As you mentioned, week 3, nothing mattered. We actually realized, all right, we can play our natural play style. Let's just not take any pressure. They did do well. And once that mindset sort of sets in, you get a little comfortable, and I hope that that is what's happening to them now. But let's talk about a different team that does not really have that safety net, although somehow they now find themselves on that 8th position. I am talking about Ares Esports on that 8th spot with just 41 points. First of all, did we expect Ares to be inside the top 8 at any time inside of the survival stages?
Well, truth be told, no, not really. But based on their performance today itself, it does give them a fighting chance to try and stay in the top 8 here. However, that chance has to continue tomorrow itself because think about it this way. All this shift in terms of the leaderboard has been happening without Group B in the mix. True Rippers is still top 8 with a 2-game advantage over the rest of the pack here. So they do have 2 matches to actually play to try and match the score. And even for K9 as well, they also have 2 matches to try and match the score to push towards the top 16. So it is going to be very, very tricky.
Yeah, it definitely will be. But one thing that has been tricky for a while was for us to figure out if anyone was going to replace Dhruv on that eliminator leaderboard. And finally, I see, after 26 and a half days, let's just make it 27 so that it sounds more epic. After 27 days, finally, we have come across a man that takes down Dhruv. And it is going to be Smoker from the side of VXT. 61 eliminations to his name and becomes the new face of the Eliminator tag.
Now, this is really impressive here coming from VXT. Again, I've been bringing up this like a broken record as well. Best performance during week 4. We thought it was just a what-if, one-hit wonder kind of scenario. But no, they were training to survive, and now he is part of the elites here. 61 finishes here. But by the end of the day, we have to see whether or not Dhruv is going to give chase as well because they still have their respective matches. Same case with Jonathan as well. Jonathan is still very close behind. Cyrex also makes the list as well. Rex from VXT also making the list as part of the top 5. However, we also have to take into consideration that the teams that are in the semifinals and the grand finals, they're pretty much out of the race for now.
One thing I just realized was 3 players out of the top 5 on the Eliminator leaderboard are from the same group, so they're going to be constantly fighting each other, which I believe should give the opportunity for the other lads to try and catch up, but we'll have to see how things turn out. For now, for how long can Smoker hold on to that tag? Can he set up a new record? I hope there are enough days left for him.
Hey, fair enough here, but at the same time, I'm looking forward to see how True Rippers actually rip this actual lobby as well. They were the tabletoppers yesterday. They were able to pull a 50-pointer marker with 3 games in the general. Now, 3 more games to go. Let's see whether or not can they do so as well. And they are going to be playing back-to-back matches from now on.
Exactly. There is potential for them to just be consistent across the board in the last 3 games of the day. And as you mentioned, IC, it is time for us to see the reveal of another different chapter of this story of the survival stages, True Rippers and their domination. We have Erangel once again on our screens and a flight path again leaning towards the western half of the map, although this time it starts from the northwestern quadrant, just a little bit east of Zaki and ends towards the western edge of the military island.
Oh boy, this is going to be a very western shift here, but I'm curious, are we going to see that drop clash down towards Pachinki as well? We know K9 is in the picture. They are going to be looking to try and contest Pachinki. Riot Nation's also part of the mix as well. We saw Riot Nation's kind of snatching away a couple of vehicles from VXT as well. So this is where things get a little bit tricky as well. K9 has always struggled to try and survive the initial Pachinki, and we also know for a fact that they do have a little bit of contest with Godlike as well. So when Godlike is around, they don't really play there. Are they going to try and focus onto his Pachinki? It seems like Riot Nations is hitting there. K9 is hitting there as well. We might see that early drop clash from Pachinki once more. Nothing crazy for Quantum Spark. Rising Esports, they're getting North George. Myth going to be playing Zarki. I think Myth is one of the most unique teams thus far that has made Zarki their home ground since Grand Finals of BGIS. And somehow they haven't been doing too well, and occasionally they do run into a couple of teams.
Yeah, hey, worked out pretty well in that previous game for one of the rosters over there. But my eyes were pinned towards Severny. Could have been an awkward drop clash between HADX and Team Doxy. Doxy, they've been struggling really badly. HADX also in the same boat, by the way. But now both the teams split apart. HADX head towards shooting range. Doxy have been given complete control of the position of Severny, but JAGUAR Esports, K9, Aura X, Riot Nations, these teams south of Pachinki, what is their intention? Are we going to see them try to fight it out against each other, or are we just going to see them rotate along towards the eastern side and just look for cover?
Well, it might be just a little bit chill pill here, but at the same time, Phoenix seems to be running in the northern side as well. They might run in towards H4K. And as of yet, Phoenix, they are looting all the nearby vehicles, but if they drive in the right direction, they might run into his H4K, who's trying to get out of shooting range, which arguably is not a great loot for four teams here. Sorry, 4 players in general for a single team. And for Team Doxy, obviously 70 for themselves, they're going to be very happy, but seems like Phoenix, they're going to be driving on the merry way, completely ignoring the scuffle. I thought they are going to be going on a hunting spree, but can they afford to do so, considering that they had a great opener, but eventually kind of fell apart?
Yeah, pretty much, man. But hey, I mean, we keep talking about the Spartan spin. Well, there's the Olympian Academy that you can get for yourself. Like, feel like a god with that Olympian outfit. I mean, I actually like that US skin, by the way.
Yeah.
Looks pretty cool.
Yeah, looks really, really cool. There's a saying, right? Like, women always like a man in a uniform, and I like to kind of deck myself in the uniforms while playing music as well. Yeah, musicians, they find them very attractive.
Yeah, that is true.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, why am I saying that's true? It's not true, man. That's the whole reason I learned how to play the guitar. Did not really work out. All you have is just more dudes surrounding you.
Yeah, for a second, the entire viewership, including myself, has just caught you on a lie. On a lie, my friend.
Yeah, it does not really work out.
Okay.
Play all the amazing riffs you want.
Okay.
Yeah, bro, what's that chord shape, bro? That's all you hear.
Okay.
Anyways, T7 Orion. Not really banger of a performance throughout the day. Even that map of Rondo, not really going out too well for them. And T7 Orion, I think ever since that first week was done, T7 Orion have just been inside of the bottom 4, the bottom 5 of whatever group they've been a part of.
Well,
I mean, mostly Group D.
yeah, but I think right now it's all about surviving, and for H4K, they did have a little bit of signs of life here and there. Previous rounds was great, but now they are going to be on their merry way to try to loot up Stalber, but they might run into a couple of teams very, very soon, and one of those teams is going to be NoNx Esports and T7 Orion, who's trying to rotate past as well. T7, shots fired, Hesperos is forced to pivot as well, as kind of descend to try and restock his way through, but seems like T7 just not interested. They're not exactly looted out as well, so they are going to completely abandon ship, while Hesperos, now he is having a little bit of paranoia kicking in right now. That's not a spot you want to be in here, at least for NoNx Esports, but I've got my question here on why the heck is Hesperos all by himself here while the rest of his team is all the way in Military Island?
Quick rotation, but just forgot to tell his teammates about it. But hey, there's something we need to tell you about, and that's the Spartan King suit, ladies and gentlemen. It's out now. It's a gold spin. Do go ahead and grab yourselves these exciting cosmetics. And of course, if you do find yourself these cosmetics, if you find that Spartan King suit, do make sure to tag us and let us know as well. Share your happiness with us.
Exactly, and of course, there is a discount every single day for your first spin. So be sure to take advantage of the gold spin as well to try and save up some UCs. Meanwhile, as the game progresses as well, you can see NoNx Esports, they are trying to make the call to try and get into the zone to try and back up his leader, who's pretty much left all by himself, no loots, no cover whatsoever, and he was pretty much surrounded as well. He does have a nice little shack, but again, placement points, is it going to be enough? Because as of yet, they are 11th place in the overall standing, so they need every little point they can get if they want to survive, but you can't really do it if you're a 1-3 split this wide, I would say.
Right Nations on the other side. Last start, are they going to be aware of the threat? Oh, Shadow, he just goes past those compounds, and I believe they might have just heard those footsteps inside, maybe just a few. And Last start, they just keep going. Not inside the play zone right now, no intention to fight. Jaguar Esports almost breaching the circle from the southeastern edge. They have Aura and Troy Million nearby, like 400, 500 meters towards the west, but Jaguar Esports keep moving along the eastern edge of the circle, and I think now the intention is clear. Maybe they are headed towards those Kaminsky Hills.
This is... Well, the circle is still really undecided yet. It gives me a little bit of a sign that it is going to shift towards the far north side where the shorelines is, where 7ing is. We've had a couple of circles like that before. But I think one of the rarest one has to be Zarki and Stauber. We haven't seen a Stauber circle at all. I think even for last year itself, I think we only saw like once. But even that, it was extremely, extremely rare.
Yeah, we've had more Zarki circles in comparison. That Stalber Hill just not really where the game wants us to be. Although I think if I was Jaguar Esports right now, the best spot would be to take control of that little bit of a pit stop position north of Yasnaya. You see that rail that drops from Stalber Hills to the Yasnaya Poliana city. That would be a nice little pit stop to work from. You have vision towards the east, you have vision down south. Can be caught off guard by T7 Orion, who are just playing the extreme northern shoreline, but ideally you would not expect anyone to be towards the north of Stalber.
I don't think T7 is going to be the big threat right now. Why? Because they just arrived at the vicinity, they are pretty much under-looted as well. So in terms of overall loot progression, everybody else is stocked up, while T7 might just be caught off guard if somebody decides to slam them as well. So I don't think T7 is in position to contest anyone yet, but at the same time, if they set up a really good ambush, wrap up that fight, take their loots, okay, it's a win-win, but do you want to go against those kind of odds?
Nah, it's a big gamble that needs to be taken, and T7 aren't in a position to gamble away even a single point. On the other side of things, Quantum Spark, well, they have been quite quiet inside of this game so far, moving towards the center. Look at that. Oh, I see. I think we might just get a Stalber Hill endgame this time. Not exactly that Stalber Yasnaya slope of the hill, but maybe the Stalber Severny slope of the hill.
And this is going to be a very quick game as well, because this circle is extremely tricky, just because, number one, Yasnaya Apartments has a lot of line of sight on towards the people on the hill. And those teams in the hill, if they are deciding to take the Stalber Mountain, will have a lot of line of sight to the west side. So I think this circle is going to be an absolute nightmare for every single team who has no experience having dogfighting in particular. So I am expecting 4 teams to be eliminated, maybe 3 to 4 parties. That is going to be happening here if they do get caught off guard. So hunkering down on those warehouses where H4K is going to be a prime position to actually gather info. But fragging out, getting frags, snatching finishes is going to be very, very tricky. But let's see. Rising Esports seems like they don't want to rotate out. They are going to try and wait for the rest of the lobby to get cut down first before they actually make the first move. Smart play here from Rising Esports. Not exactly the spot I want to be in, but again, we have to wait.
Yeah, we just have to wait and watch to see what this game is going to turn into, because I agree with you. I think there will be a bloodbath, a massacre all around the players of H4K, and it might involve them as well. If one of their players gets knocked out, or if 2 players get knocked out, then there is potential for someone else from the sidelines to actually just slam in and snatch away the cover away. Troy Esports on our screens right now. They've kind of avoided the cluster all this time, but True Rippers in the distance, in fact, towards the edge, have been spotted out.
Well, as of yet, Troy Esports is going to be one of the major factors for teams on the west side that will pivot away from them. That's going to be a tricky spot to work here. But True Rippers, they try and cover down towards the south of 70. They do go for a 2-2 split. Right Nation's getting picked off. That's a great defense here coming from True Rippers to try and save Punk, trying to regroup with the rest of the pack.
It's 2 punks against each other. Who becomes the punk and who becomes the punker, I guess, in this fight? Because, yeah, both the lads share the same name, but there's been different strategies being employed by both of them. Right Nations, they're still trying their level best to get their punk back up on his feet, but Termi says no, just taps away with a lot of patience, and the finish is going to be secured by Cheyenne, leaving Riot Nations down to a 3-man roster now.
Yeah, Omega with the first pick of this game. 11 minutes, that's the first body drop so far. It is getting extremely crowded here. Teams are getting a little bit angsty trying to find space, but seems like the circle hasn't decided their fates or whether or not are they going to shift up north or not. So this is going to be a little bit tough one here. but Myth also getting picked off from outside the zone far north as Team Doxy actually finds Harshill. So this next shift here is going to be on the west side here. So it is going to be north side of the lake. H4K having one of the god spots. Lestade as well having one of the god spots to kind of shove everybody around them. So that is going to be a tough circle to play. Jaguar Esports may look to consider taking a little bit pit stop here, but seems like they're ignoring those compounds on top of the hills to try and push for center. Very tricky spot to be in. Quantum Sparks playing a little bit slow. Riot Nations, no reason to move. But for Aura and Phoenix on the Yasnayaville, seems like I don't think they should be pushing it right now. Like,
Yeah,
they're just too late.
Yeah, too late, and especially that position around that ravine, it's not really a good spot. There are these rocks that give you a false sense of safety, but from the back hills, they are quite exposed. On the other side, Santa Esports against Team Doxy. That has to be a knock. No, he moves out at the right time. Still manages to get taken out by Adonis as Santa Esports, the cover shows up at the right time. But Doxy himself from the top of that hill causing a lot of damage. And Santa Esports, this is not a present they were expecting in this gas station. All of a sudden, down to the last two men.
Yeah, now Santa force on defense. Team Doxy's got them locked in, but outside here, Adonis finds the opener. Yepes gets taken down. Now the push comes through. UNQ with the refrag gets the confirmation as well. It seems like Team Santa may have miscoordinated that assault, but all this gunfight has attracted the attention of Troy Demlin Esports. They realized they need to start thinning the herd, and this is the perfect third-party moment here for Troy Demlin Esports. Coffin wraps up with UNQ, but he's all by himself, and Troy Demlin Esports is looking to try and flush him out. Nades comes through, drops him down towards the last tick, and he is exposed, and they know where he is. And he is going to be flushed off, and how is he still alive? But seems like we are going to be seeing a 440 with Quantum Spark also joining the fray.
I see you called it just a few minutes ago. There's going to be multiple third parties in this game. Coffin! Oh! Could have been finished off, but by the grace of God was alive for a few extra seconds and forces Hesperos to step into the Molotov. But Esports Social from the top of the hill now are in a position to just gatekeep the side of Troy the Million. But I don't even get to finish my sentence. What happened to Myth? Just wiped out, sent packing to the Quantum Realm by Quantum Sparks.
This is just such an awkward situation here for Quantum Sparks. They were distracted by trying to third party at Troy Temple from afar, and as soon as that happened, Myth go in for the slam. They won that fight, but they lost two in the process. Seems like a fifth party onwards Troy Temple is about to happen as well, because Esports Social is also going to be chiming in to try and zone them out. Troy Temple Esports now has no choice but to swing out of the zone. And hopefully they are going to be able to survive this. Stage 3 circle, not too shabby, but it's not great either.
Yeah, it's not really the best of the zones for a lot of these teams, especially for Troy the Million, and now even for Esports Social as they get forced out. K9 Esports, Rising Esports present towards the southwest. You still have Aura and Phoenix stuck towards the southeast. Not really the best of traces coming through from the players of Esports Social. The entirety of Troy the Million are able to rotate their way towards the edge of the play zone, but this might just force them into a sandwich, as now even Lostade have started to take shots on the players of Troy the Million Esports.
Oh boy, they're hard pinned, surrounded. Troy the Million Esports only has a shack to work with. One knock length almost dropped as well. Seems like they are going to try and get the resets done, but they do make it inside the zone, so that is going to be a small saving grace, but they need to get those resets. Fifth parties are coming in. They are looking to try and confirm those spots. Hesperos crawls his way through, but gets taken out. Lestade trying to secure those finishes as well. They're getting shot from left, right, front, and center. Those smokes are going to give them a little bit of a vision block, but it does not block bullets. Esports Social just hammering their way through. Troy Temple Esports, they are stuck. They are done for. They are pretty much going to be stuck in one of the worst possible spots as of now.
For sure they are. No escape for Maxioso. But Esports Social, now this is a big surprise. For a second I thought that, yeah, Esports Social could have committed a little bit more towards Troy the Million to try and get those finishes, but now they have control of the northern edge of the play zone with Quantum Spark down in numbers as well. It seems like Esports Social can rack up a decent number of eliminations in this matchup, but highlights of Quantum Spark taking on the players of Myth. Decent start to the fight by the players of Quantum Spark, and of course Isolated Men it's difficult for them to stay alive. Scout OP also showed up at the right time, and NoNx Esports weren't really left with much to do once Quantum Sparks were reunited.
Yeah, this was such an awkward interaction as well because Quantum Sparks, they're trying to take space while two of the players actually went to third party that initial gas station fight. And the moment Myth slammed in, they had no choice but to regroup here. Archie just got taken out for absolutely no value to trade for. But still, great defense. Two players still somehow survive. But bigger question, 13 teams left alive, 2 players. Odds pretty much stacked against Quantum Spark as of yet. Not a great sign, but 3 points still in the bag in this game.
Still an open position though. And H4K, we have been talking about them since the start. They haven't really... They haven't had no need to move outside of the cover so far. Staying there, but Troopers spotted out into the open by the players of K9 Esports. Although K9, they have their own problems to deal with, like rotating inside the play zone. They do manage to find themselves right on the edge. But True Rippers, a potential gatekeep could be underway.
Boy, True Rippers, they're still out in the open as well. One of the trickiest souls to play with. And they realize that they need to find a way to actually mess up K9 Esports. Cheyenne tries to lob a nade, but it's a little bit too far off to actually be in range. But the longer they stay out in the open as well, we are going to be expecting third parties. It seems like Kalan from the start is creeping up to try and just check out the distance. But look at this, K9 goes in for the slam. True Rippers now might be able to actually win this fight.
And I think they will. True Rippers, Cheyenne! Oh, Pixel on Snowjaw. Cheyenne could have had him in the bag, but he fails. But no time for K9 to celebrate as well, as now they have the attention of this man, Carlin, from last Saturday. He tried his level best to find the knock. Doesn't really succeed. In fact, gets traded out. K9 Esports. What is this, Icy? How does K9 have a full reset?
Oh my goodness, that has to be the quickest one as well. Lastade, they thought they had the upper hand, but K9 with a synchronized push, a very unexpected one as well. True Rippers weren't prepared to take that fight, got completely mowed down, thinking that K9 Esports might have made one of the biggest mistakes because right behind them was Lastade. But somehow they survive, they push through, and they thrive on. Meanwhile, on screen, Master with the 2 knock finds the third piece, and Quantum Spark somehow keeps the dream alive. Thirst for the point, but Balu will be able to trade him off, but that's another 3 points in the hands of QS.
I feel bad for Jaguar Esports, man. The fight doesn't even get wrapped up. He loses his entire team in front of his eyes. That backup was so slow. And Quantum Spark, that strategy of tower defense kind of works out for them. 6 eliminations secured in this game. They take an exit on the 10, but they still have 6 points to work with. On the other side of things, Aura Esports. Surprise, surprise. Now all of a sudden, smack center of the circle, forced to deal with the players of last Saturday. And Aura Esports, I don't think they have any cover to work with, by the way.
Oh boy. Lastade, not too happy they've lost Kalan, but the journey continues. They're still pretty spread off as well. They only have this shack. They've used their smoke to try and provide cover, but the rest of the Lastade is still getting chased off by K9 Esports as they try to make their way into the zone. K9 getting gatekeep, and here comes the third party. Riot Nations completely distracting K9. Now K9 is forced to engage against them. Taurus, the front line, goes for the bait and switch, pulls away a little bit of the aggro, but does not get taken out. So Riot Nations, they have to be very careful here because K9 has shifted their entire focus on this fight. Smokes being deployed. They are going to be looking for picks. But with the zone closing in, 1 minute left on the clock to close it. And Riot Nations, they have to make the play. RD easy, 2 players left. Seems like RD is going to try and bail out this fight. While K9 hope to get lucky with those dates.
As you said, they're just hoping for a little bit of luck. But Riot Nations, quick on the move, want some space inside of the play zone. But that is going to be an awkward position to work from. No cover available, just these 2 vehicles for these 2 players. And look at the radar, they have Aura waiting for them. Troy Tamil Esports, Lens has a line of fire. Already shots being taken on the players of Riot Nations. Then there's added pressure from the backlines of K9 moving in for the finish at any second. But recap of Master, showcasing why he is called Master indeed. A 3K against the players of Jaguar Esports. Easy finishes racked up. Or at least he made them look easy.
Well, definitely as well. But for Riot Nations, they reposition ahead of K9 Esports. Smokes being set up as well, afraid of a potential long-range pickoff. It seems like K9 doesn't want to overcommit, knowing that that's not a great spot to be in. And Lastani trying to look up to try and third party this. Unfortunately, not going to be able to do so. There's just too many teams. And Riot Nations is going to try and reposition off this fight. K9 keeping Lastani in check on those compounds with Taurus. Having a little bit of nice one-way smoke and gets the knock as well. Putting Lastani at their place. Delaying their rotations here. And now K9 is going to try and creep up and take them all out.
Yeah, I don't think Lastani survives this. Smoker lines up that nade. And it should be close. Well, they're still looking to recover. There's a gap. There's a small little window. If Smoker can line it up, Lastani, well, this is where they took their last stand. And Taurus, he doesn't even want to wait for the utility. He just charges forward, point blank range, jump shot with the shotgun, a few shells to connect. And now he's looking for the first knock in this fight. Finds the first, finds the second. Are we going to see another clutch from this man? It gets denied, but by who? Taurus gets 2 picks on the board, and the last one gets picked up by Aura Esports.
What a push coming in from K9 Esports. It seems like the random stray bullets from Lens was scouted out, and Taurus knows exactly where he shot from. What an insane game sense here coming from Taurus. Now he's going to try and take him out. But it seems like all this stock up is going to be priority here for K9 Esports because they need to move their way into the zone. And speaking of the zone here, T7 from the east side finds a loose straggler, and that's going to be Esports Social losing Manny Jot from the side. And the rest of the pack are going to be spread off. And T7 is going to be coming down to hunt them down.
And a big opportunity actually, Rao, for the middle pack to try and challenge the team sitting at the top. The cutoff before we went into this match was somewhere around 41 points, 40 points. K9 Esports, they're there with 9 eliminations, 31 points in total. H4K, 3 finishes, 27 in total. Aura might just take an early exit as they are down to the last man, but T7 Orion and Esports Social can look to bounce back on the overall leaderboard from this game. Nate goes out from the players of T7 Orion. Gyro got in the back, knocked out. Jayesh, last man left alive, gets sandwich, hoping for a save over there as he closes in point blank against T7 Orion, but gets wiped out. And now I see there could be hope to see T7 make it into the top 8 of the overall leaderboard, only if they win this match.
Oh, it could be. Very nice cleanup as well. T7 shifting their focus on towards the other side of the map. K9 being the point of interest here for T7. However, little did they know, H4K is creeping behind them as well. It seems like K9 doesn't realize that they're getting shot from 2 different teams. They are going to try and go in for the abandoned ship strat here. What a save as well from Somrush, or in this case, Smoker, with some insane driving skills to get 2 guys out to safety, and they regroup. K9 is somehow surviving this.
Yeah, it is insane, them just still being alive. But H4K, I think now finally realizing there was a lot of commotion around them caused by the players of T7 Orion. Finally, they are looking to move. Sujal, Rage God, Wizard, all 4 of them still up. It's 4 versus 3 situation as they take a fight against the players of T7 Orion, but T7 distracted by K9 in the back lines. They have caused a lot of damage onto Smoker. The knock is going to be found as well.
Oh boy. In the blink of an eye, we're down towards the final 3 teams, and K9 seems to be the focus for the guys up top on the mountain here. H4K, T7 looking to try and chime in on towards K9. And they've been trying their best to try and creep in, but it seems like their best may not just be enough here with 2 teams looking down, raining down death and destruction on towards them. T7 is not going to let them off the hook. However, Firo may have just ran out on ammunition here. Finds a little bit crate, stocks up a little bit more. T7 can still continue on this pressure, but they have to be aware that H4K might take advantage of this. But it seems like both H4K and T7 Orion, they're just working together. No reason to fight each other.
Pretty much. As you mentioned, I think go for the easy picks first. And I think for T7 Orion and H4K, right now that seems to be the players from the side of K9 Esports, considering that's the squad that's outside of the play zone as well. Snowjot spotted out. Rage God, he's going to try and keep him pinned down behind that car that's blown up. And look at what K9 is doing. They just want to get Taurus close enough, I guess, for him to be able to spray the entirety or anyone he sees. And as of now, Taurus, he's a little bit more interested in on the players of H4K.
Oh my goodness, K9, they're running out of options to work with as well. Last 7 smokes, they need to find a way to push through. Taurus makes the bait and switch, and the return fire, the cover fire is good. Rage God backs off, and now Taurus has closed the distance, and he is going to go for the slam, but he wins the trade. That's the opener here for K9 Esports.
The first shot was there. but the second whiffed, and Taurus made Rage God rage. H4K down in numbers. They are finding the trade as Somraj falls, but Taurus, he's still very close to cause a lot of harm to the players of H4K. Look at the utility being lobbed to try and shut this man down. But it doesn't seem like he's going to slow down anytime soon. Taurus again with a nade causes the distraction. Wizard moving through the smoke. And he's waiting for vision. He has vision. He has visual confirmation of where the players of H4K are. K9 need to do anything that they can to deny the revive, and it seems like there's a little bit of help coming in from the rear. Somraj finds the knock onto Noddy, and Taurus, now the door is all open for him as he pushes the smoke, shuts down any magic from Wizard, and now H4K are down to their last player.
Oh my goodness, what an absolute menace, Taurus. Just raining death and destruction. One man completely shattering H4K, and T7 takes advantage of this. They pick up, they take them out, and we're down to the final two teams. K9 is still holding on. However, they're not exactly in position. Snowjaw is still down. They haven't grouped up. Taurus is going to be the first line of defense here for K9. T7 is still not prepared to take this fight. But K9, they're focusing on Snowjaw. They need to group up with Taurus. He needs backup. And T7, they're so afraid to push this. They're lobbing nades. And Taurus, he still somehow holds on. And T7 can't seem to find him as well. This is brilliant. This is huge for here for K9 Esports. My goodness. T7, they have no idea. And as long as Taurus is alive, he can be the opener here for K9 to snatch this chicken dinner away.
Yeah, they know where he is. They just can't seem to connect those nades. No angles available. Well, except one. They are going to have to overcommit a little bit towards the eastern side, but that's a risky move. And K9 Esports now, again, back with the numbers advantage, 4 versus 3. And of course, a big chunk of the circle as well in their control. T7 Orion forced towards that northern edge. It's stage 8 in the next 30 seconds. If T7 don't find an opening, then there should be a match for K9 Esports to secure a chicken dinner in, because there is no line of fire available. But from where does this man take those shots? Smoker somehow manages to find an angle, and T7 now are left with just 2 players in this endgame. It's a 4 versus 2 situation. Look at that trio just climb up that ridge, and T7 have no way out of it, because while T7 were distracted by the backline players, Taurus up close and personal was just making sure that he tracked the players of T7 Orion and knew where the utility need to be lobbed. Look at the damage, half the HP bar gone as soon as the players are spotted.
What an opener from Smoker from out of position. Finds the opener, allowing Snowjaw and Somrush to push up the mountain. And now we are going to see a fair 3v3 on top of these mountains. But slowly but surely, T7, they're running out of space. The zone is going to force them down out in the open. Nades. And Smoker in the far lines is going to come true.
Look at the amount of nades still remaining on the players of K9 Esports. 9 grenades left. And it seems like they are still going to wait before they use them. The first opening found just by the weapons themselves. 3 versus 2. And now T7 Orion are forced to play a split. Somraj also gets taken out, but Phantom on the high ground gets knocked out instead. Taurus, he's burning alive, but does he care? He needs to. Does not have the HP to re-engage again into that fight. And K9 Esports, now that they know that T7 is down to their last man, they can do whatever they please with this fight. But again, a reminder, Taurus does not have any utility to work with.
Oh my goodness, he is now in a 1 versus 1 situation. Needs to clutch this, gets a nice tag, but he needs to be careful as well. He's still out in the open. T7 may look to try and reset this fight, but with the circle forcing him out in the open as well. Needs to be careful. Down towards the last wire. Pre-fire comes through, tags him once more. Taurus finds the confirmation. Down towards a 1 versus 1. Out in the open. Who wins this? No! Did he get it?
No.
Did he get it?
It's Phantom.
Oh my goodness. Taurus, he almost got the winner chicken dinner.
It was the last tick of damage. He threw the sticky bomb. It blew up. But as he was counting on Phantom to just stay in that damage radius, Phantom swung towards his left, got out of that damage radius, and I think Taurus just like started shooting a little too soon. He was down in HP. But that was... that was something else towards the end, wasn't it?
Oh, that was such a close battle, but still, K9 Esports, what was that? That is a masterclass performance coming from Somraj and the entire team coming from K9 Esports. Insane teamwork, impeccable teamwork.
It might just put them inside of the top 8. I don't remember exactly how many points they had when we went into the game, but I think they will be in that top 8 bracket, and T7 Orion might just be closing in on that 8th spot as well.
Yeah, but at the same time as well, I don't know how K9 was able to survive this long, but let's be real. The positions that K9 was in throughout the entirety of the game on how they go in for those aggressive push has been spot on. Look at this. Snowjot Smoker getting bullied by H4K, getting bullied for T7. Their saving grace was to make sure that Taurus is able to creep up into H4K with that opener and cover fire is the whole reason K9 had some signs of life to make a potential comeback.
Pretty much, but I did not understand that. Alright, as you said, it was incredible the way this team survived till the late game stages and found their way inside of the top 2. But then they blunder that last fight very badly.
Oh,
9 grenades on the team, and I believe that utility was on Smoker. Otherwise, if it was on the other 3 players, they would have already started lobbing them into the faces of the players of T7 Orion. So again, all of that utility just going to waste. Even Smoker in the backlines could have naded Phantom, try to pick him off with just utility instead of going for a firefight. But yeah, K9 Esports, to be fair, they did not need to do a lot of heavy lifting. They just needed to squeeze inside of the top 8. They were already in the top 16, I believe. So this should be helpful. And now it's just us keeping our fingers crossed that they keep this form with them till the end of the tournament.
Agreed, and K9 looking very strong here. Day 1 was a complete flop yesterday, but today they look stronger than ever. Hopefully they are, like you said, being consistent here. But let's talk about the top 5 here in this match as well. We obviously have T7 Orion here in the mix with Phantom clutching and snatching the chicken dinner here with 6 finishes. We have Cabeza from T7 Orion as well with 4. We've Master of the Corner Swung with a very, very nice 3-piece for himself of JAGUAR Esports. We also have Snowjot providing some insane cover fire. But nevertheless here, K9 Esports, it seems like only Taurus has done 1,000 damage, where the next best should be Snowjot with 521. I'm not exactly sure how much the rest of the pack did, but I think it's just teamwork. It's just timings here. K9 has been spot on.
Yeah, pretty much. They have been spot on indeed, but we have the highlights of the game on our screens. And of course, Team Doxy also tried their level best to step up, but were caught off guard by Team Santa Esports. And this was an awkward little gas station interaction between, I think, 4 different teams, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah. I think it was just 2 teams, and I think Esports Social was looking for a 4, Corner Spark was also looking for a 4.
Yeah.
And the reason why Corner Spark stopped pushing this is because this push prior to this was awkward. We had Mid Official slamming in, JAGUAR Esports slamming in as well, and then they just had no choice but to let go of the pressure and come back to regroup. But even then, that small little split resulted in getting taken out is the reason why the entirety of Corner Spark got completely wiped off.
Yeah, and I think with how K9 Esports is playing, it seems like Taurus has turned into an actual Minotaur, just running his horns through everyone. Face first into the opponent's push, the side of last star. They pushed H4K, pushed T7 Orion towards the end, and this man does not want to slow down anytime soon. The only question that's left is, can Taurus be the eliminator anytime soon?
Yeah, at the same time, so nice little cover fire from Somrush as well, realizing that if Taurus gets pushed from an off angle, calling Taurus to actually bait H4K out of position was smart, because those knocks, those crucial knocks on H4K gave an opportunity for T7 to kind of creep up on them and then buying them even more time. But nevertheless here, decisions from T7, very nicely done, very calm, very cool, very collected as well. But again, a big game between T7 Orion and also K9 for this game in particular.
Yeah, for sure. A big match coming through. 21 points for T7 Orion with the chicken dinner and the 11 finishes. We have K9, incredible performance, 19 points secured. So massive, massive match for K9 as well. And I think if we talk about those comebacks, I think Quantum Spark, 6 points. With how yesterday went for them, this is not the best, but it's also not the worst outing for them. Although I think the worst outing for True Rippers so far into the survival stage is just a single point secured. And I know we were hoping to see True Rippers take that first position away, but now with just 2 games remaining, can it still be number 1?
I think this is going to put a dent in towards how the overall standings is going to look like, because this circle was one of the trickiest circles to play. We expect teams to get just completely wiped out by third parties, getting picked off from far. Only 2 teams came out victors from this match. So this is going to put a huge deficit for the teams who's trying to give chase, in particular, especially for True Rippers. Yes, they have a safety cushion. Not getting enough points here is going to set them back a little bit more now.
And I have never been more wrong about where the teams were going to be placed, because Myth, they take the 4th position away from True Rippers. They move up a ranking. Lost Star, they get a little bit more comfortable inside of the top 8. T7 Orion, that's a gigantic leap, man. 14 positions gained on the 10th with 39 points, just 4 points away from the top 8. K9 Esports, I thought K9 would have been able to breeze the top 8 by now, but I was wrong. The earlier match is not really going their way. They have moved up 8 spots, 38 points on the 12th.
Yeah, but at the same time, K9 has only played one
One
game
game
so
so
far
far,
today,
yeah.
so they do have a 2-game advantage. Same can be said for True Rippers as well. So I think if they keep up with the momentum, they should be able to sneak into the top 8. But for True Rippers, unfortunately, them getting wiped out for K9, seems like momentum is on K9's side so far. Taurus is an absolute monster. However, it's not the same here for Quantum Spark though. Quantum Spark, they did pretty okay, but they didn't get too much points from that game, and they will be kicked down towards the 18th position here. But it's not over yet. They still have 2 more games. Same can be said for Santa. Same can be said for Esports Social. The race is still on for some of these teams.
Yeah, but if you can secure a spot inside the top 8 before the second day of the survival stages comes to an end, that's the best case scenario for you. And right now, as you talked about Quantum Spark, 14 points shy of that exact spot. They have matches remaining. If they can secure one nice 20-point chicken dinner, that puts them in a fighting position. And at this point, I think especially with how the opening round, the qualifier rounds went for this team, fans have started to actually root for Quantum Spark, for Scout and the boys. Master put up an incredible individual performance in that previous game. So there is hope that if the team can just figure out how to be consistent, how to not over-aggress, like we saw that 2-2 split, as you mentioned during the match. That bounce, that attempt for the third party was unnecessary. They could have just stayed back and protected their house. And I think those little shenanigans, if they get taken away, we could potentially find a little bit of consistency in the performance of Quantum Spark.
Yeah, maybe. Quantum Spark has had a little bit of weird interactions as well, just because they were trying to get a couple of spots here, ran into it. Coincidentally, it was also Myth as well.
Yeah,
it was the second time it was Myth who somehow, for some reason, I think they have somewhat of a rivalry here. Myth and Quantum Spark has always had rotation clashes. MADKINGS and AX has had a lot of rotation clashes for these past 2 days.
Hey man, undergods colliding against each other, I guess.
Fair enough.
I mean, all right. But anyways, we have the schedule on our screens. Miramar, the next 2 maps. First, Group A and B, and then Group B and C. And as we talk about teams from Group B in particular, because they are going to be the ones who, well, should I say got lucky with the fact that now you play 3 games back-to-back, so there is potential for you to immediately recover a mistake that you've made in the previous match.
I think playing back-to-back, if momentum is on your side, is great. But for teams who did not have a good game, they do need time to actually plan things out as well. I don't think, especially from after watching the game where almost, 14, well, aside from, okay, maybe H4K on top 3, but even then, I think they would have, let's be honest, I think H4K would have tilted from that game. It was a game that they could have won big.
Pretty much, but as you were talking about that resets, and I think Team Doxy is going to need one, Rising Esports is going to require one, Santa Esports got taken out comparatively already, Esports Social aren't doing too best on the overall leaderboard, but the biggest of them all, Likitha Esports, when are we going to see the iconic Likitha Esports performance this time? I'm just waiting for that.
Well, we saw moments of brilliance coming in from
other teams.
Yeah, but for Likitha Esports, it's tricky because I think the original roster from the legendary Likitha Esports or previously as SOA is only Starboy remaining. So, I don't know. It's going to be a lot of what ifs here.
Yeah, it is a lot of what ifs. I mean, what if Likitha Esports just drop a 25 bomber in the next Miramar and we just see them take that massive leap? That can happen. I mean, that's what T7 Orion with this performance have made me believe, to be honest. One big performance and you will take that leap closer to the top 8, but we'll find out what happens and how this game exactly goes, ladies and gentlemen. But before that, we have the map of Miramar on our screens and it is going to be an intense one for sure. Flight path starting from Porto Palacio, it is going to head towards the western edge of the map. And of course, we were talking about awkward interactions before we jumped into the action. And to make things even more awkward, here's Salty.
Wow, that is the best introduction anybody could have given me. And I don't expect it to coming in from anybody else. It is the mad scientist after all, but the flight path is in front of us, lads, and it does not matter who is it. Porto Palacio to Montenuevo is going to be where we are heading, a very southern flight path. Anybody who still wants to go towards Chumacera, Valle del Mar, Minas del Valle, it's still going to be fine. But I guess moving inside towards a northern terrain is going to be a whole different challenge altogether. But speaking of challenges, lads, there is also a very big challenge who's a very good friend of mine as well. Joining alongside is going to be Necro back on the panel. Necro, how you doing?
What do you mean a very big challenge?
You're a big challenge, you know, whenever I face 1v1 with you inside of the game, it's a big challenge.
Yeah, but the problem is you're not a challenge for me. You see, that's kind of unfair. But anyways, looking at the playing flat path right now, a lot of those teams that do want to move up north, they're going to be struggling too much. And looking at MADKINGS, yes, the performance is still lacking big time. But if you look at the previous game itself, all the teams that were struggling, T7 Ryan had a solid game, K9 Esports as well pretty much played a good game. Now I'm still going to be searching for a few more comebacks.
You know, K9, that performance was needed coming in from them. They were in search of a big performance. They were in search of big numbers on the board, and that finally came in the last game. But now K9, they have an opportunity to rack some momentum on their favor as well. It is not going to be easy for sure. This lobby, especially on the map of Miramar, we've seen K9 struggle quite a tad bit. And now in El Pozo, they might just be facing Team Doxy quite next to them.
You know what the main concern is? K9 was still not able to get a chicken dinner.
Yeah.
They got so close. It was a 1v1 between Taurus and the foe, and Taurus messed up. Not something you see that often. The young man missing those 1v1s, but it's fine. As long as you're getting a lot of points in the overall standings, that's all that's going to matter. And looking at these live overall standings on the right side of your screen, right now K9 is sitting on the 11th spot in the overall standings, which is not too bad. They've still got a big chance to make a comeback, and if they get their hands on the Spartan King gold spin, then maybe their luck is also going to be boosted twice. But overall, if you look at the spectrum, if you look at the latter half of the board, teams like Likitha Esports, Rising Esports, Jaguar Esports struggling so much, this might just be problematic later on. Right now it might not seem a lot, but they need one massive game to pull themselves back inside of the shoes once again and get themselves placed around the top 16. Once you get yourself placed around the top 16, there's still going to be a chance for you to at least place yourself in the top 8 in the last day.
That is quite probable. And you know what, Necro, I think looking at the point standings right now, it's still very delicate. I mean, none of these teams, they have it for sure that they are going to be making it inside the top 8, barring apart from a few, maybe like somebody who's crossed that 50-point mark. You can say that, you know what, these teams are going into the next stage with Godspeed. And if you want to do that, lads, in your games as well, you can find yourself the Ford Mustang. It looks beautiful.
It indeed does. I like the blue version. Looks a lot cool, fresh. I like this version as well. Pretty nice.
A little slower though.
No, it does have a lot of horsepower.
Yeah, it does have a lot of horsepower, but I just hope the acceleration matches up as well. It's not that. It is supposed to be a nice pet for you. Can quite help you, especially when you're the last man standing. Need a little bit of support as well, a little bit of mental support. The camels can help.
Really? I'm hearing that for the first time. Camels can help you with mental support. Interesting. Maybe that's why a lot of people do have camels as pet.
Especially when you're going to the deserts, I think
Yeah.
they are the best, aren't they?
Yeah, mental support 100%.
Haven't really gone to the desert IRL, Necro. I think you and I, we need to try and go somewhere.
I do not want to be in desert. No, absolutely not. Too hot, no AC, I'll melt.
But it's going to be quite close from Jaipur, no?
True. Or is it?
Well, we'll find out, of course, for now. Rapid Chaos. They certainly are in one of the greatest of positions, dropping in at Puerto Parasio. Now they know that the circle is going to be on top of them. Speaking of the circle, by the way, I think we haven't really said it. It still is around that Los Leones and Impala region, and majority of the circle, not majority, I would say still 40% of the circle is in the waterways. So teams are going to start lining up on the shorelines for sure.
Yeah, hands down. You've also got a few names, as you mentioned, like Rapid Chaos Esports around Puerto Paraiso, so as of now, they definitely do have a decent spot. But there's also a team right on top of those mountains as well, and they're currently holding a pretty decent spot. HADX on the screen for this team. Their journey has been real shaky. And I really do hope that HADX at least gets one massive chicken dinner so they can pull themselves back inside of the top 16. And they can feel a lot better. Team Doxy's performance, it's been up and down over and over again, and Team Doxy has been struggling on a different level.
Speaking of Team Doxy, I mean, from the games of Miramar, they could only accumulate just 14 points for themselves. That is not the greatest of numbers that you want to see. But I still hope that this team has those glimpses of initial brilliance that we got to see inside the Pro Series. And while we talk about that, we do have a little bit of a scuffle Building up in front of us, Likitha Esports. Daniel did try and take a few shots at the opposition. Tries to get away, but now Bijoy has closed in the distance. NoNx Esports were almost en route to take this fight, but Daniel just gets away right in the nick of time. Zemo was also there to try and provide that cover fire. Now that's not going to be needed.
That almost got real close.
Yeah.
If he would have been a second earlier, that would have been a knock right there. And Versatile Esports, this team's been running on a different fuel. Just busting out teams left, right, and center, individual players as well, and the Eliminator leaders. These guys are doing real good. Every single team probably waiting for the next circle to pop up. That's going to be giving them real intention on what exactly is going to be happening inside of the game.
But you know what? I do have my signs of concern for VXT as well, because so far in the competition, if you look at the way their journey was, this team has done really well in the matches that they've played so far, but the only problem is they've only played against Group C and D. They haven't really been able to test themselves against the creme de la creme, maybe the best of the best in the lobby. And when they move into the semi-finals, when the pressure is going to be much higher, and of course the quality of the teams, I'm not really sure if VXT can execute their plans.
Looking at it that way, you've definitely got a point. But right now, if you're still dominating this entire group in such a way, then I do believe that you're definitely a Tier B standard.
100%.
So maybe right now VXT is doing really good. If they keep on moving up with the same momentum, they should be good enough to at least survive the semifinals. As of now, though, look at the Esports. Nate's tossed out. Not even close. The man from Rising Esports on the run. Does not want to face the wrath of Likitha. And the fact that Rising Esports is so far back in the overall standings just makes it even more concerning.
I mean, the same can be said for Likitha as well, no? I mean, I don't really think they've got a wrath so far that we could visibly see inside of the game. Can't really convert that to numbers. 6 points from all the matches that they've played so far this time as well. Inferno tries and takes a couple of shots. I think for Likitha Esports, the best case scenario is going to be to try and fight for a chicken dinner.
Oh, almost gets it.
Very close.
Did find the headshot too. But the man was just quick enough to fade away. Now his ult's going to pop that med kit, so it's all good in the hood. Next circle's going to be taking another shift on top of Impala. All the teams down south, including Rapid Chaos Esports, now need to be on a move. You will also see MADKINGS doing the same thing. Santa Esports heading towards Impala. For Santa, it's pretty much their comfort zone. That's where they like to start things off from. So Santa might just actually deliver a massive game.
Potentially, but I am looking at the cluster coming in from the south. You've got so many teams in that cluster. At least 6 or 7 teams, and then of course there are going to be more 3 or 4 teams coming in from the outside. So that place is going to be an absolute collision. And speaking of collision, it seems like the vehicle did go up and collide against the building, which forced a player to get taken down. Not really sure if that was the case, of course, but Jaguar Esports, they are going to be celebrating their first finish of the day.
Hands down, they will be. But Jaguar Esports, with the way they played in the previous week, and now if you transition to this one, a lot is missing. Too far back in the overall standings. Another team that's on the struggling side. The play zone as well, doing its deed, doing a lot of damage to these teams. NoNx Esports on the move. Looking at Rapid Chaos Esports, even they need to try and find a good breaching point. There's also going to be Quantum Sparks around the fray, so they need to be a little bit careful off that team too. And do not take shots on VXT. That team is hungry for points.
You know what, I do have my complaints against Rapid Chaos, because they were one of the first teams to drop in at Puerto Paraíso, and they should have an easy route towards Impala. But instead now there are multiple teams who are ahead of them. This team just took too long to loot up and move ahead. Now there's Quantum Sparks, there's VXT, and potentially even Likitha Esports, Rising Esports as well, who can be gatekeepers for Rapid Chaos from moving inside of the circle. Now that is going to be a big problem for them.
I think Rapid Chaos was the one to try and gatekeep, but it just does not work out that well. There's also going to be AX around the spectrum, and AX can definitely get caught. A lot of these shots taken against that moving vehicle, but none of them connect. AX, there's no way you let him go. Command from Quantum Sparks still unscathed. runs away from that spot, and this is what I'm talking about. Rapid Chaos Esports, they are going to try to gatekeep a lot of these teams. AX and Quantum Sparks under heavy fire, and AX right now on the verge of almost getting knocked out as well. That man in the trench, barely surviving, pops a med kit. He's going to be back up to full HP. But now, what is going to be the game plan? That's the main question. Circle shrinking even once again, and that's going to be right on top of JAGUAR Esports.
This is going to be where the pressure amps up once again. Blue zone creeping in, a lot of damage being dished out as well. Rapid Chaos and Team AX stuck on a head-on-head. They can't really get out. It's an engagement they can't really fall back from. Rapid Chaos, they've been trying to take shots, finding those knocks, but Team AX through the trenches, I guess. A little bit of a recovery can be made. And it seems like they are going to be on their merry way. Rapid Chaos needs to follow suit extremely quick. Otherwise, I don't see them having any chance at the winner chicken dinner.
Especially staying back in the blue means they're also going to be burning through a lot of meds. It's not worth it. Quantum Sparks looking at this team once again reuniting inside of the circle. Scout OP was the sacrificial lamb. At least as of now, they've found themselves a stable footing. It's not the best possible spot, but at least something to work with. All the three players next to each other, way too close. They do not really have a lot of freedom right now. And they're surrounded by a lot of teams as well.
I'm very surprised Yashu still has a pump action shotgun with him. Quantum Sparks, they need to find at least a couple of more compounds to try and protect their positioning, because like you said, they are just all hunkered down in that one corner. One nade and they should be good to go. But this is Team AX trying to leapfrog everyone, going through all of those two teams, taking in shots, taking in damage, but they still survive. They are still standing strong. They're still moving on ahead. The vehicle has been smoked up. There's going to be a long stretch on the fly. Shots come in. Quantum Sparks make their presence felt, and Team AX had to come to a halt.
Loki might just be a decent spot from AX. They're going to try and play around this edge. It's a little ditch they've got. But once again, if there is going to be someone on the right side of that ditch, then you're too exposed to a lot of threat. How is AX going to try and fortify this ground? They've got all the four players standing, so still holding it down is going to be way too easy. You just need to spread yourself out a little bit more, try and cover as much mass as possible. Then things can be better. But since there's also going to be VXT on your tail, it just gets even tougher.
Aryan was doing a very good thing. He was constantly driving his vehicle around that ridge to try and get that TPP angle against VXT. Understanding where those players are is going to be crucial for Aryan to devise at least a few actions. What comes next? Do they try and push up against Quantum Sparks? Do they try and take the fight in the backlines? Maybe stop VXT first and then proceed forward. Meanwhile, for VXT, I guess they don't really have the compulsion of pushing in. They have a couple of compounds for themselves and maybe can just hold on to it for a little while longer, maybe till the next circle.
Oh, the next circle is going to be popping up within a few seconds, my friend. And there we go. Santa Esports still in the prime spot. HADX as well. They found themselves in a real great one. JAGUAR Esports too, they found themselves a decent spot. It's all going to come down to JAGUAR Esports and how well they can actually hold it down. And JAGUAR Esports is also going to be up for a lot of successful moments. I'm speaking of elimination points that they can straight up funnel in. There's also going to be Quantum Sparks around the fray. There's also going to be MADKINGS, AX you can try and latch up on. Rising Esports as well is now going to be desperate. Likitha Esports. Ares Esports is also going to try to make a pounce on a few more teams around the spectrum. If they do play their cards right, JAGUAR Esports can funnel in so many points.
We also saw Santa Esports kind of discharge themselves from that Impala city quite quick, and now they are trying to make their way inside the center of the circle, something that we haven't really seen them doing so far. On the flip side, Team AX, they are in the midst of battle. MADKINGS trying to put pressure from the right-hand flank. Meanwhile, from the south side, Versatile Esports, these nades can do a lot of damage. Aryan has been brought down to very low HP. You mentioned the trenches, how it can actually provide a lot of cover fire. But VXT, it seems like they have found the loophole in the Matrix, and now they find the knock as well.
That's going to be a Kobe. Straight up on his toes, it blows up. Man's got no legs now. AX in the back. They just want to back away, run away from this entire position. But as they try to retreat, Devotee catches a few shots to his dome, and even he gets knocked out. VXT on a different level, so precise. These guys are beaming down AX.
Big man getting taken down. Devotee has been the secret sauce of success for Team AX, and now without him, I'm not sure if Team AX can survive for long. Just 2 men left alive. They did try and get away from the situation. Raiden and Cyrax will have a job in hand. Airdrop has been looted up by them as well, so now finally they do have that level 3 kit, but K9 has been caught off guard out in the open. Shots fired by HADX, the knockout is going to be there, but same can be said for Team Doxy. Why would you venture out from the shack?
K9 relies too heavily on Taurus, my friend. If Taurus is not going to be revived, K9 Esports' game might just be done and dusted and spoiled. K9 needs Taurus back up on his feet. The moment Taurus is gone, K9 Esports' form as well. It's going to poof into thin air. How is K9 Esports going to try and get that fallen player? If K9 Esports tries to move out in the open to try and get Taurus, K9 Esports might just be dismantled as well. It's a lose-lose situation right now.
Certainly is. And in terms of threats, I guess they do have a little bit of spaces compared to their southern counterparts, but NoNx and HADX did provide a lot of pressure against K9 Esports.
Oh my god.
And the Somraj is actually fixated on NoNx right now. From the backup, I think if he can provide the cover fire, Taurus will be able to find those frags.
Taurus back up. They got that revival. It was so sleek.
Yeah.
Pretty quick as well. Somehow no one was able to capitalize onto that.
Like I said, the space on the northern side is still a little easier as compared to the southern counterparts. There's a massive cluster down south. Coming in from Puerto Paraso, there's at least 6 teams in very close proximities. Next, you've got VXT, you've got Rapid Chaos, NoNx Esports, Likitha, Rising Esports, and you can also include MADKINGS, Quantum Sparks, Jaguar as well. The count just keeps on rising.
I know, right? Especially the teams around the edge. They can actually rack up a lot of finishes. Speaking of teams like Likitha Esports, Rising Esports as well, the circle's going to be taking a sudden shift. Oh my god. All the teams around the southern side, at least as of now, they don't need to reposition. Have a look at the replay of how exactly NoNx has been dominating the lobby so far. Team Doxy getting absolutely dismantled, but even K9 Esports are applying back to NoNx a little bit, putting that suppressive end of the gun. But right now, the circle, as I mentioned, taking a shift down south. All the teams on the southern side are now going to be on the comfort shoes. But speaking of Quantum Sparks, low-key, they're lucky.
Yeah, they have to be lucky, man. I think being able to be the eye of the storm, Quantum Sparks, they kind of weathered it all. They do have challenges in the form of Jaguar, MADKINGS as well, kind of came very close to Quantum Sparks. We saw that halt coming in from AX as well. But all of that, and not a single bit of damage on Quantum Sparks. That is just incredible. The circle shifting down south. Teams from the north will be forced to move in. And I'm looking at K9 and NoNx. I guess they will have to settle the differences.
Maybe Quantum Sparks have cracked it. The bigger the sacrifice, the more the gods will favor you. And Scout OP was sacrificed in that rotation.
Hey man, I am not really sure if that is going to pay them any dividends. But for VXT this time, even they are giving up a sacrificial lamb. In the front lines, closing down Keishu, Rapid Chaos. Need to quickly cover up ground and try and close in the distance. VXT are trying to disengage from this fight, but Rapid Chaos, they will have more problems for themselves as NoNx Esports are like lining them up for a fight.
I know, right? NoNx Esports. Right around the block in Rapid Chaos Esports now. They need to take care of Ares as well. But it's fine. I'm liking this aggression from Rapid Chaos Esports.
Yeah.
So quick. Did not even think twice. Actually making a pounce against a team like VXT. It's not something everyone can pull off. But Rapid Chaos Esports did it. Without even breaking a sweat. Get the first knockout as well. Rapid Chaos Esports. This form is top-notch. And they need to carry this one. But now NoNx Esports is going to be the only team, the thorn in the way. How can you get rid of it?
13th position on the overall standings. Rapid Chaos having 35 points already. Might just be looking for 2 more. This time VXT can put up a potential offense. Rex with that nade, can he line up a couple of those plays? Right on the money! And he finds the bullseye. Beautiful stuff coming in from VXT. He finds the second knock, but Rapid Chaos. Wow!
The man's already done his job. Took down 2 players while he got taken down himself. Now the situation's taken down to a one-on-one. Spartan's going to be the opposition. And Flash needs to try and clutch it out against the main man, Spartan. You already know Spartans never surrender. Can Flash actually make him surrender? Can he defeat him? That's my question. Utilities are tossed against him, and this nade is going to be right on the money. Shuts down Spartan and also takes the victory. Rapid Chaos Esports, they will get all the 4 players back up on their feet.
Not 4, Just three.
players.
They've lost to one player, but it's still fine. Rapid Chaos can actually continue with the 3 players going ahead. But this time, HADX is up for a big challenge right now. K9 Esports, you can see Smoker trying to set up that flank on that side. HADX don't really have an idea. They're kind of fixated on sending these nades on the right direction. Meanwhile, Smoker is deep into enemy territory. HADX, look behind you. You've got to be aware where the fight is going to be coming in from. They've lost a man in the back lines. 3 men have been resurrected for sure, but K9 Esports have surrounded them from all sides.
Hands down. And these nades, oh my god, that got way too close for comfort. Somehow Snowjaw still standing unscratched. HADX now is also going to be pushed on slowly and steadily as K9 Esports, they keep on losing the patience. And what an offer. Threads the needle in the first one. Instantly, Caesar gets the confirmation with the shotgun. As 12K up close and personal is any day going to have the advantage. And I'm pretty sure Caesar's going to try to capitalize with that one. But Samraj wins this duel. K9 Esports once again getting the man advantage nullified. 3-on-3 scenario. K9 Esports is not going to press upon the matters just yet, but this is the right moment to strike, and what a knock that was, Jax! Are you kidding me?
The timing was pristine coming in from Jax. Catches Somrad napping over there. He did try and peek out, try and get a little bit more information, but now have a look at this. Smoker, he was waiting for an opportunity like this. Spots him out in the open and shuts him down instantly. Couldn't really get the entire team, but at least 2 knocks. To confirm it all, K9 Esports, of course, is going to find a little bit of stability for themselves. But the one man did manage to escape, and for K9 Esports, taking Jax down is going to be very important. That is the only way they can move inside the circle.
Well, there we go. Easily take him down as well. Now they can move inside of the circle freely. K9 Esports, they've also got 3 men standing, so that's a real good thing. Rising Esports, finally, they might just have a good game in their hands if they do play their cards right. And Rising Esports have been in that same spot from the start of the game, and that's the main issue. Rising Esports is not taking things in their own hands. They're not taking matters in their own hands. No aggression, no firepower showcased. How do you expect a success?
Rising Esports, they need a lot of points right now. 9 points on the overalls. It seems like their journey inside of the survival stage has been very topsy-turvy, but I am expecting the graph to go upwards. And for that to happen, Beard Baba needs to step up. I'm not sure if he's still alive, but we'll find out. NoNx on the flip side trying to survive. Meanwhile, Santa Esports send it in, and Esports Social, they dive deep into battle, and Manny Chord is in the perfect position. Find the knock on Coffin as 2 players go down, make it 3 as Esports Social find all of them. Santa Esports sending gifts away, and now they have 3 easy pickings to deal with themselves.
There's still 1 man of Santa alive, and that's going to be Alpha in the back. But for some reason, Alpha's not even trying to close up. Esports Social is hurt. If Alpha wants, he can clutch it out right now, and there we go. Instead, it's going to be the man from NoNx trying to make the pounce of close and personal, and Aman, he already fights the first one. Getting the confirmations as well. NoNx is stealing all the elimination points around the block, and now even the last man gets sprayed down. NoNx, some quick work, some light work against Esports Social. All the piece of the pie claimed to NoNx now with 7 eliminations on the board. They're looking to dominate the grounds.
Against all odds, this duo is standing up against an entire lineup. But we'll hold on to that thought for a second, because MADKINGS, it seems like finally Ares Esports are showing signs of life. They are backed away against MADKINGS, forcing MADKINGS to kind of disengage from this fight. But Ares Esports, they aren't safe themselves. Look at Likitha in the blind spot, shooting them down, beaming those shots. An entire magazine clip was used, but not a single man was hurt in that fight.
That's the problem. And you've still got so many teams standing. 10 teams alive, stage 7 already.
Yeah.
Too many men. And the circle is way too short. MADKINGS, at least they continue the wrath. 4 elimination points secured in total. It's not exactly the MADKINGS standard game. But at least they've got 3 players standing. So they can do a lot better from here.
Oh, but that push coming in from Ares, it kind of put MADKINGS in a very big world of trouble. Now Shadow finally pushes up. NoNx, he does find a knock. Simp finds someone for sure, but there is one guy from NoNx who's still standing tall, and the big man now has been brought down. That was a big fight. Man was prone down, but he still could manage to hit his shots against Shadow OG over there.
Oh no, that's got a blow. Sim getting confirmed. The entirety of MADKINGS eliminated from the game. Only 5 elimination points secured, and that's going to be 49 points in total in the overall standings. MADKINGS has definitely mounted an iconic comeback today.
Yeah.
But right now, Santa Esports, this one-man Alpha, he's on a mission. Unfortunately, his teammates were not able to secure a lot of eliminations, but Alpha, maybe he can get away with a few placement points and compensate for it.
You know, I am visibly disappointed with Santa Esports. Honestly, that was not a push coming in from their side. There was no utility usage. There was no amount of flanks possible as well, and not a lot of information. They just straight up sent it in. And for Santa Esports, for somebody who has been struggling, that is not how you want to take your fight. This time, struggling against DG Bot Alpha is going to be tested. A little bit of damage dished out, Santa. They know they've got to close in the distance, forcing Alpha to maybe come out in the open, but the flush is still not there. It's a very long, drawn duel, but meanwhile in the backlines, K9 just get eliminated. What just happened?
K9 just poof into thin air, but this is such an awkward battle. Now the man's out in the open. Santa Esports, Alpha's already taking heavy blows, and NoNx are the one to win this fight. Shotgun always prevails, no matter what, how much you nerf it, it's always going to win in the close ranges.
But we're not appreciating NoNx enough. I think two men stitching up a partnership in this tip. They did not just handle Santa Esports, but also MADKINGS in the process. Have a look at that spray coming in from Zemo. Wow, took down two men coming in from NoNx Esports. There's some precision with those shots, but once again coming back to NoNx Esports. Now DG Bot has got a mission in hand. They did manage to cross on that 30-point mark, Necro. We've been constantly talking about it. You play your 6 matches, try and put yourself maybe inside of the top 16. And NoNx is on their way to do that. Rising Esports on the flip side, True Rippers, they've got one man down, Termi and Omega in the backlines. I'm not really sure if that's a good position though.
Finally, Rising Esports doing something. For True Rippers right now to do anything, it seems impossible. And Rising Esports right now is going to be your chance to make the pounce against True Rippers. Come on, do it, and that's what they're doing. Finally realizing that True Rippers is hurt, they try to make the pounce, and within a few seconds, True Rippers eliminated from this game. But this man from NoNx, can he get a few more elimination points confirmed? That's my question. He's already done so much for his own teammates. He's already done so much for his own banner. But if he does a lot more, that's just going to be the bonus on top. JAGUAR Esports as well in this game. They've been popping off pretty well. 5 elimination points so far. NoNx finally getting eliminated from the game by Rising Esports. And now it seems like Rising Esports might just be the one to get the game. But if you look at the circle, it's actually favoring JAGUAR Esports.
Certainly. It is a 4v4 with 3 right now, just 3 teams left alive, and this of course is going to be the final circle of death. For Rising Esports right now, just holding down to this position, maybe on the other side of this road, can potentially keep their lives safe for a while. Quantum Sparks amidst all of this chaos did not participate in a single fight, and now they are still standing strong with 3 men.
A fun fact. These teams since Stage 3 have been on the same spots.
Yeah.
Other than Rising Esports, they're the only one who rotated. But still, it does not make a lot of difference. These 3 teams have been camping around the same spot since the start. JAGUAR Esports has been in that compound, by the way, forever. Rising Esports as well. They were right there on the left side. But since the circle forced them to make a move, they eliminated True Rippers. And Quantum Sparks right now, even they're facing too many problems. 2 players already knocked out. Rising Esports is probably desperate to make the bounce against it. But Rising Esports, what is this move? Are you guys crazy? You could have actually won the game as well, but you do not calculate things that well. And you almost give up on this game.
I can't believe my eyes right now. That is just tremendous lack of map awareness right there. You're supposed to know that there is still another team at Rising Esports. They find themselves 2 knock and straight up sent it against Quantum Sparks. And now have a look at this, Quantum Sparks. Again, a very optimistic peak coming in from Archit. And now they are slowly shutting everyone down. Once again, it's 2 men knocked out for Quantum Sparks. Just 1 man left alive. And for JAGUAR Esports, what a nice piece of the circle did they find. Quantum Sparks, all that they can try and do is maybe soak up away those finish points. But now JAGUAR is looking to chase them down as well. These players' finishes are not going to be yours. JAGUAR, so many troubles, so much problems, so much camping. But at the end, you don't even stand a chance to take that fight.
For JAGUAR Esports, at least you can't say it's justified, right?
Yeah.
At least they got the chicken dinner with an okayish amount of elimination points. It's still a major comeback in the overall standings.
100%.
But for a team like Rising Esports, you've been camping in that same spot to give up like that. What was that move? You already found the knockouts. You already found everything against Quantum Sparks. All you had to do is push towards the garage.
Yeah.
And that was the right move they made, by the way. Sending 2 players on that push was a perfect move. But what are you doing out in the open?
Yeah. I think without maybe pushing any sort of pressure against Jaguar Esports, that move would have been absolutely impossible. Imagine this, right? You're trying to cross the road over, and there's a man who is sitting right at you, who's watching you cross out in the open. He's always going to trace you down, right? For Rising Esports, I thought that they were trying to send it to the garage, but they should have maybe used a couple of utility to kind of stuff it out, stiffen up Jaguar Esports maybe a little bit, put a couple of men there. But, you know, it's just living in the past. I think for now it's done and dusted. Rising Esports, they need to come up again and find a way to find finish points at the early stage of the game. That's
Listen,
it.
I just want to help them improve, okay? In that scenario, if you would have directly rammed your vehicles on that garage, you would have won that fight. Even if you do not get the chicken dinner, you still get extra bit of finish points.
At least, yeah.
That is really a lot. For a team like Rising Esports on the latter half of the board, when you're struggling to get even a single point, those 3 elimination points could have actually meant a lot for you. But you giving up like that, making such a rookie mistake, that just throws your chances of qualifying down the drain now.
I mean, they do have the experience, but I'm still not sure why do we get to see such trivial errors coming in from Rising Esports. But you know what, enough of them. I think we do have to give credit to Aman and DG Bot as well. NoNx Esports, that was a brilliant comeback coming in from them. And a brilliant stand-up against MADKINGS and against Esports, which did give them 9 finish points to work with. Avnish as well from Jaguar Esports did really well. 4 eliminations on this lad. You've got Flash, you've got Somraj, who've done really well. But for K9 Esports, those back-to-back good performances haven't really come through.
At least K9 Esports is able to get some good numbers on the board.
Yeah, kind
They're
of.
not getting away with just a complete 0. So that's something that is at least helping K9 Esports to make that climb in the overall standings. And then if you look at a team like NoNx as well, just 2 players fragging out left, right, and center, collecting those elimination points as well. If they had all the 4 men standing, they could have actually gotten a few more points. But it's just unfortunate that they had a 2-man squad standing. K9 Esports in this fight against HADX, it got way too close for comfort for no reason. K9 Esports should have won that fight way before.
And then again, Aman, in this fight against Esports Social, that is a brilliant snatch away, if you consider that fight against Esports Social where they completely finished off the entire team. That kind of gave them a lot of position points as well as a lot of those finish points as well. Rising Esports, this push was brilliant, but what they did just after that, I'm not really sure about that though.
I mean, Jaguar Esports, in the end moments, they knew that they've got the advantage. The circle as well was just constantly favoring them. And this was the move from Rising Esports. I don't understand what exactly they wanted to do. Maybe just try and contest as much land coverage as possible. But sending it towards the garage would have been the optimal choice, would have been the better choice. Quantum Sparks knew their survival is impossible. They tried their best to do something, but that was not enough since the game was just not favoring them. Match rankings on the screen. Jaguar Esports getting the most amount of points. That's going to be 19 points on the board. NoNx, even though they were not even inside of the top 3, they still get away with the second spot in the match rankings. Rising Esports, a team that was standing till the top 2, they only get 10 points.
Not a big
top
jump.
3.
Not a big jump at all on the overall standings for sure. Then, of course, you've got Quantum Sparks, you've got K9 Esports, Social, Likitha Esports, MADKINGS, all at single digits. But I think for Quantum Sparks, those 9 points are going to mean something. I think they're going to cross that 40-point barrier, if I'm not mistaken. And that should land them somewhere around the top 16. And in my opinion, Necro, this is just halfway stage of the survival stage. And if you are somewhere on the top 16, you still land a chance of maybe pushing into the top 8.
Hands down, at the end of today's day, 50% of the survival stage is already completed. So these teams, if you want to stand a chance to at least move on and push yourself inside of the top 8, you need to be somewhere around the top 16. That's it. You need to be inside of the top 16. You need to be around the top 8. Let's move on towards the overall standings to try and break the ice. The top 8 as well is on the screen. K9 Esports are going to be the fresh preachers. They've actually took a massive catapult with 4 positions. And if you look at Quantum Sparks, they leaped up by 6 positions in the overall standings.
They still have got a game in hand, by the way, up against T7 Ryan Aries Esports. And if they can actually find those good numbers on board, maybe they can take down Lastade from their top 8. I'm assuming K9 with a game in hand is also going to push up. Last Saturday, 6 matches played, 45 points. Is going to be a big question mark on top of them. Right now, the number that we devised initially, Necro, still stands tall. A 10-point average per game is supposed to push you through inside of the top 8, and teams will have to target that no matter what.
The question here is going to be, how consistent the top 8 is going to be if they do want to maintain that spot.
Yeah.
A lot of the teams inside of the top 8, they've already played all their 6 games, which means it's also a good thing for the teams around the 16th spot to actually try and mount some sort of comeback and actually just get someone out of there. So there is definitely a possibility of that. They can look at that score as like a target and try and breach that score and move inside of the top 8. Later half of the board, and this one seems like they're in quite the tricky spot. Doing anything from here is going to be real tough, especially for teams like Esports Social. If they do end up getting around 15 points, that's going to be more than enough to at least keep themselves around the top 8.
Hey man, I think it's going to be a hot take, but for now, I can quite comfortably say that from the 25th to the 32nd spot, if you're still around that region, at the end of the day, you are going to be in a big world of trouble. There's no signs of comeback, in my opinion, from that trenches, of course. But if you are there on the top 16, that 10-point average per game, you've got to shoot it inside. But ladies and gentlemen, of course, there's still one more game remaining, and we're going nowhere. We're just taking a very short break, and we'll be back right after this.
Welcome back after that short break, and now it's going to be IC Maybe 1-2 with me on the panel. And IC, if you look at the overall standings, now we're seeing a lot of shuffles happening. Jaguar Esports making a comeback, K9 Esports doing pretty good for themselves, even MADKINGS making a big bounce back in the previous game. So there's just a lot of moves now happening inside of the overall standings.
Hey, there's one thing that matters right now, and that is me and my fans only see one thing. It's Tag on top right now, baby!
Well, I really hope that Tag is going to be on top, but with the way the other teams are also performing, it feels like that top position is not going to be held for too long. Tag, I mean, at the end of the day, it doesn't even matter if you're on the first spot, right? It's not like you're not going to be getting some sort of extra bit of money. It just matters that you are going to be inside of the top 8 and you just move on towards the semifinals. So right now, that's going to be the main goal, just remain inside of the top 8. But looking at MADKINGS as well in the past couple of games, man, what an insane comeback it's been from them.
Yeah, I think after winning the winner chicken dinner, they have been somewhat consistent as well. They have been getting a lot of decent amount of finishes every single game. The last one, they only got like 5-6 points. Is not exactly the great here. But I think me and Salty had this very interesting discussion where normally we want to be in the top 8, right? Like you kind of want to have like a 7 to 9 points average kind of scenario. But because this is 32 teams fighting for 8 slots and you have to be at least top 2 in your respective group, to safely be in the top 8, you need at least an average of 10 points per game. So I would say MADKINGS' chicken dinner early on was able to kind of compensate for the lack of points later on, but it's still a very, very big ask.
At the end of the day, considering the fact that they've still got a lot more games to go, and a lot of these teams aren't even consistent, let's be honest. They're probably relying on that one massive game.
Yep.
And the moment that one massive game comes through, that's where the X factor kicks in as well. Then you will automatically see some random, insane shuffles happening in the overall standings. Still, there are so many teams on the latter half of the board. Let's not take it away from teams like H4K, who are still there. And for a team like Likitha as well, today to make a bounce back like that in the overall standings too, I do believe that even Likitha can be kicked outside of the top 8.
Yeah, I think Likitha did one of the biggest comebacks today itself, personally here, because they didn't really do too much in yesterday's games. So I would say today's performance coming from Likitha is a good step up for them for tomorrow to try and give chase for the top 8 itself. So the race is still on, at least for Likitha. Even for H4K as well, they did pretty okay. I think K9 now is in a situation where they had a great game, but the last Miramar, complete flop. Oh no, that's a big problem. Now they do need a big, decent game for this today itself. At least it makes it easier for the remaining 2 days for them to actually give chase for the top 8 in general. But personally, I think one of the biggest blunders for me has to be True Rippers. 2 very, very sad games for them. Now, in this upcoming game, if they do not start racking up some serious points, that initial lead that they had yesterday is going to fall apart.
Hands down. But at the end of the day, for True Rippers, even if they do get one decent game in their hands, we're speaking of 15 points, right? If True Rippers gets even 15 points in the upcoming games, True Rippers is once again going to be sorted in the overall standings. And that's what the Live really gives you right now in the overall board. And looking at the playing groups as well, Group B and C are now going to be duking it out for the last game itself. You've got names like Learn From Past, and today Learn From Past has been terrible. We're not seeing any good performances from the start of the day from the top three. Now Learn From Past is sitting around the 9th or the 10th spot, which is real bad. It's a big dip. For True Rippers, as I mentioned, they just need around 10 to 15 points, and once again, they're going to be back around that former glory.
Yeah, it comes down to this game as well here. They are borderline on the top 8 very, very soon here. But Godsend as well also going to be joining the ranks of Learn From Past. Yesterday had a pretty okay game. They were in the top 8, and now they're pretty much slowly getting kicked out as well. So that is going to be a problem for some of these teams here. But all things considering that Team Apex Gaming now has a 1-game advantage and they are sitting at the top, they do have a small safety cushion, but that small safety cushion can kind of pivot away if they don't start being very, very consistent in every single game. Because again, it will come down towards 1 or 2 points. It will come down to those placement points. It will come down to tiebreakers to decide who is going to be part at the top 8 to make it in the semifinals.
And considering the fact that a lot of these teams have also gotten a little bit lucky with the circles. Speaking of JAGUAR Esports itself, the circle was favoring them from the start till the end, and that's why we saw a major comeback coming through from JAGUAR Esports. Now the question remains, what if the circle is not going to be favoring you?
Correct.
Are you still going to be as good? And
Correct.
if they're not going to be as good, they're probably going to be fizzling away from the overall standings, and someone else is going to be taking that slot.
Yeah.
So that's where these changes will constantly keep on happening.
Yeah, I think one of the teams that actually did really well when it comes to situations like that is actually K9 Esports. We saw that prior to this Miramar with Erangel, where they were out of position for some reason, makes it to the top, they're almost snatching the chicken dinner. So they are on the right track, but that previous game Miramar was not it. So Miramar has been something that K9 has been struggling because of a lot of drop clashes with Nebula in particular for El Pozo. So hopefully it is for the better for now.
Hands down. Now it seems like even a team like NoNx is waking up. We're seeing some little glimpses of glory, and I would love to see NoNx continue that same form in the overall standings. But without wasting any more time, let's head on towards the final game of the day, where the plane's going to be in the skies once again, starting all the way from Valle del Mar towards the opposite side, which will be Impala, heavily tilted down south. If the teams do want to move up north, this might just be an impossible stretch.
Well, this is going to be a tough one here. Considering the flight path is going to be on the south side, like you said as well, that means a lot of teams heading to the north side is going to be having a little bit of fall fresh here. K9 heading to El Pozo is going to be having a long journey. Unless K9 decides to train for a different drop spot, which I don't see K9 heading that direction. I think the ones in brown on the under the shades of Rising Esports is going to be K9. Yeah, it is K9 going to be heading that direction here. So they're not giving away El Pozo yet. So unfortunately for K9 Esports, it is one of their worst performing maps as well in Miramar. So I don't know whether or not are they gonna set the difference here. But for Quantum Spark, they did pretty okay in previous round. Circle kind of favored them. They need another big game here if you want to stand a chance for top 8, at least for the next few days of fighting chance to actually fight for top 8.
TAG is actually heading all the way down south, by the way, towards Partona. So right now, TAG is definitely not on top. They're at the bottom.
Wow. That I wasn't expecting that from you. That's pretty low even for you, man.
I mean, come on, it's kind of funny, right?
No, that's low. That's a low blow right there.
I mean, TAG is dropped at the bottom of the map.
Okay, fine. Whatever.
Yeah, you know,
low
TAG is at
jabs.
the bottom right now. But learn from past around Los Leones, and the funny fact is no one is inside of Los Leones. Even though the circle was right on top of Los Leones, for some reason no one's decided to go there. It feels like everyone was having that same thought clashing. There's probably going to be a lot of teams dropping in Los Leones, and that's why no one ends up going there.
Well, see, I think one of the biggest concern here is all about timings, right? Like Rising Esports has always had timing issues on how they want to rotate in terms of the fight. That final fight in the previous round here was a little bit of a big what-if here for Rising Esports. Awareness was something they're very lacking, and I hope they are going to be able to bounce back as well, because as we had 18 points despite only being a part of the top 3 in the previous round, not a great sign here, especially when you need over, 50 over points. As of now, the current gatekeepers are going to be K9 with 44 points. And I'm pretty sure it's going to even get extended as well. So 50 points day 2 is where you want to be at. So for Rising Esports to potentially make a comeback, especially the last 2 days of 6 matches, they need to close the distance as much as they can in order to actually give chase.
The problem is, the more they keep on closing the distance, the more the distance is going to keep on increasing.
Agreed.
It means they need double the average of the points that the team is going to be having on the 8th spot.
Yeah.
So for Rising Esports, I do not know if they can do it. I'm not going to lie, for the bottom 4 itself, I do not know if they can do it right now. And especially with the way Rising Esports has been taking some of those decisions, the way they have been making some of the moves on the board, it's really questionable.
Agreed. But speaking of a questionable here, Santa X has been known to be one of the best team to play in towards the map of Miramar. Hasn't gotten that signs of life as well. Like, this is their home ground. This is their signature. So I'm very surprised that Santa X hasn't gotten the momentum that they've gotten during the final week of Group D, where they actually dominated their way through to qualify into survivals. So this is going to be a important time here for Santa X to try and rack up some serious points if they want to give chase for top 8. Because, again, out of 32, only 8 survives.
And you know what? Speaking of Santa Esports, right now they're on the screen. Santa Esports can easily make a comeback, by the way. Even if they do end up getting 15 points off of this game, Santa Esports is going to be catapulting themselves way higher in the overall standings. And that's going to be more than enough for Santa Esports to keep themselves around the top 8. And I'm not going to lie, if Santa Esports ends up qualifying to the semifinals, that's probably going to be the biggest surprise for me.
Well, yeah, makes a lot of sense as well. It's not exactly the easiest task to do as well. But again, right now, survival, one of the biggest cutthroats so far. Most amount of teams eliminated in one round. And then later in the semifinals, obviously no one's going to be eliminated yet here. Top 6 qualifies to grand finals, and then they will have a last chance. So, as of yet, all 32 teams here is fighting for one thing, a second chance in BMPS. Not second chance in life, you know. Life is there's only one life for everybody. But at least for the tournament, you have 2 chances.
What do you mean? Gaming is life.
Okay.
Esports is life. So
Okay.
technically, it is a second shot at life.
Okay. I'm just going to put it that way. I'm going to leave it there.
Gaming is life. Come on, there's a lot of people probably agreeing with me in the chat. Gaming is my life. I like it. And esports is life for every single team that's currently competing over here.
True. That one I can attest to. I agree. But speaking of a fight here, learn from past. Very early rotations down to the center as well. Seems like there is a couple of stray bullets coming their way. A little bit afraid to actually leave the vicinity. They are expecting the circle maybe potentially shifting to the Los Leonas, but they do have a van available. Those bus is very, very slow. So I think they are going to try to set up shop. Use that bus kind of like a budget version of the hovercraft, but it's just so much slower than hovercraft in my opinion.
Hands down. Learn from past, though. Once again, just trying to situate themselves in a good spot. And as I mentioned a while ago as well, Learn from Past's performance today has been horrible. Started things off from the top 3, now not even close to the top 3. Around the 9th or the 10th spot. That dip is insane. They've played 2 games so far. This is going to be the 3rd game, and in the span of 2 games, they pretty much got next to none points. But if they do end up getting a massive chicken dinner in this one, then it's going to compensate easily for all the losses today.
Well, at least True Ripper is still top 3 though, considering the fact that it's not that far off. They still need a decent amount of game. But yeah, I think the 2 games today itself for True Rippers was just a complete bomb. Like, yesterday's game was just a big game here for True Rippers, but after that, it was a very, very slow start for them. Of course, Punk and also Jonathan from TAG. This is a very, very nice Cinderella story here, especially they were the only 2 teams that were out of Godlike, 2 players in particular. And I think True Rippers in particular, Punk has pretty much made his mark in the previous BGIS here under Reverend X-Park, where Punk was able to make the grand final. So this is not really that difficult for him to actually try and qualify for grand finals. But for Jonathan, it is a lot at stake here for him.
Of course. And also the new org pressure is going to be on him. Needs to justify that name, needs to create a legacy for TAG at the end of the day. There's a lot. And the only thing that can actually create a firm legacy for that banner is by winning the championship. Still, it might just be too far away since TAG right now is fighting for their survival. And just to let you guys know, still anything can happen. TAG is not safe yet. If a team like Learn from Past can drop down in the stands in the overall standing, then even TAG can drop down. Anything can happen. All it takes is a bad day. That's it.
Well, so far today, at least it is a good day here for TAG. They do have a 11 points lead over True Rippers from this game. It will continue to actually skyrocket as well, but on screen now we do see Team Doxy, UNQ 21. What a tap! How did you connect that? That was a sick red dot with a sick Mini 14. What a tap!
That was absolutely disgusting. One tap and a dirt nap. The man is done, out of commission. Cannot even save him at this point. In a spot where he cannot even be saved in Rising Esports. Well, whatever you guys were planning, now it's down the drain. Time to adapt on the fly and time to make some new strategies.
Yeah, Fox OP, like you can see he's mourning, he's fuming. How did I get knocked? There was no way I just got tapped like that. But UNQ, that guy just hits one of the craziest shot ever. I think this entire BMPS, that has to be the sickest shot.
Did he not have a helmet?
Maybe. But still, damn, that's a shot.
I know, right? He did not have a helmet. And that one-shot headshot just really claimed that point. But right now, TTG, Thunder Gods Gaming, in a bit of a tricky spot. There's going to be Santa Esports on the opposite side. Punisher and his teammate next to him. Well, Coffin and Alpha trying to play in tandem as well. Thunder Gods, what's now going to be the game plan? That's my question. A team that's currently all the way on the 29th spot in the overall standings. They're doing way too bad. And Thunder Gods still, if I'm being honest, there's a chance for comeback. But they need a chicken dinner with at least 25 points.
Oh, it starts somewhere. But they have to do something eventually. But for NoNx FM, seems like they are going to lose a couple players. Punk finds the pick here, gets the confirmation for Cheyenne. And that's going to be NoNx FM losing a player, and True Rippers may look to try and engage against this as well. They are on the north side of the circle, and the circle still somewhat covers the majority of Los Leones, so that is going to be a tricky spot to be in. But NoNx FM, they're not just getting attacked by True Rippers as well. Even Nox is trying to roam by, but it seems like they are having a little bit of vehicle problem as well, as PMWI has had troubles with this vehicle not once now, second time as well. Fortunately for them, he is able to actually get out of safety, but may run into corner of Spark. This is not looking good here for Nox.
Yeah, NoNx Esports sort of just completely getting mashed in this push. Did not even know that there was a team around that compound, and now it seems like Godsend Esports, they're not going to spare anyone. NoNx Esports has taken too many shots upon themselves, and I don't think there's a possible way that NoNx Esports is going to be able to retrieve anything from this. They've already lost too much, and this is not a good spot.
Oh,
Redix
no.
is going to have a free hand on you if you do decide to stop over here. Redix is going to punish you a lot more.
My goodness, they don't really have a chance. Their car is about to explode as well. Nox can't seem to find a spot. They dodge Godsend, they dodge Quantum Spark. That's kind of a little bit of surprise here. But seems like they're still under the edges as well. But as soon as they say this, Renex Ross, they find the line of sight, they get the knock of BMWI. And just like that, Nox pretty much stuck in one of the worst possible spots to be in here. That is just painful to watch. And even Team Apex Gaming is going to be chiming in. Nox is... Can you give these guys a break? No, they cannot. That's going to be another knock here.
That's what happens when you're not going to be coordinated well enough. No proper game plan, no proper execution. Nox just out in the open. It's free points and everyone else is claiming them. It's a feast out in the open by the name of Nox. Next circle's going to be moving outside of Los Leones a little bit, shifting towards the left. And K9 Esports finding themselves in the advantageous spot right next to Esports Social. Redix is also going to be around the centric parts of Redix. Now they can actually stand a chance to rack up a lot of elimination points if they do play the cards right.
Oh boy, but with the circle shifting on the west side as well, Los Leones still in play. The only teams that are going to try and play outside here is going to be K9 and Esports Social. Well, the rest of the pack, they are going to be rotating through the nooks and crannies of the urban warfare. It's going to be a little bit tricky, but I'm surprised Team Apex Gaming is going to try and work things around from the south side. True Rippers from the north side as well refuses to push into the city itself. So, like you said, I think Renex Ross, one of the prime spots as of yet. Everybody from city needs to push in. Well, they do have the perfect vision for teams outside as well. So this all comes down to timings here for all these teams. But for Nox, well, the timing is pretty much done for the moment he lost those vehicles. And PMWI is just struggling to survive Uses the smoke, needs to go in for the reset. About to get taken down as well. Radix Ross finds a little bit of a line of sight here. Goes for the spray down, but Superb, he ran out of ammunition. They may have over-committed to this here.
Radix, though, still just tapping away against the foes in the front. For some reason, NoNx Esports still out in the open, not doing anything. Zerov tapping away, just wants to find one hit marker so he can instantly spray it down. But even that's going to be denied by NoNx. NoNx is so messed up. For a certain time, you got to feel bad for NoNx.
Dude, considering the amount of obstacles they had to dodge as well, like 4 different teams shooting at them, and then somehow forced to take a pit stop because of this vehicle, it all started with this initial flip, right? And things just didn't look good. But learn from pass from up the mountain here, from the far fray, gets the knock on Santa.
It's a real big question mark, right? What exactly happened to PMW IGL? He was such a great IGL before. Always used to qualify towards the LAN finals, and now for some reason PMW IGL, just the performance is poofing into thin air. Questions after questions, and he's just not able to perform the same wavelength.
I don't know, man. Like, sometimes luck plays a factor, but at the same time, just very unfortunate as well. Again, chain of thought, right? Like, the chain of reaction just completely piling out on him. It just didn't work out. Scraped out a lot of time here. But seems like on the finish feed here, we do see a lot of action coming from Quantum Spark, NoNx FM as well. Also going to be caught out in the open. Even Godsend as well, taking a fight against Quantum Spark. What is going on? Everybody's trying to rotate in the zone. Seems like everyone's just getting attacked from left, right, front, and center. Absolute chaos for the teams on northeast corner. NoNx FM now forced to pivot and runs into a team Apex Gaming, and Jelly goes for the cleanup, and they take him out.
An easy win for TAG in that fight, but Quantum Sparks right now in a big wall of trouble, and what a knock that was from Yeshu! Ejects a man outside of the moving vehicle, but the Yeshu is going to be the only person left standing in this fight. NoNx Esports, they almost dismantled the entirety of Quantum Sparks, but now there's also going to be a lot of teams around the block trying to take the advantage of it. Learn from Past closing in, even NoNx Esports trying to close in, and Learn from Past, they can easily wipe out the entirety of NoNx Esports if they do try and play the cards right. For NoNx Esports, man is just trying to place himself in an off angle so he can at least catch someone off guard from Learn from Past. Hunter as well tossing utilities around the spectrum to try and make sure that Learn from Past is not going to be getting a free leeway against him. But Learn from Past anyways, they make the pounce no matter what. It doesn't even matter where the players are positioned. Learn from Past will easily get a free go against him. But Quantum Sparks is Yeshu all the way from the far away. Even he's doing a lot of damage.
My goodness, what a 1 pixel coming from Yashu. But he's getting completely overwhelmed here. Godsend is going to try and capitalize on this as well. Fraggy with the Molotovs. Tries to deny Learn from Past that revive here. But he does do a lot of cheap damage. And he finds an opener as well. Fraggy making things work here. Force Godsend eventually gets taken down. Now Learn from Past, 2 man up. They are going to get the reset here. My question here is Yashu going to capitalize on this? But seems like Yashu is going to completely abandon this fight. Wait, Quantum Spark actually got eliminated.
Yeah.
How?
I think there was also NoNx Esports on the tail, so maybe that's what happened. But NoNx Esports as well got eliminated with 0 points, so I don't exactly know what happened there. Maybe QS was eliminated by that man from the side of Learn from Past, whatever it is. But Learn from Past right now is definitely on a good track. 5 eliminations so far. And Learn from Past knows they need to also compensate for the 2 games before this.
Now, speaking of compensation here, Team Doxy, 2 finishes off the back in this game. They've lost to UNQ21 with that insane mini 14 shot. After that, the rest of the team needs to somehow survive, but look at this. They haven't exactly found space here. But seems like they will run into a Jaguar. Pre-fires comes through, takes him out. Afdish gets wiped out, and that's going to be Jaguar eliminated.
And that's what I'm saying, right? When the circle is not favoring you, are you good enough to sustain a good spot inside of the circle? The answer is going to be no. JAGUAR Esports instantly mess up. The moment they had to make some moves on the board, JAGUAR Esports had no reply. Which means JAGUAR Esports' position is also going to be given up soon in the overall standing. Someone else can take it over. Maybe Esports Social can do a lot better and move up, push themselves up in the overall standings. As of now, though, NoNx Esports, all the 4 players standing. There's also going to be Team Doxy and K9 Esports around the proximity. But who do you take a fight against? That's my question. NoNx Esports right now just putting themselves out pretty well. Trying to get as much control as they can. But K9 Esports getting pounced on by the entirety of True Rippers as well. And True Rippers, as of now, it seems like they've also got the man advantage in the fight as K9 Esports, they keep on dropping the bodies.
Oh my goodness, they're dropping so low. Somrush gonna try and provide a little bit of backup here. Nades comes through. Cheyenne gets dropped off. It seems like HADX Ross from a far fray is gonna third party here, leaving only Punk remaining here for True Rippers. Well, K9 is going to try and thirst those finishes, and the nades comes in. Punk might be eliminated. Yes, he will, but they take each other out? What?
Well, no one gets the satisfaction of eliminating each other. For K9 Esports, at least they've got 2 minutes of surviving. So that's low-key a W for K9 Esports. All good in the hood. True Rippers getting eliminated with only 4 points in the overall standings off of this game. But if you look at True Rippers' position in the overall board, they're doing pretty good. Still inside of the top 3, unshakable.
Well, but at the same time, not a great day here for True Rippers, yo. This is, I think, after yesterday's performance, we had a lot of expectations. They're still in top 8, but not a good sign. But for K9, this is a big, big leap of faith for them. They have to continue here with 2 players, learn from pass. Seems like they're still stuck outside the zone, trying to make an entry point here. Yash has been taken out. Honey now trying to rotate around to the south side here, trying to find a little bit of cracks to work with. Seems like he is a little bit hesitant as well, that maybe teams coming from those apartments. And I think TAG sticking around is one of the reasons why Learn from Pass doesn't want to overcommit as well. Honey wants to scout out ahead, but as soon as pass through, guess what? HADX Ross and the Cornerstone still in zone, still in play, has been making life miserable for a lot of these teams to try and rotate through here. So Learn from Pass has no choice but to take a little bit pit stop here to try and figure things out on what to do. But seems to me, fortunate for them, TAG also re-rotates away.
Yeah. HADX Ross as of now. 3 players next to each other. Aman as well, a part of it. Superb too. And Zerif as well, right next to him. HADX. It's not a good stance. But at least it's something now they need to work with. All the way on the edge, there's also going to be Learn from Pass right next to him. And it seems like soon, Learn from Pass as well, they're going to be breaking a lot of sweat. And they will have to make some sort of move on the board. And probably the most viable move is going to be make a pounce against HADX.
Oh boy. Seems like they're in a very, very tough predicament here. Harsh Hydro still on top of those apartments here. Learn from Pass going to be the point of interest. Harsh waiting for the right timing to strike as well. They know exactly where Learn from Pass is, but they need the clear line of sight. They need the confirmed hitboxes. They need the perfect ambush to actually commit to this fight. Jelly actually creeping up as well to try and get an easy pick, but again, Learn from Pass making it very difficult to take shots here, because the moment TAG fires the first shot, Learn from Pass will know exactly what's happened as well. So they don't really want to give away the opportunity, but shots fired here from Ash. You can see Learn from Pass, they are going to make the pounds now.
Apex Gaming. Players Learn from Pass around that same spectrum. And Learn from Pass has already taken too much damage. That's going to be the main man, Honey, taken down low. And Jelly, if this nade is going to be tossed to perfection, Honey's going to be knocked out instantly. Not exactly perfectly tossed. And that's why Honey's still standing. For Learn from Pass, though, the problems continue. And what have I been watching? Is this the Winchester? Yes, it is. Super utilizing the Winchester. And he's actually connecting a few shots as well.
Ooh.
What?
What a shot as well. Tapping away here from the far fray. He is taking advantage of the recent sniper buffs as well. It's doing a significant amount of damage here, chipping away at those armor. But as of now, TAG tried to pounce and Learn from Pass. Learn from Pass trying to pivot away, but joining the far fray here is going to be Esports Social. Learn from Pass slowly running out of room to trying to sneak out of this predicament here. They're pinned, they're stuck, they're surrounded, and they are at the mercy of all these 3 massive teams looking at them as well. Nades keep piling on here from Esports Social. Doesn't want to overcommit to this stay, but the circle favoring onto his Esports Social. These 3 teams outside needs to push in, and Esports Social is just taking a very, very patient stance against this fight. Team Epix Gaming still, instead of committing to Learn from Pass, they've realized that HADX Ross is also in our position. So it's all about a game of chicken. Who moves first and who is going to get taken out.
Indeed. Next circle as well, popping up on the screen in K9 Esports in the Smack Center. HADX finally deciding to make some sort of move on the board, and now HADX, all the eyes on top of them. TAG's taking shots, even LAFP's going to be taking shots against him. Every single team right now is focused on RedX, and this is where Learn from Pass can really utilize this time and try and take the advantage of it. But Honey gets isolated all by himself, and Honey somehow finds 2 quick strikes. TAG messed up big time, but now they're also taken down to a 2-man squad. The fight's now down to a 2-on-2. Learn from Pass tossing out utilities, the nades as well, doing a lot of damage. TAG almost messing things up. It's down to just 1-man Hydro. Can he save the day for TAG? That's my question. Learn from Pass getting eliminated. TAG are so lucky to be alive.
Oh my goodness, but can they reset is going to be the question as well. Position still not favoring them. RedX Raws, they took advantage, they made the first move, and now they are going to apply pressure. But look at this, Zverev, he's thinking about it. He's worried about Esports Social, doesn't want to commit as well. So RedX Raws, they will let them off the hook for now, but TAG, they are stuck in a very, very tough spot to be in here. Look at this, open playing fields throughout the entire vicinity. Harsh gets confirmed, TAG down to the last 2 players. It seems like RedX Raws, their focus is going to be the team inside the zone, pretty much exposed as well.
Hydro is all the way at the bottom, and the man's barely surviving. Now patches himself up, and the man is still alive. Jelly's going to try to make that pounce, but he's already taken down way too low. And even the vehicle gets dismantled. Jelly eliminated from the game. And for TAG now, it's just going to be Hydro standing. Not a lot of points secured from this game, but at least they were consistent, and that's what matters. Have a look at that replay off, learn from Past and TAG, and the fact that Honey was able to find 2 quick strikes on the board, it was just insane.
Yeah, that was pretty much a mistake as well, but again, every single team that has passed through this valleys got completely shut down. Just talk about how difficult it is in terms of the ironclad defense here that Esports Social has dropped on them, RedX Raws has dropped on them. It was just such a difficult survival here. And even not then, the other side of the map, look at this, TTG, they just have to line of sight as well if they decide to join the fray. K9, one of the biggest victors for now. 2 players still remaining, having circle control. They've made it to the top 7. And this time, the entire lobby is going to pile up on them. But can they defend? I don't know, man. This is such a tricky spot to be in.
It indeed is. RedX though still continuing their wrath. K9 Esports getting chipped up a little bit more, but RedX is also running low on bullets, and that's the problem. Getting rid of the wheels so that he's not going to be shot at from the underneath. And RedX, as I mentioned, running low on bullets, that's a concern. He's only got 4 bullets available in that Winchester, and I highly doubt those can be difference-making bullets.
Yeah, but that's the thing about RedX Raws, right? Like, they have been firing on everybody, controlling the tempo of the game in their favor for the longest time. They had those combos for the longest time, and they just could not find an opportunity to go into restock here. But K9, the assault comes through. Smoker with the firing squad shuts down Team Doxy. Tag teaming here with DC. With Dragon Claw right below them for the longest time. They somehow were able to eliminate the team, but TAG, Hydro, trying to survive the push. Caught Esports Social slacking for a little bit, finds a little bit of room, inching away closer to the zone, loses vehicle, and seems like he found some cover to dodge the line of sight coming from Esports Social.
Yeah, and right now Thunder Gods Esports, look at them tossing out utilities against Esports Social. Thunder Gods, he needs to win this duel, and he does as well. Up, he finds the first strike, but Esports Social is still pretty clever. Both the players isolate that duel against one of the players of Thunder Gods Esports, and now for TTG, they don't have a lot of men standing. It's just going to be Fragger alive, collecting those scrappy elimination points against Esports Social. And Esports Social right now surviving with a 3-man squad. But this 1 man from TAG is trying to create a bit of those concerning spots for RedX.
Oh my goodness, RedX Raws, they're not in position. Zverev needs to pick up as well. Hydro, he needs to wipe him and take this spot here. This is the space that he needs. Aggressive push comes through. Zverev with the jiggle. Hydro, 8 bullets in the bag. Gets the pump, gets the push, gets the confirmation. Keeps the dream alive here for Team Apex Gaming. Hydro, the solo warrior, makes it to top 4.
Nicely done by Hydro. And the fact that the man is still accumulating a lot more finish points is insane. Hydro might just be back in form. This was the form that was missing from the start of the tournament. K9 Esports striking down foes even more. Dragonclaw Esports, then Hirsch is taken down low and eventually also gets knocked out. That's pretty bad. Remaining players from the side of Dragonclaw Esports now. What is going to be the game plan? That's my question. It's just 1 man alive, and he's trying to go for the reset. While for K9 Esports, They've got the only well-fortified cover left over inside of the circle.
Yeah, but the problem with K9 is that they cannot afford to take a very aggressive fight. There's still too many teams still left alive. And as of yet, DC will get the full reset. Hydro trying to take advantage of the situation, trying to sneak in here. But meanwhile, the biggest numbers is going to be from Esports Social. They are surrounding from those high grounds itself. So K9, if they overextend, you might expect Esports Social to try and capitalize this on this as well. But Smoker, he goes for the one-way smoke pick, finds the knock again on towards Harsh. And DC, seems like they've given up on trying to pick him up. So Tapagod is going to try and make a run for it. Smoker gives chase and actually scouts him out, trying to rat his way through. Finds a small little crack. Prones his way through. Smoker, does he overextend for this? Or does he want to stock up?
Hydro's going to play such a big spoiler. Smoker, he's overextending right now. And if Hydro finds a nice flank angle on K9 Esports, things might just be done. But Smoker also knows eliminating DC will also give him a lot of control in the game. There's two different options in front of Smoker. Which one does he choose? As you look at Hydro, even this man is getting suppressed constantly by Esports Social. Those shots from Esports Social now way too close. They know Hydro is right there. He's also locked in the sights too.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough for Hydro to actually survive this as well. Nades comes through, almost connecting, but a little bit far off as well. But Esports Social has been keeping tabs on Hydro from the start as well. So that's the reason why Hydro is not able to sneak through.
Oh, no.
And the Molotov almost clipping him, but with the zone forcing him as well, Hydro may look to try and deny this, but Smoker actually sees him, almost takes him out, but Hydro will deny the points to the zone itself. So we're down to the final three teams now.
Just unfortunate. K9 Esports as well. They have been really consistent today. A miraculous day for K9 Esports with a lot of comebacks as well. And a lot of good games. Smoker now just needs to wipe out that one man, which is going to be Tap God in the outskirts. Smoker getting back inside of the house. Dragonclaw Esports. Still that one man Tap God is just buying so much time for Esports Social. And Esports Social, even they cannot make a move or spread themselves out even more because of that one person. But finally, they do catch the man from K9 off guard. What was Smoker even thinking? That's my question. Somraj finally peeks out. Hands out the death blow as well. Now spots out the players of Esports Social out in the open. And Somraj has already taken too much damage. And he cannot stand the wrath of Esports Social. As Esports Social will be the one to secure that chicken dinner. Solid stuff from them. It's a bit too late to wake up, but at least they woke up, but the chance is still there in their hands.
Well, what a performance here coming from Esports Social, but even better performance here coming from K9 Esports as well. Two players surviving towards endgame, makes it in towards the top two. And just like that, they will dominate today's game so far. K9 will secure the spots in towards the top 8. But for Esports Social, this chicken dinner is going to be very important for them. It gives them a very, very good fighting chance to try and give chase for the top 8.
It's been a pretty nice day for them, right? Even for HADX, it feels like they're definitely trying their best. They're doing everything that they can in their own power to try and get a good game in their hands. But the only concern in my mind was that those teams that were not able to stay consistent, those teams that still stood a chance to do a lot better, but they were not able to do so. And I would say Learn from Past as well is going to be a part of the conversation. They had a few elimination points to back it up, but Learn from Past, they were not able to survive in the final few, and that's the main concern.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate. But as you're mentioning, Learn from Past's performance as well, I think today was just a complete flop coming in from them. And I think this is where things get very tricky in terms of overall standings, because now after this match, we have officially reached the halfway point of the Survivor stage. Each and every single team has played 6 matches, and you can see the competition is going to get tighter from there here. Now we will officially have the 8 teams in the top 8, where we will have a rough guideline on who potentially will make it if they maintain the same consistent points that they have for the past 6 matches to make it in towards the semifinals. So I would say a good ballpark somewhere would be the cutoff for the semifinals should be somewhere around 100 over points just to be safe. To be safe, 120 for sure.
Hey, you know what though? TAG Hydro is going to be the MVP for that previous game. Solid things from the man. He was the only person from TAG delivering a lot of consistent blows. And then Somraj as well coming through from K9 Esports in the top 5 list. Even JAGUAR is right there from Esports Social. For Esports Social, this game is definitely going to be a reignite of their hopes. And if they keep on moving up with the same track, if they keep on moving up with the same consistency, they can do a lot better and they can easily squeeze themselves inside of the top 8. I believe they're probably going to be around the top 8 right now.
Yeah, I think so. But as of yet as well, I think True Rippers is in this situation where they did okay, but it's not exactly the greatest performance. They're still in top 8 for sure, K9 for sure. But Team Apex Gaming, with that performance here, Hydro somehow sneaking into the top 4, getting some placement points, was huge for Team Apex Gaming if they want to maintain the consistency. Yes, they are going to be on top, but they're not exactly safe yet. So the remaining 2 days is going to be extremely crucial here for Team Apex Gaming. But as of yet, as of now, I think Team Apex Gaming just might be able to dethrone the number one, to dethrone True Rippers. They just might be able to potentially dethrone Droove as well for the Eliminators. I'm not exactly sure yet, but it's going to be very close.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Jonathan was really close to doing so as well. So I think there's a big chance that the man might just be on the first spot in the eliminating leaders, but let's just see. That's the conversation for later. Right now, looking at the match rankings, Esports Social getting 20 points off of that game. That's some great stuff. Even K9 Esports getting 13 points, consistent day from them. TAG as well getting a lot of points for Learn From Past, getting 7 points. It's not going to be compensation for all the loss they've had today.
Yeah, and for DC as well, making the top 3, there's a decent amount of points here. But in the second half, this is where things get a little bit tricky as well, because a lot of these teams actually got picked off before they can actually make it to the end game here. True Rippers, 4 points. Santa, completely wiped off by Learn From Past and tag team as well with GenX FM, only got 1 point. GenX FM, 1 point. Cornerspark, only 3 points. Godsend, 3 points. None of them actually survived the initial end game as well, just because of how ridiculous the circle was. But with that being said here, after the performance here, especially with K9 almost clutching the chicken dinner, they make themselves into the top 4 with 57 points. Learn From Past also sneaking into the top 8 here on the 7th position here with 50 points.
Yeah, I mean, the overall standings right now definitely do seem pretty set. MADKINGS, though, on the 8th spot with 49 points. Now, that's a little bit of a bad spot to be in, since there's also going to be your head on the swivel, and then if you've got a team like Esports Social, Likitha as well on the chase, you've also got Ares Esports, Quantum Sparks, who can actually pull off a rabbit out of their hats, even Tritomlin Esports, who can go huge in the upcoming games, and even Rapid Chaos Esports getting 38 points. These are some nice teams around the spectrum, and anything can happen tomorrow.
Exactly, but based on this current standings as well, MADKINGS is pretty much 6 matches with 49. So if you double that and you maintain this consistency, you will need 99 points to be in the top 8 by the end of all 12 matches in general here. But just to be safe, you need to way past 110 points, because think about it this way. True Rippers had the exact same situation during BGIS semifinals. Semifinals, where they were shy of 1 point, and they had 100 over 10 points as well. So that was a tricky spot for them. And that's the reason why they could not qualify the grand finals. And that was the old True Rippers, which is the current TAG.
Right now, looking at the bottom 6 from the overall standings, I think I'm already going to start to separate them from the teams that can actually stand a chance to qualify. I don't think bottom 6 is going to be able to stand a chance to qualify unless they get a miraculous game with 30 points on the board. Then they can easily do it. Mathematically, it's still possible. But if you look at the overall team's performance and the consistency they were able to deliver for the past couple of weeks, if you just sum it all up, I don't think they're going to be able to qualify now.
Yeah, but at the same time, let's give them a little bit of benchmark to chase as well. I think True Rippers is the biggest benchmark with 50 over points in 3 games so far, which they have done it from yesterday's performance. So in order for the teams at the bottom 6 to qualify for the next 6 games, they need 50 points. Let's make it easier. 45 points every single day. 45 points for 3 games, 45 points for 3 games. They will sneak into the semifinals.
Let's just make it a little bit more easier. Even if they get 10 points per game since tomorrow, they can actually do it.
Well, fair enough. But seems like we have a new contender for the elimination leader here. Droove has finally been dethroned, and Smoker from VXT will sit at the tippity top here with 63 finishes. 3 finishes ahead of Droove, and Jonathan is tied with Droove with 60 finishes.
I'm telling you, tomorrow Droove is going to be back up on the first. It's just no possible way in the world that Droove has lost that first spot from the Eliminators. There's just no way. Droove is probably going to be back up on that race tomorrow. I'm telling you, Rapid Chaos Esports is going to have the day of their life tomorrow. But the performer of the day is going to be Somraj from K9 Esports. As an IGL stepping up huge, getting 10 finishes on the board throughout the entirety of the day, getting 8 knocks as well, 1993 damage dished out. Somraj was an all-rounder today, doing the IGLing, telling the team what exactly was needed to be done, at the same time collecting those elimination points too.
Average survival of 27 minutes in 3 games for today itself. That is really impressive. That means K9 has pretty much been part of the endgame circles in all 3 matches that they have played. And with that being said, even though K9 did not get a single chicken dinner, they are the most consistent team so far because out of nowhere, they come in, they strike, and they are part of the top 8 as of now. But with that being said, here's going to be pretty much the day summary for today here. We had Myth Official with the first chicken dinner for the day, and then we had MADKINGS, we had VXT as well with T7 Orion, Jaguar Esports, and also Esports Social taking all these chicken dinners, getting themselves a juicy amount of points. So that is a decent amount of points. But again, it's not enough. You have to be consistent every single game.
At the end of the day, what's going to matter is the consistency, right? We mentioned about the teams at the bottom 6, and we mentioned this as well. If they do end up getting 10 or 15 points per game, they can easily qualify. It's not even a question. They can prove themselves and make it inside of the top 8. But it's also going to come down to the cutoff itself, which I believe it's going to be more than 95 points any day. So if they do want to cross that 95 points marker, they need a 30 bomber tomorrow itself in one of the games, and they need 10 points per game. But right now, with that being said, even the day comes to an end. The halfway point of the survival stage is already done. Tomorrow, we'll be back with some more exciting games. Before now, that's going to be from me, Necro, and IC. We'll see you guys tomorrow itself.
I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move, by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Sit them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Sit them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice, and I mean woes. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move, by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Sit them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Huh. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean roles. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move, by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean roles. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move, by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean roles. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time on my next move by the time that the ink gon' dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, said I'm all in my prime. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean woes. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking five. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time on my next move by the time that the ink gon' dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean woes. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking five. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time on my next move by the time that the ink gon' dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait, Didn't think I'd come up, y'all need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean rolls. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. And my eyes when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink gon' dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean rolls. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. And my eyes when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink gon' dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as Royce and I mean Rose. It's flatbeds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. And my eyes wanna rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink gon' dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as Royce and I mean Rose. It's flatbeds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. And my eyes wanna rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink gon' dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as Royce and I mean Rose. It's flatbeds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. And my eyes wanna rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink gon' dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait. Didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Let me tell them one time. I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice, and I mean rolls. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking five. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time. On my next move, by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice, and I mean rolls. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking five. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time. On my next move, by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah. we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean woes. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. And my eyes when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Sit them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Sit them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean woes. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. And my eyes when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Sit them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Sit them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean woes. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. And my eyes when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Sit them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. been on the grind, and this my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait. Didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean roles. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean roles. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean woes. It's flat beds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Set them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Set them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean woes. It's flat beds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Set them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Set them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean woes. It's flat beds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Set them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait. Didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Let me tell them one time. Set them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean rolls. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. And my eyes on the rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking five. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Set them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Set them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean rolls. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. And my eyes on the rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking five. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Set them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Set them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean roles. It's flatbeds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. And my eyes on the prize, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause they ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean roles. It's flatbeds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. And my eyes on the prize, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean roles. It's flatbeds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. And my eyes on the prize, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait. Didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean woes. It's flatbeds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait. Didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean woes. It's flatbeds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait. Didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same insidious voice and I mean roles. It's flat beds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. And my eyes wanna rise, I visualize. I ain't never taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Set them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, saying your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Set them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean roles. It's flat beds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. And my eyes wanna rise, I visualize. I ain't never taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Set them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Set them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean roles. It's flat beds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. And my eyes wanna rise, I visualize. I ain't never taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Set them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait. Didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touched down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean woes. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking five. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touched down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean woes. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking five. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touched down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate close. Same city as voice and I mean roles. It's flatbeds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move, by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Sit them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Sit them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean roles. It's flatbeds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move, by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Sit them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Sit them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean roles. It's flatbeds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move, by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time.